Nobody wants her. Good. I'm terribly sorry. Bangladesh have put their cards on the table, although how binding it is, I don't know, and said basically anybody to do with terrorism, they don't want it in their country at all. And we've got more than enough of those sort of people going on. So yesterday, I kept putting it off, because I needed to speak to my accountant, because and a lot of you will know this, from April the 1st this year, VAT filing becomes digital. And you've heard the adverts and you've seen all the little bits and pieces, and you're probably panicking over it. You're probably thinking, well, I haven't done anything about it. Should I need to speak to somebody? Yes, it is different, but for me, it's easier. It's even easier than it was before, thank the Lord. But I kept putting off talking to the accountant. So the accountant says, give us a ring, when you get a moment, Steve, and all the rest of it. So I then yesterday got back, and I thought, I've got to put it off. I'll put it off till today. So I sent him a text saying, I'll give you a ring tomorrow. And he said, we're not going to be at home tomorrow. They're celebrating, him and his wife, their 30th wedding anniversary. So I thought, I've got to do it today. So I couldn't put it off anymore. And my accountant likes a good natter. I mean, if anybody likes a good natter, he enjoys a good natter. So we were having a chat about all sorts of bits. I sort of phoned him up and I went, all right, I'll definitely talk to you today. And he said, right, he said, you need this new software, this new app thing, whatever it is. What they haven't done at HMRC is explain this very clearly to people. If you're on flat rate scheme, which a lot of people are, which means that they decided years and years ago that you couldn't claim anything else, they just put you on a flat rate, and it's changed. Over the years, it goes up, it goes down, it goes sideways, and all the rest of it. So I'm flat rate, which means I don't have to submit any bills. I don't have to sort of make any claims. They've just given me flat rate. So it saves any messy paperwork and, bits of paper in envelopes and stapled and all that kind of gubbins, which, of course, you have to do if you're not flat rate. You'll have to be submitting all of these bits and pieces. It's a bit of a pain. And he said, no, because you're flat rate, he said, there's this software, he said, which I've already bought. He said, I've already bought the software. He said, so it'll be the same boxes, but there'll only be a few of them. He said, all you'll have to do is phone me every 3 months, because that's when you pay your VAT, and tell me the sums of money. He said, I then just file it and it sends it off. It's as simple as that. It's as simple and as easy. He says it's simpler than it has been up until now. Well, up until now, I could manage to do it myself, but I thought I'd let him do it. Might as well. So that took a weight off my mind. I was quite pleased about that. And then what was the other thing that happened yesterday? Nothing. To get to the capital. I debated for half an hour whether to buy a watermelon. Not a big watermelon, but a little watermelon. And I thought, I'll buy a little watermelon. And then I thought, am I going to eat it? So, what have I eaten this morning? Smoked salmon. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. It's only because the sell-by date was coming up in a couple of days' time, and I've become paranoid over sell-by dates. You go to the fridge, you think, I'll have that, and you look at the sell-by date, you go, blimey, January. How's that one worked out? Also, we've now got a vegan cream egg. I haven't bought it, but they are available. John Bly, the Antiques Roadshow expert, says he never did the programme sober. Always used to have a few sort of sherbets before the programme. Mind you, I know loads of people like that. Loads of people. And the family fortune. It's 9 Irish sisters and brothers who scooped that £153 million Euro Millions jackpot, which is great, isn't it? So I think they all get something like 16 million each. That's enough. 16 million you can live very, very well on. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. Also, a Briton over in Australia puts his hand over the side of a boat, gets bitten by a sea snake. Now, I don't know if you know about sea snakes, but most of them are pretty lethal. Anyway, it just gave him a small nip. That was enough. Killed him. Also, the police now, I can't believe we're still talking about this one, believe an airport insider was behind the pre-Christmas Gatwick drone chaos. Oh, my God. After all this time. Oh, and the world's tiniest restaurant. It's a beach restaurant. It's the best in the world. A little beach restaurant. That'll be for people who go, OK, we're in the water. Because I love the idea of sitting... what the dickens was that? So it's a fly. Well, at this time of year, I'll tell you what, we had a thing in our last studio. I've just seen them sort of going, like, I thought they were clapping me. I'm not bad about that. Thank you very much indeed. And we were sitting there, and I was doing a show with my friend John, and about 2 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden, there was a fly in the studio. And so John went, it's a blooming fly. So, of course, we then spend the next 10 minutes with a rolled-up newspaper trying to get it. Well, the next thing that happened was like a scene from The Birds. You'd have hated it. Out of the venting system, hundreds of flies. We had to move studios. Hundreds of... You know why? There was a dead pigeon up there. And so we had all these... And it was seriously like something like, get out of the studio! And we had to decamp to the next studio, then sprayed it very quickly, and they all sort of died. And it was awful. It was really the worst thing I've ever seen. I don't like anything like that. Anything that comes en masse, like sort of flies and midges and wasps and... Oh, wasps I hate in particular. Bees I'm all right with. Bees are really good. Me and bees get on really well. Bees just want to pick up the pollen and then fly back. Wasps they look evil, don't they? That's why they're yellow and black. Yellow and black spells danger. And also, you can happily kill a wasp. You don't have to report it. You can't kill bees. You're not allowed to kill bees. They are protected, and so they should be. You know, so they should be. But if ever I'm watering my my baskets or my troughs, and there's a bee on there, the bee will happily move away, and then I water, and then it will come back in again. And yet you can't have them as pets. I'd love a bee as a pet, you know, just stroking it or something like that. You can get, no. I don't know. No, I know, I can't do anything. I'm frightened of them, because I'm always frightened I'll upset them. And they might then turn on me. And, you know, and we do have hives in Twickenham. There is the Twickenham Beekeeping Society. I've been there and bought stuff before from them. And it's lovely, but it's still bees. Still bees. So anyway, so they had the Brit Awards, and everybody was cringing, because on came Bros again. And, you know, Matt was sort of doing this. I mean, it's, you know, they had attempted a back and forth with the audience, like, come on, give me a A, give me a B, give me a oh no, dyslexic, give me a Z, give me a, oh, whatever it is. But it didn't work. It didn't work, because the fans in the audience were 20 years too young to know who Bros were. And that's the big problem, that Bros were so many years ago now. I mean, Luke and Matt are 50. 50. I mean, even I can't believe it. I mean, host Jack introduced them by saying they were the biggest band of the 80s before falling harder than Gem and Collins on Ice, but now they're back. Yes, they came back on to, and so they attempted to do this. Quite clearly, the band expected a bit more from the audience, because long ago, way back in time, you could do that. Come on, give me a B, give me an R, give me an O, and you could do that forever, because the audience would sort of... Nowadays, they're far more sophisticated. It's a case of just get on with it. You're only on here to present an award. Nobody cares about shouting out, you know. And I think Luke then sort of shouted, "Come on, O2!" But the audience had given all and they just didn't want to play ball with it. So somebody said they were a bit tragic. Bros wanting the crowd to go wild was so desperate and got exactly the response that you'd expect from people under the age of 25. How they're going to sell tickets for another round? I mean, they're just milking it for all they can, but I don't think it's going to work. Have we done the Brixton Academy? I can't remember if Bros had actually had that. Is that in the summer? Yeah, we couldn't remember, actually, whether or not Bros had actually done that one. Certainly went on sale long time in advance, didn't it, really? Excuse me. I've got a new cup today, that's why I'm slurping. I don't normally slurp, as you know, but I've got a new cup, which is... It's in July, is it? God, it seems ages, doesn't it? I'm sure it was ages ago we were talking about that show. But then they can come on stage and Matt can go, yeah, come on, Brixton. Yeah. But it's only small. In fact, that crowd at the O2 would have been the biggest crowd they've ever played to, I should imagine. But they weren't winning an award, they were handing one out. By the way, for Brixton, there's still tickets available. So I'd let you know that. And they see, this is why I've said to them, and it's not being rude, I'm being very constructive. Very constructive. You cannot expect to come back and pick up where you left off 28 years ago. It doesn't work. Don't work like that. The fans have grown up. They still like them. There are still people who go, yeah, we love you, Matt, and God knows he's available. You know, and Luke's married and got baby and all that kind of stuff, and it's all, or child, and it's fine. But, you know, you cannot go back. There's a limit. You know, they think that they're sort of absolutely mega huge and, you know, the world owes them a living, but it doesn't work like that. I wish it did. It'd be so much easier, wouldn't it, really? Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, there could be a merger between Sainsbury's and Asda. I told you I went to Sainsbury's the other day. I was amazed at how much stuff they've got. I mean, things that you go in there, which they don't have in Marks and Spencer's. I've certainly never seen them in Waitrose. I mean, all the different milks, and I told you yesterday about this stuff that I buy, the Graham's milk. They've got practically the whole range of it, which is amazing. Also, gay people on the programme this morning, forced to have straight sex. The Catholic Church is under fire yet again. This is apparently this cleansing, where they claim, certain churches, that they can turn gay people straight. which of course is a load of old hogwash. It really is. It's the biggest pile of pants, as they say. In fact, there was one bloke who was part of the process. He's just gone gay. He was married for years and just gone gay, so there you go. That's all that kind of thing, isn't it? I like the idea of the tiny beach restaurant, the best in the world. You know, there was somebody in the Caribbean used to have a place like that years and years ago, and it was, he only used to open it in the summer months, never bothered in the winter, and he'd just literally bring some bottles in and people would sit there just boozing and happily listening to the ocean. It sounds lovely, actually. Sounds absolutely ideal, but not for everybody, I suppose. And then Pontin's club roof collapsed, 18 people injured in that one. God, I didn't even know Pontin's was still going. That's a very strange one, isn't it? Is that actor who complained about being, what's his name? Jussie Smollett. Right. The police, now the police are openly saying they don't believe, and they believe it's been made up, which is a bit embarrassing for him, isn't it, really? He actually, in case you didn't hear, he claimed that he was attacked by two people. They claim it was a homophobic attack and all sorts. Is he gay then? Is he gay? Oh, right. And a racist attack. And it turns out two people who are known to him say he paid them. I mean, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? The police now say he's a suspect. God, that doesn't sound very promising, does it, really? Not very promising at all. Anyway, look at this, the nearest we've ever been to 4:15, and you're getting it this morning on LBC. The day which goes down in history as the fact that Anna Soubry is going to be on LBC at 10 o'clock this morning with just so much to talk about. I can't imagine what she'll start with, but I'm sure quite lovely. I've never seen that before. It's so exotic. Very nice. Steve, running a bit late, says Steve. I'm sorry, it's not good enough. It is important not to kill wasps because it can be avoided, says Ian. They're a very... Listen, if I'm being attacked by a wasp, I'm sorry. It's a toss-up between me or the wasp. The wasp gets it. It's as simple as that. Yes. Wasp what? Racist. I've got spray at home. I keep a spray in the sitting room just in case one wanders in through the letterbox. I've seen the electric. Have you seen the other thing? I'm not even sure I'm supposed to mention this to you. It was on YouTube, though, and it was an effective mouse catcher. And this was... You know what a fan looks like when you take it apart and you've got the dome bit, the metal bit with the hole in the middle, which you push through the middle, and then it forms the cage. They put it down and they wired it up to a battery. And then they put it in a space with three mice, but they looked a bit bigger than mice, just to see what they made of it. So the first one, they go round the outside. They're very sort of skittish, sort of miniature rats or whatever they were. And one goes in the top of the thing. So you can see it in there, and it touches the side bars. Immediately there's a zzz, and it's dead. It kills it instantly. I don't know what sort of voltage they're pumping through this thing. It does sound a bit... Well, they've also got on there live animals being fed to snakes in a zoo. And, you know, like mice or chicken. I'm sorry, I'm just telling you what goes on in the animal world. It's not my fault. Goodness sake, I didn't make the animals. Somebody else made the animals. But anyway, then the second mouse goes in, and it sees the other mouse in there, so it sort of avoids it. But it gets caught on the other side, throws it right across this game. And seriously, at the end of it, I remember thinking, must be quite powerful, this. But then they have, you know, Steve Whatsit from the Australian Zoo who died? Steve Irwin. Well, his son goes on an American programme in America. It's a chat show. And he obviously does an animal bit, and he keeps bringing all these animals on. He's quite cute. He's, you know, he knows what he's talking about. He's very enthusiastic. It's a bit over-the-top showbiz, but the Americans like that. And he brought on a dromedary who kissed the host. And it was really sweet. So that's how camels bond with you. They rub their noses up again. It was so sweet. So sweet. And they brought on little brown bears. I wanted one of those. They grow kind of a bit big, but I just fancied that. I thought, how nice to work in a zoo, you know, if you like zoos. I don't know which Sainsbury's you went in, says Les. Richmond. But my one in Kenton is often like going into a post-war East European supermarket. Really? Our one's... it's huge. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. In fact, we have quite a number of huge ones. There's one at Hampton, huge. And so well stocked, seriously, I thought I might have to shift. Actually. My allegiance. See, Poetic Justice, your favourite ever episode of Minder. George Cole on his best form ever as Arthur Daly, attending jury service. Hilariously good. I'll tell you what, I was watching Golden Girls the other day. There's only one left, Betty White. All the others have gone. Very good scripting. Really good. Very nice. I like it a lot, actually. Good programme. And it's so funny when you watch it, you think that's what television's about, isn't it? It means that you can watch things year in, year out, and I've got them, and I've, as I say, watched Dinner Ladies, so I've got the box set of Dinner Ladies, which is very nice. The Brits are hit with the fans, which is good. Also, The Jihadi Bride, I'm a bit bored with her now, actually. She's now lying through her teeth. She's now started lying. Oh, yes, and I never said I was tricked and I was this and that, yeah. We don't want you here, darling. Get it through your thick head. But the child was entitled to citizenship, despite his mother backing ISIS. It could give her a way to return. That's what the Sun is saying this morning. Bangladesh says they don't want her, even though the parents carry dual nationality. I thought that was automatic. I thought under a treaty that we did with Bangladesh some time ago, that means it's automatic that your children can go in there. She gave birth to her son in a refugee camp days before she was stripped. Yes, it's almost like it was preordained, doesn't it, really? Quite clearly a nasty little piece of work. But the Interior Minister, Mr. Khan, says Bangladesh has nothing to do with this. So we'll wait. We don't want her here. I have a horrible feeling we're going to end up with some bit of her here, either her or the child, but we don't want her. We really don't want her. You know what she is? She's a liar. She's a liar, and I think she's a danger. She's a danger. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. More people tipped to desert the party. When I heard yesterday, listening to Tom Watson, every other call were people saying, I'm a disillusioned member of the Labour Party. I don't want to come back in again. You've been infiltrated by the far left and militant and all these kind of people. And then Derek Hatton gets invited back into the party. That must have been Corbyn's decision. Can't think of anybody else's. Anyway, then they've kicked him out again. He only lasted 2 days in an interview on LBC. And so now they've actually kicked him out again. Doesn't make any sense. Labour have ruled out letting George Galloway return. He'd urged his former comrades to let him come back, but sources said he'd be barred because he stood against the party. I don't really care, actually, about George Galloway. The whole thing's have you noticed, every day, the whole thing is an absolute mess. So the Labour Party are falling apart. Corbyn, he didn't know what's going on. He doesn't know. Well, Derek Hatton was 3 days? Derek Hatton lasted 3 days. I always thought it was very odd. 34 years. Who said then he could come back into the party? Was that Corbyn? So who says he can come back into the party? Who made that? The executive committee? What a bunch of Nellies they must be. How can you let him back in? OK, so, right, well, answer me this question, seeing as you're the font of all knowledge. So you bring him back into the party. He's been out for 34 years. Then all of a sudden, they kick him back. Why have they just kicked him back out again? The local party have suspended him. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's a mess, isn't it? It's an absolute blooming mess. And then the Conservative Party start, and out come 3 members. How lucky that Anna Soubry was booked in. I thought she won't be cancelling today's gig. She's got 3 hours on LBC, with a huge audience to put her points over and tell people. But I wonder how she'll be treated. As I say, Tom Watson the other day didn't do very well. He was desperately trying to win people back to the Labour Party, and they weren't having it. They weren't remotely interested. They said most of them said the only reason that they would go back in is if Corbyn was out, which I thought was very interesting. I mean, I rarely get involved with politics. I couldn't really care less. We were talking the other day about who we all voted for, which is an unusual thing because most people don't tell you who they vote for. It's supposed to be a big secret. Although nowadays you listen to certain presenters on the radio and you can tell exactly which party they vote for because of their leanings towards it. Whereas me, you could never guess in a million years what I would be voting. The Steve Allen party. Only one member, me. Very dull. But it's nobody talked about it. Now they do. So Anna today will be talking about it. And I can't wait to see what you, the great British public, are going to say back to her. Are you going to say you're a disgrace to the Tory party? Are they going to say, well done you for getting out? Why didn't you stand for leader? And all sorts of things. There's a German protester today. Her name is Maxi Kraus. Maxi Kraus is an old baggage. And she's leading the fight to block, wait for this, she's German. And she's leading the fight to block a D-Day memorial to British troops killed liberating Europe. It's the most bizarre story. She and her army of NIMBYs were all told by one D-Day veteran, you'll go and get stuffed. So she lives. That she thinks if this memorial goes up, it will block her view. It will ruin sea views for villagers. That's how stupid she is. She's obviously a very nasty little piece of work. This is the village called Ver-sur-Mer, which is Ver on Sea, I think. But the population of the village is 1,600. They're worried that coachloads of tourists will destroy their peace and quiet. Get over yourselves, love. Get over yourselves big time. And you, Maxie Kraus, 70-year-old old baggage, nobody cares about you. Go get stuffed. Somebody said it's not too late to stop it. The project is too monstrous. She actually led a march around the 47-acre site last month. She said there'd be a wall more than 7 metres high and 30 metres wide looking onto the sea. So, honestly, these people, honestly, some people, they get to a certain age, you suddenly worry that they've completely lost their marbles. And I think her marbles got lost some time ago. Pages on the Brits, everybody looking very nice. Jack Whitehall. So funny, actually, you never think of Jack Whitehall hosting the Brits, do you? But he did. And he did it very, very well. Everybody laughed at all the right things. Rod Liddle didn't like Karl Lagerfeld. Because yesterday we were trying to work out, and we did joke about leaving it to the cat. He's left it to the cat. Richard Madeley laughed. I can understand it. I'd be saying the same thing. What do you mean you've left it to the cat? And as Darren said, I think overnight, he said, that's just ridiculous to leave it to a cat. I said yesterday, if it actually was left to the cat, they'd be pushing out into the road like there's no... Go on, come here. Standing in the middle of an island, holding a bit of fish or something. Come on, come over here. Oh, squealer brakes. There we go. Anyway. I know, it'd be an awful thing. But the trouble is, it's £100 million. What's the cat going to do with it? Do you know, I think I'm going to treat myself today. I'm going to have a trim. Make me look interesting. Got 100 million, got 2 big houses, got just about everything. What a waste. You could have left it to a cat's home. Could have left it to sort of, somebody useful. I do a good impression of a cat. Midnight, not a sound from the pavement. Has the moon lost her memory? She's running away. Midnight. I can do songs from the shows. But fancy leaving £100 million to a cat. Do you think the cat knows? Eat this, kitty. What is it? Chocolate. Eat it. It's chocolate. It's good for you. You'll feel a bit drowsy, Nobody's going to be looking after this cat. How long do cats live for? They can live for a long time, can't they? Oh, dear, honestly. Doesn't even bear thinking about. But it's 100 million quid. It's not as much as that family got in Ireland. Oh, dear. Shane says, I knew that cat would do well out of Karl Lagerfeld. Isn't it funny that he was so obsessed with cat? He said he wanted to marry it at one point. That's another film, I think. I don't want to go down that route, because that's slightly odd. You can't marry cats or animals. Although there was a television programme, do you remember, some years ago, about a man who slept with a horse? Slept with a horse. I think it was a pony, actually. I think it was a Shetland pony or something like that. Sell-by and Best Buy dates are a complete con, says Dallas. It's in the manufacturer's vested interest to grossly underestimate the dates. So stores have to junk their stock far too soon and replenish. I know. I treated myself the other day. I shouldn't have done. I treated myself to a little trifle, having been so excited that I spoke to the accountant, and he said it's going to be so easy. And I thought, well, that's a good idea. Jim says, if the Honours Board do come a-calling and the Knight of the Realm beckons, do we have to add Sir before Steve on every text we send? No. Listen, there's no danger I'm ever Listen, it has to go through where the Knight. That comes through the Downing Street office, I think, and then I think I don't think the royal family have any choice in it at all. Which, thank God for that, eh? Thank God. But I would only want the Queen to do it. I would only want the Queen to knight me if I was going to get a knight. Why would I get a knighthood? Why would I get a knighthood? There's nobody in my. Yeah, anybody can recommend people, apparently. You could sort of write and say, I think, hypothetically, Steve Allen should get an OBE or a CBE for services to this, that and the other. Insomnia. Services to insomnia. What a brilliant idea. Just think how many people that could upset. What a brilliant wheeze. Steve says, Chris in Yorkshire, with regard to Karl Lagerfeld's cat, is it single? Asking for a friend? Yes, I know. Well, you could try. Everybody wants to seem to bring people in. The lady in Syria and her offspring should stay where they are until Syria get a judicial system back, and then try them with all the other evil so-and-so, says Dion in Langley. Yeah, they all want to come back. Monica says, unfortunately I was right. The Home Office didn't bother to check. She has a right to apply for citizenship under Bangladeshi rules, but doesn't have citizenship or promised citizenship, and quite the opposite. Well, they say differently. What the Bangladeshis are saying is totally against their constitution. The constitution says if the parents have the Bangladeshi nationality, then the child gets it as well. They're now basically, the reason they don't want her is because she's been with terrorism. They don't need things. They've got enough people in their country. Thank you very much indeed. So that's what it is. We have a perfect wasp catcher. Her name is Mary, and she's a false widow spider, which we've had since August. Now our pet. Oh, do they eat wasps? Oh, I'm not sure about that. I don't like that idea. You can get all sorts of things, can't you? A little electric thing that you sort of wave, looks like a little bat. Which is lovely, isn't it? Very good. Welcome to Thursday. Hello, how are we? People always say that, don't they? They go, nice to see you. See Eamon Holmes on the television. Nice to see you. How are you? You think you can't see anybody unless there's some new system. Have you noticed, Steve, the increase in baby on board badges when you're travelling on transport? I see them all the time. I saw 3 yesterday in Twickenham. I think I'm going to design a batch of badges that say, if you just said no and had a cup of tea instead, you wouldn't be needing my seat. I like that idea, actually. I think that's quite good. And, Steve, what happens when the cat dies, says Maxine? Has it left the money to next door's cat or maybe a friendly dog 2 houses down? Where's the money going to go? Just ordering a cat costume, see if I can earn a few quid. Happy days. Yes, I don't know what... Well, I don't know. You've asked the wrong person. It's a lot of money. If I was a cat, I'd be going, don't talk to me like that. Would you like to go outside, kitty? What's it called? It's got a very odd name, hasn't it? Choupette. Would you like to go outside? Do I look like I want to go outside? Well, would you like to go outside and catch mice? I don't think so. I've got 100 million. You go catch the mice. Going to turn into that, isn't it? Going to turn into that. Steve and the team, good morning, says Trucker Joe. Hope you're keeping them busy. Well, sort of. Just about to truck to the northwest. Enjoy the show and proud of it. Do you know what they're doing in Twickenham? They're digging up all the blooming roads again. All the roads being dug up. You've never seen such a useless bunch of so-and-sos. Everywhere you go, it took me 25 minutes just to get... nearer to Sunbury, and I got so fed up I turned around and came back again. Because they're digging up the roads again. No right turn, can't do this, can't do that. And now they're also voting for 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. We don't get up much beyond that at the moment. Steve, do you think the reason the Home Office won't let the girl who went to ice his back is because when her so-called husband is released, he'll be allowed in, and it's him they don't want? They don't want her either. I should imagine they want either of them, but you could get him out on the basis he's a convicted terrorist. She's just been a housewife. She told us that, but we know it's lies. And it's funny, isn't it? After 4 years, all of a sudden, I think I want to go home. I want to have another baby. So, having unprotected sex. What's she having sex with these people for? Because she's that sort of person. Steve, I voted for every party. Maggie in 79, Blair in 97. I voted Green and UKIP in Euro elections. I voted Lib Dem last time. Full house, says Graham. It's just, at the moment, the whole thing is such a mess. Such a mess. I don't think I've ever known anything that's been such a mess in all my years. It's like it all dissolved. Years ago, you could sort of say, oh, this will be happening. People didn't like if you voted Conservative or if you voted Labour or if you voted Lib Dem. And then we had the Lib Lab Pact, and then we had the Libs, and then we had, all sorts of different people sort of running it, and then we kind of lost the will to live, and then there've been other little parties. I'm not sure that this group of MPs is going to make the slightest difference to anything at all. They just sit in another part of the House. They just sit there. They're just sort of playing their own fantasy games, because nobody cares about us at all. They really don't care about us. Mina says, meet Watson, an owl. She has an owl. He used to eat live mice until I decided to feed him a chicken. He can't fly. His wings were clipped. So we saved him. He feels safe in a cage, his comfort zone. I do bring him out when it rains, yet he still walks back in again. They had a picture of a dog, a little puppy, on the internet. I wouldn't trust owls. They're very pretty when they're flying and beautiful, and they're gorgeous. But those beaks can do you serious damage. Serious damage. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Where was I going with that one? I can't remember where I was going with that one. Oh, that's right, the dog on the internet. And it was abandoned, and it was so frightened, and it had never wagged its tail. And every time the person who rescued it got close to it, it went and ran and hid and didn't want to come out. It was so frightened. It was absolutely terrified. And then, all of a sudden, they started bringing other dogs back who they'd looked after and everything else. And all of a sudden, there was that magic day where the dog's tail wagged, and they went, the dog wagged its tail. It was so exciting. And all of a sudden, it discovered the fact that people weren't going to hurt it. It was really lovely, actually. Really lovely. Steve, Constitution carries only general law stating a rule through blood for citizenship, but specific law, Citizen Act, says it's not automatic. Well, it is in Bangladesh. That's all I can tell you, what the law is. I can only tell you the Bangladeshi law. They brought it in themselves. If the parents have got it, then it automatically goes to the children. That's it. I mean, it's all they've done though. They don't want her in there because she's got links to terrorism, and they probably think the same as our government do. She's a sleeper. She's a sleeper. I mean, she's quite clearly a danger, so you don't want her anywhere. I couldn't care less where she goes. Jump off the Southend Pier, as far as I'm concerned. But I've heard people being very hard about her. But now she appears to be renouncing ISIS. I think she's a target who've still got lots of members in there. Not going to take much to take her out. That's why she wants to come here. She thinks she's going to be safe. But as I pointed out before, she's not going to be safe here. There are going to be people who are really not going to be happy about it, like most of you. Will the cat pay inheritance tax, says Steve? I don't know how. Well, actually, the good thing is that if you leave your money to your pet, there's no tax to pay. How are they going to get money out of a pet? And I remember we used to have, I can't remember what it was, I think it was Bob Beckman, and he used to give financial advice on LBC, and he'd actually put everything in his dog's name. And so you couldn't do anything about it because, what are you going to do? Call the dog to court and say, right, did you do this money? And the dog's going to sit there looking at him going, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what I'm here for. Oh, right, yes, check how old the cat is. How old is it? It's 7. Oh, it's got ages to go. Oh, that cat's going to live for it, unless they overfeed it. Lots of smoked salmon and, trifle and stuff like that. Oof. Horrible thought. James says, and we used to think Mrs. Slocum's pussy was well looked after. Well, I mean, she was marvellous. Although we discovered it had a name, Tiddles, which sort of cropped up. I haven't managed to find that particular episode, but that's it. Somebody said a whole show of you moaning. Only for 40 years, dear. Only for 40 years. I love it when you can wind people up. It's so exciting. Oh, that cup of tea is delicious this morning. It's amazing how cold... One of these days, somebody's going to invent a tea with a heated cup, which works on little CR batteries. And so when you got your tea in there, it doesn't go cold, it stays hot. That would be a godsend, wouldn't it? I like that. I'm only picking up on this next story because it's not going away. This is a school in this country where one of the girls in one of the classes was pestered by one of the boys. In fact, she was pestered so much he put his hand up her skirt. He did all sorts of things. I saw the details of it on the television the other day. And everybody else, I think Nick was talking about this one yesterday. And the school say, we've actually played by the rules. So he's back in the classroom with her. He's been found guilty on 2 counts. I mean, I can't help feeling rank stupidity. The school say they're playing by the rules. Well, I tell you what, next time somebody attacks one of your parents or something like that, I mean, she was sexually assaulted. And they're back in the same class. How do you think that makes her feel? Probably dreadful. The school go, oh, well, we followed the rules. Well, then the rules need changing. And very quickly. Also, the late BBC journalist's final gift to her son, which is sort of advice on, how to be a nice human being. And a British girl who ate an ice cream on holiday. She's 9 years old. Well, she was, because she died. She had an allergic reaction. I didn't know there were things you could be allergic to if you had an ice cream, but there obviously are. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, I will look out this tiny beach restaurant. God knows what they're serving as food, but apparently they go out looking for it. So I suppose you could cook seaweed or fish or something. I don't know. I'm not really into it. I did have fish fingers yesterday. I felt a bit guilty. Because I thought, whole packet of fish fingers. They were quite delicious, too. I might even have them again today. I haven't quite decided. Also, what was the other one? Oh, a half-hour walk is as good as drugs for blood pressure. Try telling that to Arj. Or Kerry Coke Toner, who apparently is being in a bit of trouble. A bit of trouble, because she didn't turn up in court. The kids didn't go to school. And she was summoned to court and she totally ignored it. Of course, it'll be another one of those, I didn't know kind of situation. So, who knows? They always go, oh, she could go to prison. I mean, that would be the miracle of all miracles. I remember the episode where Mrs. Slocum's pussy Tiddle got all wet in the rain. Maybe it could use one of Karl Lagerfeld's jackets, says James. Imagine a cat, it's only 7. And it's got £100 million. Because what they'll have to do is somebody will have to be employed to look after it. So in other words, they will keep the staff on in the house. They will all keep their jobs, and they will just be paid to look after the cat. God help them if anything happens to it. God help them. Ridiculous. The filter used to take our selfie with Bus Stop Carol made us look so good it gave us all eyeliner, says Andrew from Cheam. who's not Andrew from Cheam, but could be related to Andrew from Cheam, and might be related to Andrew from Cheam. And so anyway, so it goes on. Ryan says, I would have thought that ISIS lass would be trying to get the British media and the public on her side. So I was confused when she came out with stuff like Manchester bombings were justified. Oh, she's retracted that bit now. Have you heard? Yes, she's said all sorts of different things to try and justify what she said. No, I didn't mean that. I felt immensely sorry. Immensely sorry. And I thought, oh, no, you're lying as you were before. How does the cat write a will, says William? It doesn't. Somebody will have to talk to it. There'll be a cat whisperer who will talk to it, and the cat will be saying, I'd like to give 50 million... to people who've been looking after me, and then another 25 million to next door's people for looking after, the house as well for me. So that'll be nice. Somebody said that hot tea thing's a flask. No, I don't think so. Flask. F-L-A-S-K. No, never heard of one. No idea. No, producer and assistant producer said exactly the same. Never heard of one. Never heard of one. I often wonder what happens to politicians, Steve, and I'm sure that when somebody decides they want to be an MP, they're full of all good intentions in making them want to make the country a better place. What happens to them in the process that turns them into useless and untrustworthy? I don't know. I really don't know. I wish I knew, actually. I wish I knew, but I don't. I think they've been over to Ireland, actually, to find out who this family are who've won all this money, this 154 million. Looks very pretty, doesn't it? 154 million. So they're splitting it between 9 of them, which means I think that they get about 16 million each. Which is not bad, is it? I could live on 16 million. Actually, we have found the NanoHeat wireless heated mug. Unfortunately, it's they need money. They need £79,000, and it looks like they didn't get it. Anybody who donates can pre-order the mug for 20 quid. Just sounds like we're going to be throwing away money on this one because it hasn't gone... This was a couple of years, it hasn't gone any further. Hasn't gone any further. They say it'll keep a temperature of about 71 degrees for up to 45 minutes. So you don't need to worry about... I mean, I think it's quite a good idea, but they've got to make it a little bit easier than that. I mean, 20 quid is probably about the right sort of price for it. But then can you wash it? Can you do that? How do we know, says Jill, the cat didn't do Lagerfeld in for the money? The cat was in on it. Somebody else has come up with that one, Shola, and says, and has written the will itself. You can't trust cats. You know what they're like. Evil things. Yes, wait a minute. They all probably ganged together and somebody said, listen, can you get us some stuff to put in his drink? And I'll just carry it back and go, meow, meow, love you, Mr. Lagerfeld. But I love you too. You're so, and the cat's going, it worked. So you can imagine, if there was such a thing as an evil cat, it could actually do something like that. I see no reason why cats can't communicate. Of course they can. They must do. They talk to each other. Although somebody says, when the cat dies, the staff should take it to a taxidermist and have robotic implants fitted into it. Jobs for life. Yeah. I never thought about that, actually. What a terrible thing. But fancy leaving it to the cat. Oh, I mean, you could have left it to, I don't know, so many different things. So many different things. And, Steve, in one interview, the Begum woman declared she was shocked by the UK's decision to revoke it. Of course she is. She's stupid. She's thick. She's untrustworthy. Previously, she declared she wasn't fazed by severed human heads. Strange sets of values, says Mike. Yes, absolutely. She's now changing her thing. No, when I said I do have sympathy for all the people who lost their lives and parents and loved ones. Well, shame you didn't say that first time around, dear. And also, people are going, oh, she was a grade A student. She's way ahead of the pack, believe you me. Let's face it, she managed to convince her dumb parents that she was going off and they didn't follow her. Perhaps she wrote to them. She also claimed she didn't have a telephone. I didn't know they were that backward in ISIS. I mean, how on earth do they communicate with each other? The answer is, of course, they do. Who is Karl Lagerfeld, says Michael. Nobody. I mean, seriously, Michael, if you're that thick, you need to stay in that hospital, don't you? I mean, there's no point in coming out. I'm gonna have a word with matron. She'll make sure you're tied to the bed. Make it a lot easier. They did a thing on the television. It was one of those great David Dimbleby programmes where he goes around the country looking at... Or I've seen bits of it before, but it's very good. And at one point, he went to a lunatic asylum. And before you say, but you can't say that, that's what they called it. That's what it says. A lunatic asylum. And it housed, I think, about 3,500 people. It's now derelict. And what are they going to turn it into? Luxury housing. I mean, seriously, they went round there. It's had a caretaker for God knows how long, and I thought there are loads of these sort of places where if you didn't know what to do with somebody years ago, you shoved them in a place like that. They went to the loony bin. That's what happened. You know, people used to go. Victorian Day Out was going down to laugh at the people wandering around in circles talking to themselves. It was seriously that bad. Now, of course, we know differently. But we don't have that. The Conservative government got rid of all these asylums and people looking after them. Because there used to be one down the road from me. In fact, my grandmother died in it, so I know all about it. My father went down there to see her on a few occasions because it was his mother, but she didn't know who he was at all. She had no idea, and that was the trouble. There was no treatment. There's one in East Sussex worth visiting, Hellingley, near Hailsham and Polegate. Is it open to the public? Oh right. Oh, it's like right. It's a tourist attraction. I wonder if this was this one actually, Hellingley. What does it look like? Can you show me a picture of it? It might even be this one. I'm not sure because he went inside. Actually, it's the same one. It is this one. And the reason I know it is because this giant hall here, where there's a stage at the end, a stage set. That's how I know it was there. Wow. Hospital opened at a cost of $353,000. That's the one actually. That's the one. Isn't it amazing? A lunatic asylum. That's what they were called. Lunatic asylums. Mind you, we used to have the Spastic Society. Do you remember? I remember those, even when I first started work. So, now called Scope, exactly. But the new medium secure unit opened 2012 with 46 beds. Plans are underway for more units alongside the new housing. That'll be nice. So you can have housing there as well. But it's a huge building. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. They're like these big Victorian places. It also had its own electric tramway, Hellingley Hospital Railway. Never had a hospital radio station, though, did it? That would have been the thing to have. Where's he gone with my teacup? I only ask because he's does he just go off chatting to people? We think that's what he does. Oh no, he's here now. We mustn't say anything. He's lonely outside. So, no, I'm not going to mention it. So it's, thanks. It's great. Thank you very much. Great to see you on a Thursday. Like working with a mute. He can't get out the door. He pushes the button, but it doesn't want to open for him. You know why? It doesn't have the correct accreditation. Sorry, I've just got to drink some water. I've got to drink some water. Did he just wag his finger? Did he just wag his finger? Is it? Oh, yeah, no, there's milk in that fridge there, which is fine. Yeah. Why do you always look so pained when it's such a straightforward thing? It's so easy. All you have to do is go, I'm going up to the 4th floor, Steve, to go and get some milk for you. That's all you have to say. I don't... We've got 5... What's in this? What's in my tea? That's fine, is it? Don't start that one. No, there'll be milk up on the 4th floor. I promise you there will be. There always is. I've always managed to find it, especially over Christmas. So. The Antiques Roadshow expert, John Bly, says he never did the programme sober. I don't know how drunk he was supposed to be. John says, what if I get my cat to get Carl's cat pregnant? I don't think your cat will be allowed anywhere near Carl's cat. But it's bizarre, isn't it, that people leave that. We've had that before. People love their animals so much that they leave them money. I've had people... in the news before saying, oh, we left enough money for somebody to look after the cat and to pay its medical bills and all this kind of stuff because it was such a good companion to me. But of course, cats aren't. Cats aren't good companions. They do what they want to do. Dogs are good companions. But cats couldn't care less. They just, as long as somebody's feeding them, they will go where they're being fed. They're that. Is that George Ezra? Is that George? I think that's George. We don't know who it is. We think it's George Ezra. It could be. And he's had one hit. And Jack Whitehall is there. I bet Jack Whitehall's mum's going, who are all these people, dear? And he's gone, I don't know, Mummy. I've got no idea at all. You wait, I tell you. It's a lot of people like it. Yeah, we got an award. Yeah, people like awards. They really do. Also, there is a myth that Jack the Ripper's victims were prostitutes. They're now claiming they weren't. Well, I don't know what they were doing wandering around the smoky-laden streets of the East End and other places. But they've got a big feature. There must be a book out, I suppose. Or a film or something. Holly Willoughby has made a big brouhaha about ending £500,000 deal with the diet drink. Obviously, she said, I want to spend more time with my family, but now I've trousered the money, thank you very much indeed. And she's left the way open for her to go back, so when she needs more money, she can just go back in there and earn some money. James reckons that Hellinglee's lunatic asylum is haunted. You've heard suggestions. Oh, don't tell me she's been down there, has she? Oh, is there anybody there? Would you like to make yourself known to us? Ooh, ooh. Oh, it's speaking to us. What are you trying to say? Can you help us? Are you a spirit trapped? Ooh. Oh, you're the producer. Oh, well, there we go. That's nice, isn't it, really? Sorry, somebody's tied the producer up here. Can we get him untied so we can film the next bit of brouhaha? Yeah, of course it's not haunted. There is no such thing as haunted. There's no such thing. On this site, in Leicester Square, years ago, as you know, was a house. In fact, there were two houses. It's so big. Huge houses. And one of them housed a doctor. And that doctor used to buy bodies. At dead of night, the grave robbers would come a-knocking. And that's it. And I've never seen anything that vaguely resembles, something that's haunted. It's ridiculous, honestly. Paul in Bournemouth says you can imagine the cat sitting in a large chair stroking Carl whilst plotting to take over the world. Cue evil cat meow. Steve, I used to have a luxury flat in Knapsbury Park in St Albans, which was on the site of a former mental hospital. Well, the Imperial War Museum is on the site of Bedlam, which was a mental hospital. So that's built on the same site. What do you say, Bethlehem? It's Bedlam. Oh, right. Well, you can't say Bethlehem. That's blasphemy. Bethlehem wouldn't have a mental hospital called Bethlehem. What are you on about? I know it was, but I'm not helping him out. I don't want him to be right on anything. He's the AP. 2 little letters sum him up. Sit. So that sounds quite nice. A luxury flat, as opposed to what? A naff, run-down flea pit of a place. Steve, paying to watch people wandering around aimlessly talking to themselves. You only need to sit in the middle of Leicester Square for that. I love people watching. Big people watcher. Big people watcher. Absolutely love it. It's funny, isn't it, really? You get sort of some people don't like doing things like that. I could sit there forever with a cup of tea in one hand, or on the table, just watching people go past. It would make my day. The water's very nice this morning. Very nice. Not as cold as it could be, but it's nice. No, I'm not complaining. No, I never complain, honestly. You know me. I just mention something the once and then it's forgotten. I never dredge it up again. Many. Jasmine says, do you think if that millionaire cat would have to pay cat support if it gets another cat pregnant, they'll be making sure that it's got no chance of doing anything, let me tell you. I just think it's hilarious it is giving it to a cat, but there you go. Anyway, coming up the news at 5 o'clock, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast here on LBC. So now Bangladesh doesn't want that ghastly piece of work, Shamina. Perhaps her parents could go and live there and take her in. Perhaps we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Also, the people who scale, 2 of them, are cramming every 3 minutes past 5. My friend JK says, oi, stop stealing our milk, because they're up on the 4th floor. You don't need it. Goodness sake, honestly, there's enough for all of us. Actually, the funny thing is, nobody comes down here to nick our milk, but we go upstairs to nick their milk. Actually, you could use the 5th floor as well. They've always got loads of milk. But if JK's only got a little bit of milk, he likes his cup of tea in the morning and his cup of coffee, so we can't start stealing it. Actually, of course, if he doesn't see us, we can get away with it. Poor soul, honestly. Bless his heart. Looking good. I've got you on your Twitter doing a dance with Kelly Brook. I didn't even know you could dance. Comes as a big surprise to me. Darren in Croydon says, what are the purposes of wasps? Well, what are the purposes of loads of things? What's the purposes of stingrays? They don't do anything. What's the purpose of sharks? What do they do? So, they need to go on an anger management course. Imagine if you could control them, if you really could. And Shola says, you've never seen anything haunted in the building. Have you seen your face in the mirror? Right, you're in trouble. That's being passed on straight away. That's a gross insult. How do you know? I'm a stunning-looking person, so I'm on radio. Lorna says, we're having trouble finding a good magician to entertain at a wedding in June. Contact the Magic Circle. Very simple. They have a list of magicians. Contact the Magic Circle. There you go. You'll find them. You find them on the internet. And I wouldn't be up for it. I'm not a performer. I'm a collector. So, yeah, just contact the Magic Circle and say we're looking for a magician. Tell them what sort of thing you want, and they can let you know what's available. Simple as that. That applies to anybody. It was the Bethlehem Royal Hospital near West Wickham, which was then known as Bedlam, part of the Maudsley Hospital Group, says Malcolm. I know. I know what it was. I was just trying to wind up the AP, because he was going, oh, I think I'm going Bethlehem, nothing worse than a know-all on a programme, isn't there? Where, his role in life is not to be a know-all. It's not to be a know. It's not in your best interest to try and make the presenter look stupid. It's in your best interest to make the presenter look good, and to make, and to help them and give them the information, not go, actually, it was known as Bethlehem. Like you're trying to supersede me and make me feel as though I'm not as intelligent as maybe you think you are. Simple as that. I don't. What did he say? He said he's not intelligent. No, well, I know you're not. I know you're not. Because you've just risked my wrath by sort of inflaming me, by sort of making me look silly. You shouldn't have said anything at all. It would have been a lot easier. Now I'm going to worry about that all day, that you know things that I don't know. You are. I know you are. You're going to make another mistake today, and then on the third one, the cock will crow, and that will be it. Okay. Steve, the Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras is here in Sydney next month. Maybe the cat's the main attraction. Can you imagine you put it on a float? Put it on a float. I mean, the richest cat in the world. I have to think about that one. Steve, just checked yesterday's lottery, and because the rollover wasn't won, it was divided. Wait a minute, I'm getting confused then. So wait a minute. Just checked yesterday's lottery. What, you mean? Oh, that's the UK lottery. And because it was divided, so for only 3 numbers, you got £153. Well, on the Euro Millions, for 3 numbers, it was £1,500. So, 153 quid, says this one here. Good start to the day, you think? Grace says, dogs come when called. Cats will take your number and get back to you. Yeah, exactly. Cats don't want to do anything. All cats do is just sleep. You could pick our cat up at home, when we had a cat, and it would carry on sleep. You could hold it with one hand, and it would drape itself either side of your palm, and it would still be asleep. Seriously. And apparently, Yorkshire Tea have just brought out a new tea, and it's tea and biscuits flavour. It supposedly tastes exactly like tea and biscuits, without the biscuits. Yeah, right. What was the purpose of that, actually? Did you end up finding the love sausage? Yes. Yes. Well, no, and I did have one, and then very kindly M&S sent me one, and they never reappeared in the shops. They never turned up ever again. I think it was just a ruse. I think they only ever made 3 or 4 or something like that. What was the other one? Homegrown Stars bring in a touch of glamour. The half-hour walk and the vegan cream egg. Does that make any difference? Does it have to be vegan cream egg? I don't know. Can't remember what's in it. Well, the milk taste. Well, actually, because it's Cadbury's, it's an American company anyway. It's an American company anyway. And then the man who blacked up and sang Mammy to a black work colleague. That was a song that was made famous by, God, I can't remember. It was Mammy, Mammy, the sun shines east, the sun shines west. Al Jolson. And Al Jolson blacked up. He blacked up to do these songs. And in fact, Brian Connolly was Jolson. It was at the Victoria Palace. I remember seeing it on numerous occasions. Very good show, very good show. And there were loads of films made about him as well. He was a real person. Which is good, but this man did it. It just seems a bit odd nowadays because everybody's got camera phones. Somebody's going to take a picture and they're going to send it into the newspapers, and that's why people get themselves into trouble. And he's gotten himself into trouble. Shorter papers again today. If I tell you for about the umpteenth time, no Express and no Daily Star. I begin to wonder if we're paying for these things. They just don't kind of make it. Or perhaps they arrive in. A picture of this very silly man. He's scaled the 784 landmark Pinnacle residential building under construction and says, we want to push ourselves, we'd only live once. So they're standing on this, it makes me feel ill to watch it, they're standing on a girder, he's holding on it, just supposing the thing broke or something, I don't know. Dreadful. He was oblivious to the danger. It was, if he fell, obviously they'd be killed instantly. But they did it, and the makers of the crane, or the owners of the crane, said, we are going to tighten up security. Bit stupid, actually, not to have tightened it up until now. What do you think? Nobody's going to climb it. There are always people like this, the idiots, who, one half of you thinks, don't do it, it's making me feel ill. And the other half's thinking, why don't you just fall off? Perhaps it'll be a deterrent. But people who want to do this kind of thing do it because they're adrenaline junkies. And so they walked all the way along to the arm at the end. Right, I mean, frightens the life out. I don't know what to think about it. Leslie Joseph is very pleased that Birds of a Feather is over. She didn't want to play Dorian in a Zimmer frame. The actress is also relieved because it means she can eat again and not have to squeeze into her skimpy outfits. But she says, I don't think Birds is coming back. It's come to a natural end. It's a shame, but it's very hard work getting into the shape for Dorian. I mean, she's tiny, I can tell you. I mean, she's tiny. She's very, very like Bar Windsor. Very like Bar Windsor. We're really, really slim. Really slim. Some people are just lucky like that. I don't think Barbara Windsor, I don't think has ever exercised or done anything like that. She's just naturally a little frame. Just naturally a little frame. I'm insanely jealous. I'm ridiculous. I can't do anything like that. Oh, look, it's first picture of the baby. We've seen Shamima Begin's baby boy, if indeed it is her baby boy, if indeed she ever was pregnant. We don't know. But the ISIS bride's baby will be welcome in Britain on his own, not with her. So the baby can come. We don't want her. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. Her husband's from the Netherlands, and I think he's in prison, although Diane Abbott stuck her sixpenneth in, hasn't she? You never know, actually, whether or not Diane Abbott is talking the biggest load of hogwash you've ever heard, or she's off with the fairies. Bit difficult to tell. The cat that got the cream of their owner's fortunes, not the first one. Wealthy American Ellen left £230,000 of her estate to her cats, Troy and Tiger. Beryl Reid left her £1 million house to her 5 pets. After she died, they'd all been strays. Hamish, Coco, Boone, Tufnell and Eileen's inheritance means they didn't need to worry about getting turfed back onto the streets. Wow. Margaret Lane left £100,000. It's nothing like Karl Lagerfeld with Choupette. Choupette. I mean, it sort of just looks like a cat. I mean, I don't think it's got any more loyalty to him, but if he wanted to believe that, that's fine, than it had to anybody else. Leon Shepherd, Frisco and Jake, and they got left 4,270 square foot house, and £190,000 fortune. Freddie Mercury planned to leave everything to Mary and the cats, and so that's exactly what happened. So it was Mary who gave him 3 of them. Tom, Jerry, Tiffany, Mary, and the 6 Moggies who outlived him inherited half of his £75 million estate. There you go. Families running for their lives. The ceiling came down. There were people underneath. The Pontins clubhouse roof collapses. I've never been to a Pontins. I don't know what it's like. I've never been to a Butlins either. What they're like. People. I mean, I've heard of people going to these sort of places year in, year out, but just doesn't interest me. Although, when I was younger, it probably would have interested me. What have we got? We've got, who else turned up at the Brit Awards? Gemma Atkinson and Gorka Marquez. I don't know what they're doing there. Seriously. It doesn't make any sense at all to me to invite people who aren't even in the business. Bros taking it very seriously, so Matt can't move his face. Seriously, that's why he doesn't smile. The hair, it's all very peculiar. If only he'd lighten up. If only he'd lighten up. Do you remember a couple of years ago there was a guy in the building opposite LBC and he would hang around the window with no clothes on? Yes, we used to have that. You could look. His flat overlooked our studio, and we could look out the window and go, "You got no clothes on? You got no clothes?" Seriously, you could. It was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. Whatever happened to him, I've got no idea. This was at the old building. At the old building. Yeah, it was very odd actually, because you could see them, and the producer. We used to have a competition to see. We go, he's coming into the room, and he didn't think that we could see him. Well, he obviously never crossed his mind. Never crossed his mind at all. So here we are, more prawn than human. Rag and Bone Man, Caroline Flack. I don't know what she was doing there. Seriously, I really got no idea. Lily Allen was there in a, I don't know. Emma Bunton always looks nice. Jess Glynn, and the Best British Album winners, the 1975. Doesn't make any sense at all to me. And here's a picture of Leanne Payne, again. What are you doing there? And Florence Welsh. Is she from Florence and the Machine? Florence Welsh, she is, isn't she? Yes, I thought so. And Little Mix, about the best dressed we've seen them in a long while. Best dressed. And then there's a picture of Dua Lipa. Very odd outfit, but it's a picture of Matt Goss looking as miserable as sin, mainly going, don't worry, bruv, because next year this will be us. And Luke's gone, oh, do one, mate, why don't you? Of course it's not going to be us next year. They're never going to get back into the charts. I can confidently make that prediction, because they need to recultivate people. and sort of get different people. I went to the Brits. No sign of Matt Cardle this year, but I did see Steve Brookstein. Cream eggs are no good for diabetics. I don't eat cream eggs. Don't eat cream eggs. I give them to them next door, and they don't eat them all the time. Except Scottish boy got a bit carried away with it and sort of had it and went, oh, you still got it? Yeah, still got it. Next minute, gone. The old thing. You on fruit drive? What have you had? One satsuma. It's very good to see. Fruit, much better for you. Much better for you. Much. I did fruit yesterday. We did the strawberries and the nardicots. And I've got a few nardicots today. I haven't got very many, actually. But I've got little ones. Mine are really quite small. 5:15 is the time. What do we do every day? We get you to work as quick as possible, although, to be honest with you, with the fact that the kids are on holiday, it's easy peasy to get on buses and trains. So with the information on the road, I always like it when people leave a message for people who they've left behind. And this is the BBC journalist Rachel Bland, who wrote a moving memoir as a gift for her son, Freddie, because the one thing that you don't do, and even, many of you listening will testify to this. You don't know anything about your parents. You don't know anything about your parents at all. You don't know how many people they went out with before they found each other. You don't know, where they went for their courting and all that. You don't know anything about it. Because unless you ask your parents, they're not going to tell you. And yet, really, you should be interested. But in this particular case, because he's only a little lad, he's very little. I think he was three when she died. He will forget. He will forget. And this is a reminder that this is what his mum was. So he'll be able to look back. There'll be photos and there'll be DVDs and stuff like that. And she wrote things like, really, it's quite heartbreaking. Look around you for true beauty. I've already told you about checking up to the stars and looking for mummy there. And that's the kind of thing. And I remember saying to my brother's girls, do you remember, Granny and things, and of course they did, but it changes, and because he was so young when it happened, it will become a bit bland. But her last final gift was she gave him some advice. She said, be kind, be good, be strong, be true, my Freddie. And you think to yourself, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. And the book, I think, is available now. It's called For Freddie, A Mother's Final Gift to Her Son by Rachel Bland. And they donate some of the proceeds to the charity Breast Cancer. It really is tragic. But the advantage is, and I know it might seem somewhat peculiar, somebody asked me the other day, if you had a serious illness, a terminal illness, would you talk about it? Absolutely! That's the whole idea of having a radio programme. Because you won't be the only one who's ever had anything like that. And if people have listened to a programme for any length of time, then sort of people sort of have an affinity to you, and you can help people through it. A friend of mine at the moment, her mother is dying. She's 92. She's not got very much longer. They put her on morphine. And you feel like sort of saying, and I said to her the other day, I said, listen, she's had a great innings. And I suddenly realised what a stupid thing that was to say. You want your parents to live forever. Never works like that. 92, I thought was brilliant. My friend, JK, started writing all sorts of peculiar things now. And, I'll be there. I'll be there, matey. Do you know, I can't do where'd you get the thumbs up emoji from? Is that on your telephone, the thumbs up one? When you get that? Is that on? Oh, right, that's okay. So, I shall be there. I shall be there. Don't pull out. Don't pull out of not going there. I've got 4 dates in my diary at the moment. I don't like having dates in my diary. It frightens me. It means that there is more chance of me forgetting things, which I do all the time. The lead singer of the 1975 Matt Healy is the son of Denise Welch. Ian, what are you listening to? We've already told you this. We know exactly who he is. I just don't know who the group is. I don't know any of their music. I don't want to know anything of their music. If you move house, your dog will happily follow, but your cat will prefer to stay in the old house if the new folk will have them, says Billy. They're very territorial cats, aren't they? Very territorial, but, And Colin in Stockton-on-Tees, no, I can't, but I would love to have gone, but I can't, unfortunately, because of work. Holly says, Rudyard Kipling once wrote, but the wildest of all wild animals was the cat. He walked by himself, and all places were alike to him. In other words, if you don't look after me properly, I'll move in with somebody else. Yeah, well, they do. If you have a cat come to your door, the one thing you don't want to do is feed it, because it will come back to your door. It will go, food. I can get food whenever I turn up. Oh, they're very devious cats. Very devious. Steve, would the Begum terrorist still want to come here if she wasn't going to get police protection and anonymity? Says Andrew. No. She knows that she would get benefits and a house, and we'd be paying for her. Well, I don't want to pay for her. I don't want to pay for her. I really don't. I really, really don't. Can't think of anything worse. Why would you want to? Why would you want to? It's like inviting somebody in who worked at Auschwitz going, oh, you come here, you can have as many benefits as you want. No, thank you. We don't want you here. We know what you are, you know. But as I say, don't ever think she was tricked. She's a grade A student. She knew exactly what she was doing. She actively sought them out. And then because she suddenly thought, oops, this is getting a bit hairy, she wants to come back here so I can bring my child up. We don't want you. We don't mind the child, but we're having nothing to do with you. Jan and John, a wonderful wedding day. Jan is our wild and crazy receptionist at the surgery, and she's had a whirlwind romance in her 60s from her colleagues at a surgery in Kent. So Jan and John, there you go. My accountant, Steve, is celebrating his 30th wedding anniversary, and they're going off to... Where are they going to? They're going to Spain, I think, somewhere in Spain. Sounds lovely. And they're going to go down there, but he gave me the great advice. Alan says, haven't heard you moan about Katie Price for a while. Well, nobody cares about her anymore. Unless she features in the newspapers, I never mention them. I can only mention them if somebody features in the papers, and nobody's bothered featuring her. She's an old has-been now. She's finished. You know, she's bringing out, apparently, a set of children's clothes. She hasn't even asked the father of the children who she's using, because they're her children as well, but you're supposed to ask both people. So, terrible. Beautiful book called Late Fragments by Kate Gross, who in her final months wrote a... Kate Gross. Goss, do you mean? Do you mean Goss? So she died of cancer, and now her husband's leading research into breath biopsy for early cancer detection. Yeah, it's Goss, isn't it? Kate Goss, I think. Did she write a book? I know the boys wrote a book. Well, in fact, Luke wrote a book. Matt hasn't done anything at all, but just swears a lot. That's all you can see. So was there a book called Late Fragments? We're just having a quick check on Amazon. That's it. Do you know... It is Kate Gross. Who's Kate? Oh, right. So she's nothing to do with the boys. Oh, right. So, I'm sorry, I thought I'm at cross purposes here. This isn't the Bros Boys. We're talking... Oh, right, somebody completely different. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's nice that people put things down. Steve, says Mike, if somebody can make a tea that tastes like tea and biscuits, any chance they can make it taste like Prosecco? I don't think I'd want a cup of tea that tastes like Prosecco. Richard said, near Coulston in Surrey, there were 2 excellent mental homes that are now huge private housing estates. I went to a nurses' party at Cane Hill, which enjoyed delightful Malaysian girls. The loss of the homes and the nurses, very sad for the area. Well, the one that my grandmother died in was down in Ealing, very near South Ealing. No, very near sort of West Ealing, I think, and the hospital there. And it had a sort of, I don't know, it was like a sanatorium, people just wandering around in corridors. It was very depressing. Very, very depressing. I didn't like it at all. I only went in there a few times and didn't want to go again. Thank you very much indeed. What do we got? Homegrown stars bringing a British touch of glamour. We can do glamour, we're just going to put a mind to it. We won't take the jihadi bride either, says Bangladesh. And the moment she found out, I couldn't care less about her. She's a devious little so-and-so. She really is. So, you know, what could happen next? I mean, under I think it's the 1981 British Nationality Act, somebody can be stripped of their citizenship if the Home Secretary is satisfied it would be conducive to the public good. So it's very interesting. The power was extended by the Immigration Act. In the past 2 years, 194 people have been issued with deprivation orders, mainly because they were terrorists, extremists and serious criminals. Crucially, they can only be issued to those with dual nationality because leaving a suspect stateless would breach international law. So does she have dual nationality? That is the big question. Not according to her family's lawyer. She was born in the UK, her birth was registered here, and she's only held a British passport. But the 19-year-old mother has Bangladeshi parents, and under Bangladeshi laws is automatically eligible to citizenship up to the age of 21. So there you go. And how did she react? A bit upsetting and frustrating. It's a bit unjust on me and my son. I'm sorry, are you really thick? Oh, you really think, what, you seriously think that because your husband, was committing atrocities, it's like, oh, you pop back in, darling, whenever you feel like it. I feel it's a bit unjust on me and my son. Don't bring him into it. You're the one who got himself intentionally pregnant. Can she appeal? Yeah, of course she can. Can she? However, last year the government lost a case against 2 British Bangladeshis stripped of their citizenship. Will it be concluded swiftly? Probably not. 2 years they could drag this out for, quite easily. And the baby? Little bit complicated. And the public reaction? Mr. Javid will widely be applauded by the public, who are appalled that someone who's joined IS and supported their atrocities should be allowed back into the country. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Nobody likes her. She'll be a target. She'll be a target in this country. She really will be. The moment the public find out where she lives, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. George Galloway likened claims of anti-Semitism against Labour to the work of Joseph Goebbels as he applied to rejoin the party. It's a horrible mess. And I wouldn't mind if it was just the Labour Party, but it's not. It's not. It's the Conservative Party as well. It's a dreadful, dreadful mess. Really is. Still to come, Stripes proved there were no flies on zebras and fined the man who blacked up and sang Mammy to a black work colleague. And we take all of your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And also this vegan cream egg. It's the first batch. It's a small company from Cottingham, near Hull. They started selling them in their coffee shop. Since then become available online. And they're called Mummy Meags, Meagz. Not the easiest thing to remember, but if you go on there, you will find them. And they've got their cruelty-free cream eggs, which they launched 5 years ago. Cruelty-free cream eggs. I'll have to work that one out a little bit later on. I'll tell you more about that. And as I say, this man, Brian Davis, who blacked up at the Work Party, not looking promising for him today, as he's in 90% of the papers. Well, I didn't mean that. 27 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I'm surprised, says Donald, you think Katie Price is a has-been. I thought you'd have her down as a never was. Listen, that's my second line. Let's not judge her solely on her mind and personality. Look on the bright front. I know, she now thinks that the public are going to buy these kids' clothes. I mean, I don't think they are. Shirley, we know of old, as I say. I was casting director on Jolson. First musical I did, Paul Elliott, the producer, offered it to me after I cast a production of Rebecca for his company. I knew a lot of the songs. My mother was a great Jolson fan and taught me a lot of them. Prior to that, as we all know, Shirley was casting at Thames Television, mostly sitcoms. Of all the work I did, Jolson was my shining hour. Posters in my hall. Brian Connolly was born for the role. I know. Well, he's currently born for the role in 9 to 5. He's doing 9 to 5. We like Brian Connolly. We like him a lot. I could tell you some very rude stories about Brian Connolly, but I can't repeat them. He's got those gorgeous children. Seriously, I mean, I say that with some surprise. I don't know why, actually. And John says, how much airtime do you think is wasted by callers saying, thank you for taking my call and how are you? Oh, the how are you is the classic one. People come on the line and they go, hello, how are you? And every time people go, I'm fine. You think once you'd heard it the first time round, you wouldn't want to hear it the second time round, but there you go. People are always polite. We're very polite in this country. We ask about everything. Hello, how are you? I'm very good, thank you. I'm very good. Are you feeling well? I am well. That'll be the first thing that my boss says to me today. How are you? How's everything going? That's what he'll say to me. I can guarantee, probably not necessarily actually, I should have said that because he'll now change it completely. But, I always like that. We're always very polite in the business. You can't help it. You just say to somebody, hello, if I've not seen somebody for a week or a couple of days or something like that, I always go, how are you? And they go, great. My friend Mr. M is doing his programme from up the country today. They all went up on a bus the other day to celebrate his birthday, which apparently is tomorrow. I don't know where they've gone to. They went to Ellen, is it a place called Ellen Road or something? Is that Leeds? Is that a football club? Ah, that's why. And he's from there. Ah, that's why, actually. Steve, why do these ISIS brides dress like Terry Jones from The Life of Brian? Is it some sort of weird fashion statement? Listen, I've got no idea. I just, every day another revelation, and every day something else starts. Dave says, has anybody asked Ms. Bagan what happened to the other 2 girls who joined her in Syria? Well, I think one was blown up, and I think there's another one, but we don't know where she is. Oh, you don't think she cares about them, do you? Oh, no, little madam is only interested in herself. Not interested in anybody else. In fact, I don't think she's been asked about them. which is very odd. But we noticed she's changing her story somewhat. Oh, I'm sorry, that people lost that. Yeah, right. Crocodile tears. Crocodile tears. Here's the reveller. He's in all the papers today. He'll be thrilled. His name's Brian Davis. He blacked up at a work Christmas do and sang an Al Jolson song in front of a black colleague. Yesterday, he's been convicted of racially harassing her. Apparently, Brian Davis told Loretta Doyley he had a present for her and then appeared in costume from the controversial black and white minstrel show. Although, to be honest with you, their costumes were far more elaborate. He danced around the table singing songs from the TV programme, with the majority aimed at his black co-worker. Mrs. Doyley left in tears, saying she purposely felt singled out. He was later charged with racially aggravated harassment. Yesterday fined £120. He'd organised the party for health workers from the Priory Group at a pub restaurant in Ely, Cardiff, in December. But he had insisted, Miss Doyle, it's beginning to sound a bit bad, isn't it? He insisted that she join. She appears to have been the only black person there, and he said, I've got something for you. Now, either he's not thinking properly, or he's incredibly stupid. But she was there. It initially featured inoffensive games and quizzes, but then he vanished with a friend before returning blacked up, sang a number of lines from the black and white minstrel show, directed the majority of it towards Miss Doyley. He was captured with a boater, black gloves and white coat, singing songs like Mammy. He then sang and danced his way around a table holding a white cane, giving evidence. Catering worker Miss Doyley says, I just felt really, really embarrassed. She told the court that everyone was roaring with laughter as he sang and danced in the pub. She said, I couldn't believe what he was doing. And she turned to her colleagues, telling them this is not funny. And she left the pub in tears. So, directing her comments at Davis, Miss Doyley told the court, you were mocking me and you humiliated me in front of all the people. Everybody was laughing. And I just saw them laughing at me because your actions were directed at me. She was supported by some colleagues, but told by another not to get Brian in trouble. When he returned to work the following Monday, he told Miss Doyley, I thought you were one of the girls, but obviously I was wrong. And the court heard that he told the arresting officers, are you serious? I only dressed up. He said he was dumbfounded by the allegations, but anyway, had to pay £300 costs and a £30 victim surcharge. So there you go. You can't do it. You can't do it. More on, oh baby, what a shower. And this is Meghan and her pals enjoying a New York party at a luxury hotel. Who's paying for this? I've got no idea. But I'm assuming, because I didn't know. Did you know? Every time you see a picture of William or Kate or Harry or Meghan probably attending something, do you know they get paid for that? That's what's called a paid gig. If he has to dress up, there's a little bit more. So last year, Harry, for turning up to his own charity things, gets paid $3 million. Why dollars? I've got no idea. But anyway, he gets paid $3 million. I thought they were doing it out of love of the job. No. It's a paying job. It's a gig. If he goes off to do one of his, many sort of charity things, that's paid. That's paid. Unbelievable. And then we have to cough up to get him back on a private plane. I don't think so, honestly. Stranger things in heaven and earth. I found this restaurant which you might be interested in. It's on a South African beach. It's called Wolfgat. And they offer a 7-course tasting menu. Always a bit like going to Heston Blumenthal's or something like that. This is £46. Picked for the honour at the inaugural World Restaurant Awards in Paris. It opened 2 years ago. It's got 6 staff who have no formal training and 20 people at a sitting. Dishes have included twice-cooked lava seaweed and angelfish with bokum sambal. The head chef says, I don't feel worthy. My staff who go out every day gathering herbs, succulents and dune spinach should be here. It's their baby. There's another one here. Have you heard this one? I've never heard of this place. Noble Rot in London. Apparently a bottle of wine can cost up to £4,500. I nearly said a rude word then. I thought, whoo. But apparently that was named as the best red wine serving restaurant. £4,500. Is any wine worth? I suppose for experts and connoisseurs, it probably is. Dali says, do you get scared of your boss? No. We have an understanding. I sit there and listen, and he talks to me. I then, at some point in the proceedings, will crack a funny joke and make him laugh, and then we always part on good company. Always part on good. We never part on not good company. That's, that's how it works, isn't it? You're supposed to respect the people that you work with. And I think we're singing from the same hymn sheet. I say that because I know he's going to be listening, and I think he says, I don't think so, Steve. The hymn you'll be singing is, "Oh God, our help in ages past." Just repeat the first line, and that'll be the one that gets us through the week. So, no, you don't get scared of a boss. I've never heard of anybody being scared of a boss. Not scared of a boss, it's just that, he will offer advice, and we can talk about just about anything. Well, not really just about anything. You only ask a person, "How are you, Steve?" if you know them personally. It's an irritating American affectation. I do that. People always say that. "How are you?" The producer says to me, "Hello, Steve." He sounds very similar to my big boss. "Hello, Steve, how are you?" And I always go, I'm fine. It's like you come in on the Monday morning, and there'll be somebody in that office this morning. "How are you? What did you do yesterday?" Same every day. Don't like to say, really. Makes me sound a little bit mean. But people always say that. Mike Dickin. People who say, "How are you?" and he'd go, "My health is not in question." And ironically, and I know someone who doesn't know me. I know someone who doesn't ask how I am back at me. So rude. Well, who's that? Is that me? Who's that? Who is it? Oh, we're going to tell. Oh, we did that yesterday. Every day. That's awful, isn't it? I don't tend to ask people, unless they're looking a bit ill and a bit sick. I tend not to ask people, "How are you today?" Because by the time you've heard it on the phone in about 300 times, it's, you learn little sort of tricks. Not necessarily tricks, you learn sort of to deflect something. There's no point in sort of somebody coming on saying, "How are you?" and you go, "I'm fine." The next person says, "How are you?" You feel like saying, "I'm sorry, have you just turned on the programme? Listen to the last person. I'm fine. I've already said I'm fine." I get quite irritated. And yet the British are the first people to start talking about their health, the weather. We always moan, don't we? Oh, it's dreadful. I mean, I moan more than most, but there again, I get paid for it. I'm paid for moaning. I quite like moaning. I think it's very healthy. It's very good for you. We were talking the other day. Who was I talking to? Oh, I was talking to my accountant, and he said, "Have you ever thought about retiring?" I thought, well, you know that question and answer. And so I said, what would I do? You would sit there staring at the walls. I've said this to my brother. "Oh, Steve, would you?" And I'm not sure he's pushing me to sort of go, "Oh, yes, perhaps I should." And so I did, what would I do? I'd sit there staring at the walls. Apart from that, it would take years to get my sleeping habit back into going to bed at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, 10 o'clock at night, honestly, makes me sound like a bit of a stop out. But at the moment, it can get to, yesterday, it was 4:45 where I climbed into bed. And I was out like that, out for I loved it. I don't have any trouble sleeping. I know that's sickening if you suffer with insomnia and you can't sleep at all, but they do say don't have a drink an hour before you go to bed. Don't eat, don't smoke, don't take coffee. Try and make sure that you get some air during the daytime, so when you finally come to go to bed, you're actually physically tired. And then if the worst comes to the worst, you've got the radio. You can always get... Speech is so much better to listen to than music. So much better, because you listen to the music, you get lulled into a false sense of security, and then all of a sudden, somebody comes and speaks over the top of it. Whereas with speech radio, it's fine. It's fine. Steve says, James, he says, how are you today as part of the classic workplace small talk? I've worked it out. Monday, good weekend. Tuesday, at least Monday's done. Wednesday, I don't think I can say that. Don't think I can say that word. Thursday, nearly the weekend. Oh, right, sorry, hump day. Are you sure? Oh, right, in the middle of the week. Oh, don't believe that at all. Are you sure? You've heard that expression before, have you? Oh, well. Right, we'll be it on your head. And Friday, I've never heard that before. I thought that was something else. Mama do the... What was that, Mama do the hump? Was that Mama do the hump, or was that something else? I like that. Rizzle kicks. And also tell Mr. E to stop nicking your material. Who's Mr. E? Oh, right. Right. Actually, strangely enough, two things that I've had recently on the programme, which I've deliberately done, I've heard somewhere else. I've heard on another radio station, which is in our little group of people on this floor. I remember thinking, wait a minute, that's come from me. I did that the other day, otherwise nobody would have done it. So Wednesday's hump day. Oh, well, another one I missed. The ISIS bride is now a Z-list celebrity. I can't wait to see her dancing on ice in the jungle and Love Island, says Tom. Yes. Richard in Wapping says Brian Hayes used to be very aggressive to callers who said, how are you? Well, Brian was classic clever presenter. Seriously. I mean, LBC has had so many good presenters, so many really, really super presenters who you could learn a lot from if you were thinking of going into the business. Peter Dealey was another one who was just way above it. I like listening to people. I like arguments on the radio. I know it sounds a little bit odd, but it's only because I don't have anybody to talk to. So I'm doing it by myself. But I love the idea that people have an argument and they turn out to be cleverer than the person who thinks they're equipped with all the answers. If you listen to James O'Brien or you listen to Majid, and people like that, you will hear the argument and you think, oh, you're going to wipe the floor with them. They're not going to be happy at the end of the day. And they aren't, but it's always good. Is your boss from Yorkshire? Says Linda. If so, Betty's lovely. Well, he's Teesside. He's very nice. He's very nice. I don't say that because he's nice. He's just, they're all nice. God, I hope he's listening. No, since they're all nice. I've always said that. People always ask me, what are they like? They're always very nice to me. Always very nice. I have to be at my age. You never know how long it goes for. 13 minutes to 6. Every, of course, interesting day today after 3 people defect, as it were, from the Tory party, the turncoat crisis. One of them, the one you've heard of, Anna Soubry, is going to be on LBC this morning from 10, presenting James O'Brien's programme. So you've got 3 hours. It's not just like a quick interview on, so what happened yesterday. 3 hours. You can question her, and it'll be interesting to see the way it goes. This shock development has slashed the embattled PM's Working Commons majority to just 8. Holly Willoughby, who's been taking the money from a fizzy company for 2 years, has pulled the plug because apparently she's got a very busy schedule. And frankly, she doesn't need the money, but she's left the door open so she can go back and take it as well, which is great. She's a very bankable face. Molly King, if ever there was a bad bit of airbrushing, this would be it in the Sun this morning. Apparently, she's now got another relationship. She's 31, for God's sake. It's not like we're dealing with a 3-year-old. It's not like Brooklyn Beckham or something. Also, yes, the royal pals at the New York baby shower. I don't know what a baby shower is, but I seem to remember that 2 of the Drearys from Towie had a baby shower, and they all go round there and they just all have drinks and everything else. In Meghan's case, she's staying in a £58,000 a night suite. I don't know suites could cost that much. Also, you've got the Ramonas, the ones who voted to leave the Tories, and Tom Watson accusing his party of a spiteful response to the defectors he hit out after Jeremy Corbyn. In fact, somebody asked him yesterday, they said, why on earth do you stick with Jeremy Corbyn? He's bad for the Labour Party, and he defended Jeremy Corbyn and said, he was almost appealing to people to actually get them to rejoin the Labour Party. And I thought, it's not going well, is it? It's amazing how many people have been in the Labour Party and now wanted to get out of the Labour Party. Also, the Oscars. Barbara Streisand will guest at the Oscars 50 years after winning a Best Actress award. Believe it or not, Barbara Streisand is 76. I mean, just doesn't bear even thinking about. When the world comes to Barbara Streisand, who's 76, I start thinking, it's just not possible. Rod Liddle, in his column today, talks about the Labour being a party of hate. And he says, at last, 8 brave MPs have got the hell out of the rancid, racist Labour Party. Big step to take. They've devoted their lives to the party, but it's no longer the party it was. It's led by Marxist infants who supported the IRA and still to this day support the appalling socialist regimes in Venezuela and Cuba. Morons who call the genocidal terrorists of Hamas their friends, warped individuals who only see bad things in British history. And the 8 MPs leave a party which is riddled with anti-Semitism from top to bottom, led by a man who laid a wreath at the grave of a Palestinian terrorist and stuck up for a piece of vile anti-Jewish supposed artwork and made the salute of the extremist anti-Jewish Muslim Brotherhood. Oh, and the list is endless. His excuse on every occasion is to portray himself as a cretin who didn't know where he was doing or what he was doing. Investigations into anti-Semitism within the party were an utter sham, conducted by the ludicrous Shami Chakrabarti, who was immediately made Shadow Attorney General by Corbyn, so grateful was he for the whitewash. And incredibly, even after the MPs resigned, Corbyn's allies were saying they were all funded by Israeli money. They can't stop themselves. The only problem is why the 8 didn't immediately join the Liberal Democrats. They all believe in a second referendum on Brexit. They're all social liberals. Why form a new pro-Remainer party when there are so many others to choose from? There you go. And a cleaner sacked for leading a pay protest outside Pip Green's flagship Topshop has won compensation of up to £75,000. They were talking about low wages for agency cleaners. She was on £6.75 an hour and just wanted a few pounds more. But the store had to close its doors for 15 minutes. She was later sacked for her thoroughly irked bosses at Britannia Services Group, accusing her of using social media to whip up support against Topshop. Anyway, she's going to get about 75,000 quid. That'll teach them. Kick 'em where it hurts. Kick 'em where it hurts. Police in America have confirmed they're investigating Philip Green over claims he groped a Pilates instructor. Good Lord, did anybody tell me what happened to the Harvey Weinstein thing? Is that finished? Has that gone away? That's going to be a long... Oh, right. Is it going to be it's going to be a long time, is it? Simple as that. And what we're looking at here... Oh, yes. A statue of a sailor kissing a woman to celebrate the end of World War II has been spray-painted with a hashtag #MeToo. What is it with these people who go around spray-painting? They do it all over the place. Richmond Station is probably one of the worst ones I've ever seen, but it's only because I know that line. And on the right-hand side, as fast as they brown paint over it, within 2 days they're back and they've started spray painting again. Have they thought of maybe putting sort of dogs out, letting them run loose and taking these people out? Because they're obviously able to get in and on the lines and able to spray paint everywhere. Infrared cameras, might one suggest? Because at the moment it's costing more to clean the blooming paint up than it is to do anything else about it. Of which, I mean, it just looks atrocious. These people should be made an example of. Stripped naked, spray painted. Let's do that. A tortoise, thought to have been more than extinct 100 years ago, has been found in the Galapagos Islands. This is a Fernandina giant tortoise with a pink face and a smooth shell. It's adult, female. The discovery was announced by the Ecuadorian minister, Marcelo Mata. And it's one of 15 giant tortoises. Have you been to the Galapagos? You probably haven't, actually. One of our former presenters years ago, Mike Carson, he went to the Galapagos Islands. I mean, it's like stepping back into prehistoric times. It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And fashion right up your Sesame Street. They've got some really weird, funky outfits here, even more bizarre than some of the stuff you see normally. They've also got a lovely picture. You will laugh because the headline is not a very happy ending. When you have to be rescued, stark naked from the front of a massage parlour in broad daylight. Police brought the man's clothes out in a bag. He was taken off to hospital. He rowed with the girl, this punter, so for some reason he then climbs out of a window above a kebab shop. She locks the window. Won't be doing that one again, will he? Poor soul. And I think they forgot something. Britain's new £3 billion aircraft carrier, HMS Queen Elizabeth, is short of crew. What did we just act? Tornadoes. They took the Tornadoes. They were doing a tour of the United Kingdom, 3 of them. We've taken the Tornadoes out, which I thought was immensely sad. The complement of this new HMS Queen Elizabeth is 70 sailors light. It's normally 670 crew. Good God, what do they do? 670 crew. But the Rear Admiral, Jerry Kidd, has raised concerns here. Planners drew up a very lean crew for the carrier, but when the crew started getting up to speed, it was immediately apparent she needed another 70 sailors, maybe more. I thought you just pushed a button and off you went, steering it. I don't think it was that complicated, but apparently it could be. It could be. So Karl Lagerfeld, all the paper, they're now all taking the mickey out of people who leave money to cats. As you all know, we've had our fair share of laughs on this programme, but no, he left it to the cat. I mean, you'd think surely the lawyer would have gone, Mr. Lagerfeld, seriously, you don't want this, do you? And you're going, I love my cat, I want to marry my cat. But you can't do that, because I don't think it's legal to marry cats. But he did. I mean, amazing, isn't it, really? You can leave that. What a waste of money. What a waste of money. You're doing this, you're doing the same? Are you? Wow. Actually, I spoke to a friend of mine. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day, and he said, I'm going to do my will. I said, I told you to do it years ago. It's only because his father's just died, and the funeral is today. He said, and it's prompted me to do a will, which makes it an awful lot easier. And a friend of mine, I'll have to read this, actually, just after the news, because it's my captain, and I love it. I just love it. It's so exciting. So exciting. So we got that, and we got more of your texts and emails this morning. So, I mean, the main topic from 10 o'clock this morning, and probably with Nick as well, I think it's going to be 3 former Tories quitting the party. There could be more Labour, don't know really. Bangladesh doesn't want Shamima either. Columnist Anila Baig highlights that nothing Shamima believes in has got anything to do with Islam. She's deluded. But there again, she's not been radicalised, she's just a bit thick. Although you can't say that because she was a grade A student. But whatever it is, we don't want her back here. Bangladesh doesn't want her back either. In fact, they never wanted her in the first place. Half an hour walk is as good as drugs for blood pressure. John Bly from Antiques Roadshow said he never did the programme sober. I shouldn't be laughing, it's quite serious, really. The Sex Thursday, the 21st of February. So you've only got 7 days till the end of this month. You've also, and I hate having to remind you about anything to do with tax, just remember it goes digital. 1st of April, VAT, you've got to download an app. It's all done differently. But if you're flat rate, it should be fairly simple. Steve, I've just won £153 on the lottery for 3 numbers. I'm thrilled, if not a little bit jealous. And Lee says, when a cat is left that amount of money, £100 million, who's in charge of spending the money? Well, there'll be somebody appointed to look after the cat. There'll probably be a housekeeper. Somebody will have been appointed by the executors of the will, and so they will live in the house. I mean, technically, you could buy all sorts of... you could buy a Bentley for it, or a Rolls Royce, or a Phantom, or something like that, because the cat would have to get from A to B. Oh, well, that's what I'm assuming. I might be wrong. A friend of mine, young Christopher, says, with reference to the recent allegations of content theft from your show to mine, please advise the misinformed accuser I'm not stealing anything. I'm merely carrying out further investigations on your behalf. With reference to the cream egg, or is it creme egg, we ended up getting a lady from Cadbury's Research and Development on as a guest who confirmed cream eggs and mini eggs are indeed only available from the 1st of January till whichever day Easter Sunday happens to fall on. She also mentioned the Willy Wonka-style white cream eggs, which can be worth up to £10,000 cash. Some naughty people have been going into shops and sort of opening up a little bit of the thing to see if it's a white cream egg. Happy to serve. Looking forward to many further collaborations, although nothing has piqued my imagination so far. That said, great show. Obviously. Regarding, says Wayne of Dunmow, the rare giant tortoise found at the Galapagos Islands, is anybody else wondering what it tastes like? Stop it! You don't eat... Well, actually, people did. They did used to eat them. In fact, they used to cook them in their own shells, didn't they? Once you turn the things over, they can't really go anywhere. But I've always wanted to go, but on the other hand, I don't really want to go back into time. Going home is like going back into time. Yesterday, says Chris in Oban, you mentioned the benefit cheat who stole 12 grand from the taxpayer. Yes, this is somebody who was on Big Brother. You've never heard of her. No idea. She's changed her name. She's an out-and-out crook. What about the benefit cheat who wasted twice that in less than 24 hours on a flight to Norway and back last week? That was Prince Harry. Well, now we know that he gets paid for all these gifts. I thought he went off to these charity things, and that was part of the royal family's do. No, they get paid. They get paid. $3 million he made last year. I mean, that's a bit worrying. So William would also be making money for going out to these things. So it's obviously completely different to the way I imagined it. I've just fed the hens, says Neil. Morning, Neil. A nice mild morning. My brother's staying on the old Queen Mary in America. I asked him to pick me up a few Tommy Bahama shirts while he's there. Turns out it's cheaper to order them here and have them sent over. Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. It really doesn't. And Paul says the Galapagos tortoise has been named as Eamon because of its pink face and smooth shell. Aww. Well done to the royals for their acute business sense. They're a shining example to all the young people. Absolutely, especially if you can marry into them. Phew, blimey. Jack in Kennington wants to know if I've been to see orchids. I love orchids. I love orchids. Steve, how come the amount won does not add up to 18 millions? I don't know. I've got no idea. No idea. Yeah, some of it goes into the pot. I think that's what I'm just telling you that I've got no idea. Looking through my photos, says Brenda in North Finchley, on my mobile phone, I found a photo of both you and myself at Earl's Court back in 2012 or 2013. I offered you a seat as you needed it. I find that very difficult to believe. I'm a fine, fit person. Fine, fit person, I think. So loads of people have got pictures of Steve Allen, believe you me, over the years. Thin pictures, fat pictures, You know, some doesn't even bear thinking about with the amount of fashion expertise which I've kind of worked into my. It looks ridiculous, actually. I'm not a fashionista, and I like the PS. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I love these things. Honestly, it's like having two lives going on this programme, sort of running in tandem. And with a bit of luck, as long as I keep my wits about me, I can keep them going quite well, actually. Mike says a cat lives the maximum around 20 years. What happens when the cat dies? It just dies, and then I don't know what happens to the money then, because I can't imagine. I mean, there'll be the upkeep of the houses. Well, this could go for they've got £100 million. He owns the houses. He's got two. They're big. They're big, grandiose villas. I mean, so presumably the cat lives, I don't know, one, or they sell the other. I've got no idea. The cat is the sole beneficiary. Don't ask me to explain it. I'm not Karl Lagerfeld. He was 85. He could have been off his trolley. I don't know. I'm just sort of thinking to myself, you're right. What happens when the cat dies and the people looking after it are going to be fairly old as well? Do they then pass it on to somebody else? I mean, it could be the job. You know, if they invested that money, then you could live forever. Forever. You don't need to worry about anything. You pay a little bit of... It's a cat. How does it pay tax? If it's got a liver of kittens, then they're all going to get a share. They'll be going, excuse me, equal rights for kittens. Hello? Can you imagine? Have you ever eaten a doner kebab, says Ian? Stop it. Why would you ask me something like that? A doner kebab? Or is it pronounced doner kebab? Doner kebab. Have I ever eaten one? Don't be so ridiculous. Do I sound like the sort of person who'd eat a doner kebab? Of course I've eaten one. Don't be so ridiculous. I'm more than 35 years old. I must have been. Janet in Ilford says, stop talking about eating tortoises. My tortoise Digby's too scared to come out of his shell. I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. And, Steve, I've discovered the Steve Allen soundbite of the night on Eddie's show at 5 p.m. Do you listen? I'm in bed. My friend Eddie Mayer is, has taken to pinching little bits from the show. And I say pinching. I think it's a reciprocal arrangement. And then he puts them up on his show, and so I get featured on Eddie Mayer's show at 5 p.m. But I've never heard them. I don't even know which ones he's using. It'll be something bizarre, I can tell you. But at least he's back from holiday now. And I saw Tom Swarbrick yesterday as well. Have you ever heard Tom's programme? Should listen to Tom's programme. It's very, very good. Very, 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 very good indeed. And that's of an evening. And wait a minute. Sorry. So I can't read this PS on the programme, which is, yes, I shall not tell him anything about it. So much easier. What else have we got this morning? Oh, right, this isn't... So this runs every day, does it? Just before 5 o'clock, Eddie picks a random bit of the show and then plays it out on the programme. Small wonder the figures are going through the roof, but as I've never heard them before, this will be coming as a bit of a surprise to me as well. This is yesterday's play-out. £100 million to the cat, says Anton. I reckon the Chihuahua may contest that. You can see them all lining up, can't you? He said that to me. What, did he, Bulldog? He did. And Chihuahua goes, I was promised the money. And the cat goes, listen, do one. It's all coming to me, 100 million. I'm the cat. Just before 5 every day, you get the Steve Allen soundbite. It's quite clever to pick these things up, isn't it, really? I think that's quite clever. He's such a nice man. I don't say that because he uses bits of my programme. I'm just sort of very, very grateful that somebody uses bits of my programme. And do you tell them which bits to go for? Or do they have to go through the whole programme to find something? Oh, do you think Eddie's listening now? You think, oh, right. You think, Eddie... Oh, right. Use the soundbite as the soundbite, the boys say. Me introducing the soundbite could be the soundbite. Oh, I quite like that idea. Me introducing the soundbite. This is Steve Allen. Here's my soundbite for today. I'll do that again. This is Steve Allen. Here is today's soundbite. It's so exciting, honestly. There's no charge for that. There's no charge. We didn't even need to bring a voiceover man in or anything else. He'll be sitting there smiling, actually. And Josh says, do you listen to them? Seriously, I am in bed. I'm a ridiculously early-to-bed person. If I make it to 4:30, 4:45, it'll be the miracle of all miracles. Would this cat's windfall, says Mark, be subject to inheritance tax? Bearing in mind it can't register for self-assessment. I don't know. They must have thought about it. They must have thought about it. And Lee says, I recently bought a pair of Karl Lagerfeld high-top trainers. They cost a fortune. I don't really want to wear them now. They might go up in value. What do you think? I really don't know. I know nothing about couture. But they would make millions of them. Wouldn't be just, one pair. There would be millions of them. So I wouldn't like to say that they're it's like watching one of the jewellery channels, and they always go, you want to see the presenters are the funniest I've ever seen in my life. They get so excited. No. Oh, God, look, the price is coming down. Oh, shut up. It's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen. But they'll go, and we've got collectors from Derbyshire, collectors in Easington, collectors in Hartlepool, collectors in Maidenhead, and then up comes $29.99. That's not collecting, that's tat. That's tat. Another one here. Oh, yes, you remember we mentioned the zoo the other day that's offering a tug-of-war with a lion? The Human versus Beast challenge sees groups of 4 pay 15 quid to wrestle meat from a big cat. I mean, beasts could lose their teeth on this thing. If 4 people are yanking meat out of a lion's mouth, if I was the lion, I'd go, I'll tell you what, take away the glass. Let's see who's big and strong then. Because they've got lions and tigers and lionesses and polar bears attacking people but they can't because it's the glass. They can't understand how they can't get through the glass to get to the person. The myth that the tragic women were prostitutes has been debunked. These are people who were victims, they say, of the Yorkshire Ripper. And, not the Yorkshire Ripper, Jack the Ripper, I beg your pardon. And so they've got these murder pictures, which actually have been around for years and years and years. When you consider the years that these were taken, and at Whitechapel, Spitalfields, Whitechapel mainly, and Spitalfields, mainly throat slit and mutilated, disemboweled. One here, the first one, was educated domestic servant. The other one, educated domestic servant. The other one was coffee shop owner and servant, educated singer, ballad seller, laundry worker, and survived people trafficking sex worker. What they're doing is they're actually trying to point out that they weren't prostitutes working the streets of London. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, you wouldn't really know who was working as a prostitute in those days. I mean, London streets would have been very different from the ones that you see now. There would have been mist and fog swirling around, coming in off the river. The river would have been disgusting. I mean, the smells in London would have been just the worst ever. Sounds like he died. More Karl Lagerfeld to me. As for the lady with the domestic daughters, she shouldn't worry. Digby on half shell would only make a small starter. Oh, don't say that. There's certain things I couldn't eat. It's like snails. I've seen them in the garden. I have eaten a snail once, and that was it. Steve, if Karl Lagerfeld's cat was a vegan, I wonder what it would eat. Who cares? It's got £100 million. There's people looking after it. Put it this way, if that cat dies, there'll be heads rolling, I promise you. And Holly says, I heard Eddie Mayer's Steve Allen soundbite of the day at 5 p.m. last night. I didn't recognise what you were talking about. Perhaps I fell asleep for a minute, as I like to think I listened to your every word. I wonder if he's secretly recording your private conversations. I don't think it's physically possible, as far as I know. Although, actually, stranger things have happened. So, we had the Brit Awards, and now we've got Anila Baig writing in The Sun today. She's a Muslim writer. She says nothing that Shamima believes in has anything to do with being a Muslim. Absolutely nothing at all. Nothing at all. Deluded, ignorant, not as stupid as we thought, being a grade A student. So very clever, very devious, very much a liar. But nothing to do with being Muslims. Always makes me laugh when these people proclaim that they're speaking about Islam, and Islam says we must do this. No, it doesn't. That's the trouble. Not only delusional, but a compulsive liar as well. Rod Liddle, having spoken about the Labour Party, a party of hate, he doesn't like Karl Lagerfeld. He says, I'm very disappointed not to have been invited onto any radio shows to give my tuppence worth about fashion designer Karl Lagerfeld. He says he was a woman-hating, spiteful, obnoxious, preening and generally untalented person, like most people in the fashion industry, he says. Doesn't have a very high opinion for people in the fashion industry. I always thought it was a bit odd. I don't have a problem with the fashion industry, because it doesn't, believe you me, if you saw me, it doesn't make the slightest difference what I'm wearing. I just wear something. I'm a radio presenter, for goodness sake. But you do get people who are in the industry, and they're all barking mad. Most of them are barking. You see all of them. They all have sort of slight idiosyncrasies. I mean, the classic one is Karl leaving all his money to his cat. I mean, it's almost like having the last laugh. I mean, had he had sort of a night on the sherbet, and they went, I do for a cat, I leave, money. And somebody went, you're off your trolley. And he went, no, I think I'll do that. They're also searching for aliens again. NASA are searching for aliens again. They've just launched a new programme to track them down. They can't quite accustom themselves to the idea that there's nothing out there. You know, if somebody said to them, I'm terribly sorry, there's nothing out there. In fact, if you say to somebody, there's nothing in Loch Ness, they'll be up in arms. Up in arms. There's a little man who sits by the side of the loch. He lives in a caravan up there, and he's waited every day for about the last 35 years to see something. There isn't anything in there. Just water and mud and silt. There's nothing else. There's no secret underground tunnels or caves. There isn't. It's a tourist industry for a few barking mad people who go, "Aye, do you want to buy Nessie?" You haven't seen Nessie. Don't give me this rubbish. Do not tell lies. And you have not been up there. You've never been to Loch Ness. You've never been there. I can tell. Sorry? No, he hasn't seen it. Start that this morning with me. I tell you, I should come round and sort you both out. Don't think I wouldn't. There is no such thing as the Loch Ness Monster. It's very old. And people say, what does it eat? Sort of turnips. There's nothing in the loch. There's no fish in the loch. There's nothing. It's a veg. Well, how old is this thing by now? And what is it? A few thousand years. And it doesn't breathe, does it, either? Because otherwise you'd see it on a daily basis, coming up to go, and then going back under again. It doesn't. It doesn't breathe water. It doesn't breathe water. That would kill it. The water would get into its lungs. Are you saying it's some sort of plesiosaurus? It's not magic. Shut up. It's not magic. It doesn't exist. Ridiculous. I've never, honestly. This is what I'm working with. This is what I'm working with. It goes on all day with Bigfoot. What do they call it? Sasquatch, or whatever. I can't remember what it was. What was that? Was it Bigfoot and the Hendersons, that TV programme years ago? That was a man in a suit. Did you know that? Don't want to ruin it for you. E.T. did not exist. Little short bloke sitting inside a rubber... Come on! Let's grow up, shall we? Try and be a little bit adult about the whole thing. I never understand why people... I mean, we want to believe in it, but bless your hearts, it doesn't exist. No such thing. I mean, all those little ladies who sit in China making little sort of Loch Ness monsters and sort of... we make that. My mother and me make them. She's been making them for 1,500 years. And so people die because they like to believe that they stand there and all of a sudden this thing about 300 foot tall is going to come out of Loch Ness. It isn't. It is not going to come out of Loch Ness. I remember it being debunked years ago, and they went up in arms in the newspapers. How can people say this? You know, there's definitely something down there. No, there isn't. They have trawled the loch from top to bottom, from start to finish. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You know, there's nothing in the loch. There's nothing there. It's just awful. But people want to believe it. You know, and I don't have a problem, but just don't inflict your rubbish on other people. You know, when I watched the film Flight of the Navigator, I thought that'd be quite nice if that were real. But, of course, it isn't real. E.T. is not real. Close Encounters of the Third Kind is not real. Nothing. Nothing. But you could stand in the middle of the desert and you wouldn't find anything at all. You could stand in the middle of Bodmin Moor and call to the heavens above and nothing would ever happen. It's just that we want to believe in something. And so NASA have decided to spend a bit of money trying to find something. Well, I mean, they won't. They won't. There isn't anything out there. There's nothing at all. It's very sweet, but, you know, let's try and be, you know, logical about this kind of thing. I'm bound to get things from people saying, oh, in fact, we did get one from some time ago from some poor soul who believed that crop circles were made by flying saucers. Of course, nobody ever saw the flying saucer. It just came down magically invisible and went, psh, and all of a sudden this pretty thing was done there. Whereas we all know it's students with a piece of rope and a broom handle. That's what it is. Ridiculous. Steve, there is a Loch Ness Monster. I went up there 3 years ago with my ex-girlfriend. I saw it was standing right by the loch and it got out of my car. Honestly. See, people drink at this time of the morning. I can't help it. Nothing to do with me. Chris says they let anyone into the Brit Awards, Steve. I don't know. I've never been. I'm too old for that kind of thing. Richard in Wapping says, never mind the Loch Ness Monster. I saw something pretty odd swimming in the Serpentine. That'll be my Aunt Enid. She was known for going up there. Middle of summer, middle of winter, all year round. She would go there and she would swim naked in the Serpentine. They do it on New Year's Day, don't they? They break the ice so people can jump in. Mad people. There's no logical reason. I've spoken to them. They seem quite normal, but they can't be. It's not normal to want to go swimming in ice-cold water. That doesn't do anything to you. They all look a bit balmy mad anyway, don't they? Your Karl Lagerfeld voice sounds like the meerkat from the TV advert. No, it doesn't. It sounds like Karl Lagerfeld. Oh, dear, honestly. What is going on this morning? Steve, can you say, lock? It's not lock, says Ruby. Oh, you mean lock, like that? Well, it's not. It's a lock. I don't go to Paris and go, I'm in Paris. You know, it's here. It's a lock. Okay? And what is it? It's just a lot of water with mud in the bottom of it. Probably with shopping trolleys and things like that. And there is no Loch Ness Monster. Or there is no Loch Ness Monster. But, no, it doesn't exist. But people want to believe in something, don't they? I wanted to believe in Champion the Wonder Horse, but that turned out not to be real either, and the Lone Ranger and Tonto, and all these other nice things. I wanted to believe that there might be a white Cadbury's creme cream egg out there somewhere, and it could be worth £10,000 to me, and I'm going to find it today, but I think it's highly unlikely. So I'm logical. I was hoping up until yesterday that I'd won the £153 million. Goes to Ireland, to a family of 9, who've split it among them. They all get 16 million. Could have been me. Could have been me, but it wasn't me. But I'm not going to make a big deal about it. That's just the unfortunate. As I say, the highlight of yesterday was my accountant telling me that my VAT is easier to do. That seriously makes me feel a lot better about things. It takes away the pressure, because I'm terrible with things like that. Bad mood this morning, Steve, spoiling all these films. Love Harry and the Hendersons. I'm not... Listen, I'm sorry, but you have to tell people. And don't even get me started on Sooty and Sweep and Tales of the Riverbank. If you leave it all to my cat... It would be my pleasure to look after your money very well. I'll take my cat on world cruises, take him to his villa in Tuscany, I'll take him to the best restaurants in the world, says Holly. I could go on. You're not getting the money, okay? It's as simple as that. I don't even have a cat. I don't have a cat. I keep seeing other people's cats and dogs. I keep thinking, perhaps I should get a little puppy or something like that. Then I think, I must go and see Kelly Brook later. And I was sort of thinking, please, you don't need to signpost my things. And, because I haven't seen her in the building. I know she's coming into the building because I keep seeing the pictures of her walking down the side with sort of a bodyguard. I don't get that. I have to walk down all by my lonesome. But am I frightened? Absolutely. Steve, come the next LBC charity event, says Eddie, you must do an hour of your wonderful show with a Scottish accent. I'm Scottish. And it cracks me up when you take the mickey out of your Scottish boy. I'm not taking the mickey out of him. That is an exact representation of what he sounds like. Because he is half... Well, he's not. He's a third English, a third Scottish, and a third Armenian. You work out the accent. I mean, that is the most complicated one ever. Don't you think? I think that's we don't know which bit of him is Armenian. We'll worry about that probably another time. Ferrari's with you for breakfast this morning at 7 o'clock on LBC. Both of our 2 major parties have now suffered splits this week after 3 Conservatives joined the new independent group. Can our 2-party system survive Brexit? Nick will also be finding out what might happen to Shamima Begum now that Bangladesh have denied she's one of their citizens, and get the details on the new powers police are getting to stop acid attackers. Plus, Nick will be asking if online retailers should be taxed more in order to save Britain's high street. Is that going to save it? Is it? I mean, every high street must be suffering. We're actually suffering. We've lost some shops all over the place. You know, you can see it everywhere. Boarded up shops, restaurants boarded up. Because at the moment, in fact, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day who's trying to sell his house, and he said, I can't sell it at the moment. I mean, it's a lovely property. It's a very lovely property. I said people are not buying. People are panicking. So I tell you what, the next thing is that because people are going, what's going to happen after Brexit? They don't know. So they don't want to risk doing anything. So they're kind of leaving it. So in fact, the actual sort of way forward is going to be estate agents going under. You know, only the strong will survive. Paul the cabbie says, so you're now saying that the animals on Animal Magic didn't really speak? Now, you know, you must be a certain age, because not many people remember Animal Magic. That was hosted by Johnny Morris, and he used to do impressions of the animals. So when you had the camels, so here we are in the enclosure, just to wait, and he would do all these different voices. Well, I thought it was quite clever anyway. Steve from Canvey, is that the island? It is. And says, can I say how happy I am to have discovered the Steve Allen Show? Such a great change from the usual rubbish on other stations. Love the sense of humour and bluntness. Top man. Top man. Can you be a top man nowadays? William near Stafford says, my dad was an executor of his Cullizon's estate with 2 houses in the town centre in Shrewsbury, or Shrewsbury, makes no difference. One house had previously been the home for the family cat, was kept in trust until the cat sadly died. After everything was sold, there was no inheritance tax to pay, as the sale of the house was left to a cat's charity. That happened over 25 years ago, yeah. I can well imagine. There's all sorts of exemptions. I mean, if you really want to, I mean, a friend of mine, I told you, her mother is actually dying at the moment. So what she did yesterday is she started moving money out of accounts because she has power of attorney. And she started moving the money out. And I said, why would you do that? And she said, because it's easier than afterwards when you've got to go and get death certificates. It's so much easier to do stuff while people are alive. And that's why I said to you, a friend of mine said, I'm going to do my will. And I said, it's a very good idea. If you're over the age of 25 and you've got a property, or you've got a car, or you've got some inheritance money, you should do a will. You should do a will. I mean, it's, really, you can do it very, very easily. Steve, your camel impression sounded like George off Rainbow. All my impressions sounds like George of Rainbow. And then Phil says, if you don't believe in E.T., why does the film make you cry? I cry at... Well, I don't cry because it's real. I don't cry... I don't do it because it's real. I cry because I think it's just a nice little story. I cried when Noddy got his car nicked, but I don't believe them either. No end to your impression, says Paul. The camel, though, one got in the cab. So realistic. It's true, though, isn't it, really? I was watching a guy on... I think he's on YouTube. He must have turned up on Britain's Got Talent, and he does impressions of cartoon characters and everybody, and he's utterly brilliant. Utterly brilliant. I only started doing impressions years ago. They're rubbish. Mine are absolute rubbish. I mean, there's no point. You'd never pay to see it. But this bloke on YouTube is so good. So good. Mark says, did Scottish Boy meet up with Charlie Girling? No, it's going to be today. I don't think she knows it, but she's going to be meeting him today. He's so excited. Oh, she knows now, yeah. But he's even dressed up, for the meeting to sort of make some sort of impression. Because I was told the other day some people are going to take me out for my birthday. Well, near my birthday. And I said, what is it? They said, we're not going to tell you. It's a surprise. I said, well, I'm not good at surprises. And they said, but you'll need to dress up for it. Oh, God. What do you mean dress up for it? I don't like dressing up for things like that. But I'm sort of thinking, where can you go? My friend Jordan took me on the river last year, and we had lunch on the river. That was lovely. On a boat. That was very nice. I like that a lot. And I've been to Paris and loads of other different places. But where this one's going to be, I've got no idea. When you get to my age, you're just grateful. Put it this way, whatever it is, it's got to be a place with seats, so I can sit down. She said, no, you've got to put a night... She hates my jacket that I wear. I said, it's got loads of pockets in it, and it's warm. She said, I hate it. She said, you can't wear that. Oh, blimey, that's all I need. Did the cats pause to think about how it will spend the money, says Steve from Canby? Do you think it knows it's the richest cat in the world? Deb says, all hail Steve Allen. Discovered your show a few months ago, and I'm a morning person now. That's what I like to hear. Like to hear that. I always have a chat from LBC. Music is disruptive, says Nigel. Always use the earplugs, as the speaker can wake you up. Put one plug in, and if you're lucky, it'll fall out while you sleep, leaving you in complete silence. Oh, Joe in Torquay says, first film I ever watched at the cinema in Germany in the 80s. I sobbed at E.T. Any chance of a quick blast of Brian Sewell, says Debs? No. He was just so funny, but he always looked so grubby. When Frankie Howard came in years and years ago to LBC, he said, you've always been kind to the old boy. And said in one of those kind of ways like, you'll be visiting me in my dressing room after the show. And he'd been rediscovered by students with Titty Ye Not and all that kind of stuff. And but he had half his breakfast down the front of his shirt. Just used to make me laugh. I don't know why, actually. I have no idea why. What else we got? Hugh's idea to put Dog Downton. Because apparently Hugh Bonneville has ended up in the doghouse. He revealed he was responsible for having the show's beloved Labrador Retriever killed off. Are we getting any more? Are we getting a movie of Downton? I do hope so. I mean, I miss it. I was watching the other day, and it was Bill Bailey playing the theme tune, reggae style. And it was so good. So it's such a clever man. I think he's coming in, actually, shortly. The last time he came in was about 3 years ago. The stripes on zebras are long thought to have been a form of camouflage. However, scientists have come up with a more complicated explanation for the black and white markings. Instead of baffling predators, such as lions and leopards, the stripes may be a way of keeping a much smaller but no less bloodthirsty creature at bay. It's thought horseflies gather around domestic horses and zebras at a similar rate, but land on zebras only 25% as often. It's because of the colours, it confuses them. I thought it was all to do with camouflage. That's what I thought it was, but obviously not. And do you know why elephants have big ears? Says Ian, it's because Noddy won't pay the ransom. Oh, damn it, honestly. It just gets worse and worse, doesn't it, really? Small wonder we've still got Britain's Got Talent. Frank says, I also remember Johnny Morrison, his animal programme. There was another programme with the presenter at a garden shed, talking about old country tools. Yes, that was, I can picture him now. He used to talk like that, and he used to make flies and everything else. It was from, he was in a shed. Oh, I can't remember what his name was. Somebody will know. You better do it quickly, though. Please, you will know the answer. Who was the man who sat in the shed, and it was all country pursuits he was doing, tying flies for fishing. Jack Hargreaves. And the programme was called Out of Town. I've just remembered. There you go. On the subject of tortoises, Steve Irwin had a tortoise previously owned by Charles Darwin. She was called Harriet and sadly died on the very same day as he did, says Janice in Ilford. And Steve from Darren loved the Eric Cheen magic video on YouTube. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. And I know that you've been to Ealing quite often, but in the last few days it's turned into a ghost town, full of charity shops, estate agents and fast food shops. Place is dead, says Paul. Queen of the suburbs, Ealing. Queen of the suburbs. You think, oh, that's a shame, isn't it? There's a big Polish contingent, isn't there, I think, well, everywhere. But, no, in Ealing as well. Ealing's quite, I know Hammersmith, because it's got the Polish embassy, I think, there. And, because I know that very well indeed. And Joe in Torquay says, Bill Bailey and Steve Allen, a match of minds made in heaven. Oh, Donny says, does Scottish boy fancy a tea in Paddington? If he pops around 11:30, I'll take him for a tea and a cream cake. Well, there you go. Call the police on that one. And, yes, he'll be there. Now you've mentioned food, he's all in favour of food. Seriously, he will go anywhere for a piece of food, won't you? I've given him a little bit extra for his breakfast this morning. He's so great. He's like sort of a lovesick puppy. It's quite sweet, actually. It's having a bit of a day, the computer. I think it's obviously seeking union advice. Steve, a lovely treat for Scottish boy would be Fortnum and Mason's shortbread biscuits, says Jane. And Lee says, I was the truck driver that took the elephants from London Zoo to Whipsney. It took over 24 hours with 100 people involved. I swear they still recognise me when I go back. They're supposed to, actually. Elephants supposedly never forget. Alan in Hemel is going through a difficult time, so can't sleep. And Chris in Chelsea says Jack Hargreaves created and appeared in the TV programme How, along with Bunty James, Fred Dinage and John Miller. I do remember it. How does so? How? Oh, yeah. I thought it was great, actually. I remember seeing the follow-up to it as well, which had all sorts of different people. There is a Polish club in Hammersmith. Yummy Polish food there, Steve. Theatre, bookshop. Pop around, says Chris from Warsaw. Yes, I've seen. I like Polish food. I've got a Polish hairdresser, as you know. I know, please, don't even go down the route. And she makes me food every so often, if I ask nicely. Holly says, where will they take you for your birthday? The Fat Duck? The Goring Hotel? Can we win a prize if we guess correctly? I don't know. Actually, I'm at that age now where, to be honest with you, I'm just grateful to be moving. Eat onions if you want to do what? Apparently, add extra onions to your hot dog, or just add. I eat onions quite a lot, actually. I put them into a lot of dishes. 42,000 Brits every year are diagnosed with bowel cancer. Of the 42,000 who are diagnosed with it, how many die each year? 16,000 people a year die of bowel cancer. We're not talking about a couple of hundred people. 16,000 people. And in fact, if you eat at least 35 pounds of onions in the course of a year, you will reduce. It's about an onion a day, I think. You reduce your risk of bowel cancer. And cooking methods had an effect. For example, boiling onions reduced useful chemicals, while slicing and crushing fresh garlic was beneficial. Ask Michael Van Straten about fresh garlic. He'll swear to God on fresh garlic. LBC is going to give you the opportunity to have a fantastic 7-night transatlantic cruise with Cunard for 2 people on board Queen Mary 2. This is from Southampton to New York, or New York to Southampton, and we'll cover flights in this as well. We'll give you a deluxe balcony stateroom. It's the only way to do it. And this transatlantic crossing on Cunard's flagship means that you can treat yourself to a timeless voyage, sailing aboard the world's only true ocean liner. 7 days, unforgettable days of indulgence and discovery, unhurried, dignified, and with a wonderful touch of glamour. This is your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it first was in 1847. Now, with the finest refinements at sea, surrender to the rhythms of freedom, service and celebration only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard on Queen Mary 2. The prize includes all meals, entertainment, and flights either to or from New York, depending on which way you prefer to sail across the ocean. For your chance to win a transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2, text, it's very simple, cruise, C-R-U-I-S-E, capital letters, to 84850. 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise, helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March to enter. Standard network rates apply, and you need to be 18 or over. You play across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So to be in with a chance of winning that fabulous, for 2 people, imagine. You could always pretend you paid for it, couldn't you, really? Text CRUISE, C-R-U-I-S-E, and send it to 84850. And, as they say on all the best things, good luck. Also, good luck to Anna Soubry today, because she's going to be on LBC for 3 hours. For 3 hours. She's part of all the different people who are doing James O'Brien's programme. So you've got her today. Yesterday you had Tom Watson. What will Anna Soubry be saying? You can find out first. The 8 Labour MPs that have resigned from the party, if Diane Abbott had been in charge, she'd have sacked the pair of them, says Ian. Little play on that one, I think. And another one here says that what food did your Polish hairdresser make you? Everything. Lot of beetroot we had. Lot of beetroot. So we'll have to wait and find out where we're going for the birthday. Front pages of the papers. Can you really see the future in your dreams? Do you dream? If you want to dream, eat cheese before you go to bed. I know that seems ludicrous, but every time I've eaten cheese before I go to bed, I've had a dream. And my dreams feature people that I know. I just always hope they never know when they look at me. I always feel them looking at you going... I want to kill off the Tory party. Astonishing claim by Rebel MP as trio face backlash for deserting Mrs May. A picture of the woman stuck in the refugee camp, hopefully for the next years. Is this her little passport back to Britain? It's the first time we've actually seen the bit. It's a posed... This is ridiculous, now getting to be posed pictures and everything else. So we'll wait and see. So what could happen next? We won't take back the jihadi bride either. Say Bangladesh. They don't want her. Nobody wants her. Nobody wants her. Her husband, incidentally, is in prison, as far as I know, for terrorism offences. No chance of him coming out anytime soon. Split hits the fan. Brexit haters quit Tories, say The Sun. Meghan's power shower. As I say, perhaps people just talk about babies when they go away. Hers is a bit more expensive. Hopefully we're not paying for everybody. They're all paying for themselves. They all jet across to America. We're not paying for that, are we? The suite is 58,000 quid a day. But I should imagine there's probably a deal to be done, is there not? Calling in a few favours. Greatest show for the All-Star Brits, the Daily Mirror on their front page, and a picture of Abby Clancy. What's she got to do with the Brits? I've got no idea. What are you doing there, dear? It's for people in the music industry. Emily Atack, again, it's for people in the music industry. And Hugh Jackman, who is sort of in the music industry. Plus Brexiters, May braced for yet more defections, as 3 rebels quit to join the Independence. Times, police believe airport insider was behind the Gatwick drone chaos, but to be brutally honest, they haven't got the faintest idea. They're effectively whistling in the wind, I suspect. Jihadi bride denied route home via baby citizenship. She doesn't have a passport either, so we don't have to take her. The Guardian, Bangladesh refuses to take ISIS teenager, and now the Tories split, rebels denounce grip of hardliners. Who next? Plus, Tories join the exodus for the Eye. And a lot of people, Ahmed Abdu says, like my relative Shamima Begum was brainwashed, she is a threat. Deborah Orr says this young British woman was shaped by the country she grew up in. She was a grade A student. She knew exactly what she was doing. There's no excuse for it. She's just decided it's got a bit hot, so let's just pop back home, shall we? With a baby. With a baby as well, which we're going to have to pay for. I think not. Just before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on my free podcast for today. On the Little Bit Extra, because I have one called Little Bit Extra, I review the winners and the losers from the Brit Awards last night. It's all going a bit wrong for Matt and Luke Goss. I mean, it's, most of the people at the Brits, I would think, probably a good 90%, have got no idea who they are. You'll also hear why Kerry Coke-Toner might end up going to prison. Yes, these attention-seeking desperados seem to think they're better than us, and the law doesn't apply to them. Plus, if you missed it earlier, an interesting fact about Prince Harry to reveal to you as he goes and does some dressing up in his old army uniforms. It's very, very exhausting work. But it's very well paid. It's very well paid. See, I thought, you just sort of turn up and they go, that's very nice indeed, and then somebody gives him a box of, fancies to take home and have, afternoon tea with. No. He's raking it in. I'll do it. I'll do it cheaper. And I bet I could pull a good crowd. I could dress up listen, for that sort of money, of course I'll dress up. I'll do the voice and everything. I'll repair a helicopter. So is it advisable she's brought back in? No, but you've seen what lawyers do nowadays. They'll come up with all sorts of things. The Bangladeshis don't want her. Then somebody else said they thought she was born in Bangladesh, and I couldn't remember. I think she was born here. I don't remember her being born in Bangladesh, otherwise she would have a Bangladeshi passport. There is the clause that says if your parents are from there, then you can apply for it as well, up to the age of 21. But she hasn't applied for anything at all. She doesn't know anybody over there. But, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I couldn't give a stuff. She's been with a terrorist organisation. These people murder people. They murder people. That's what they do. That's their business. Apart from being paedophiles, they murder people. And we're going, oh, well, she should be allowed back here, And I'm thinking, are you mad? Are you she's got a son. Well, why is that our fault? Should have thought about that first time round. But it's ridiculous the way people are going, oh, she should be here because now she's said that she's actually going to sort of, change. Yeah, right. Jackanory. Why would she change? She hasn't changed up until now. Noreen says, today, Sir Bruce would have been 91. Good game. And Julie Walters is 69 today. I can't hear the word soup without thinking about her. Celia Imrie and Duncan Preston were finding it impossible not to laugh. Love Celia. Celia Imrie is one of my favourite actresses. Seriously, I just love her. She's everything I watch her in. And I'm watching Dinner Ladies. I'm now up to DVD 2, which is great. And this morning, very excited. I've got Kelsey Grammer coming in. He's quite clearly an early boy because he's in here for 8:30 in the morning. And I think that's over and above. There's big adverts in all the papers today. And the show has got Nicholas Lyndhurst in it. And his life, Kelsey's life, reads like a... Is he not now? It's now changed. What's that say? 9 now. Why'd you say 8:30? Because you couldn't cut one of your fingers in half, could you? We could manage that. I could do that for you. So it's now 9. Oh, blimey. You watch, by the end of the programme, you go, well, he's going to try and make it for 10. I had that once. Somebody said, oh, so-and-so can come in, but it'll be at 12. I went, well, I won't be here. I'm off with the Pixies before that. Yeah, I can't help it. It's one of those. No, 9's okay. 9's okay. As long as I can still get something to eat at the station, before I fade away. Although I've just made Scottish Boy carry all my bags into the studio, and he moaned. He's young and fit, and he went, they're so heavy. Oh, well, I managed to lift them from the car to here. It's because they're Satsumas. They're very heavy. I'm sorry. Once they make air-rated Satsumas and Nardicots, I'll let you know, and I'll buy some of them. Apart from that, Britain's favourite boy band, that's B-U-O-Y. The heater up and away we'll go, away, Santiago. They were the singing fishermen. I could sing those sort of things. Down in Whitstable, where my friend Michael lives, they have singing down there, and people... I mean, I could quite get into that. I could probably quite get into sort of, clapping my hands and doing everything in a Dublin pub at the same time with a band over there. But, I mean, I like the idea of singing. I'm into community singing. We used to do it years and years ago at the Black Cap up in Camden Town, and we used to sing "The Wedding" by Julie Rogers, lovely Julie Rogers, and it was always great fun. So when you say "Heave away, Santiago," I love anything that's around, you know. And if you watch the Singing Fisherman, it's very infectious, a bit like this programme, which is very infectious. Mike says, read the Begum Woman, liar, liar, pants on fire, or what? How do we know for sure the baby's actually hurt? We don't. I mean, I don't know whether they hand out passports in this Syrian refugee camp, but to be honest with you, whichever way you look at it, she was working in the hospital, this has only just emerged, and getting the ISIS fighters ready to go and murder more people, blow them up, get children involved. And we go, yeah, you come back in, love. Come on. I tell you, we give you a house. What, a car? We give you a car as well. Holidays all the time. Yeah, you won't need to work for the rest of your life. Take full advantage of the NHS. Yeah, anybody else want to come back from freedom fighting when you've discovered it gets a little bit warm? Pop back in. Because, you know, I don't think that's the way it's going to work. And the government are going to end up with sort of egg on their face, I think, over this one. I mean, I just don't think it's going to end in a happy way. But I tell you one thing, they're going to need to protect her. Absolutely, like there's no tomorrow. Like, of course, we've got loads of police and special branch forces and all the rest of it. You know, we don't have enough time to faff around rather thick, stupid 19-year-old, you know, who's basically screwed up her life, screwed up her parents' life, and screwed up just about everybody else's. And she thinks, I don't know why people don't like me. Really? You'll find out when you come back. I mean, they're already watching Anjam Chowdhury around the clock. You know, that's how desperate it is. And you think, what, to find out what they're going to do? Of course! Do you think she's going to do anything for what? She's going to be on those benefits like there's no tomorrow. I think there should be a clause. I'm sorry, you've been a member of ISIS. We're not giving you benefits. What are we, stupid? Ridiculous. Kelsey Grammer will be early because he hears the Blues are talking, tossed salad and scrambled eggs. Did you know that he was the only actor to get the award for Best Actor because he featured the character in 3 shows? Cheers, and then in Frasier, and there's another one, I can't remember, something to do with a bird. So that's what it is, actually. Ian in Warwick says, perhaps you could award a prize to the person whose message is read out first. A creme egg or something. You put the... is that an Agrave accent? God, I'm good, I tell you. An Agrave accent. There is no Agrave accent on the egg. I've looked at it. It doesn't have anything at all. Or something. Hope I've won today, says. Peterborough is a bit of a dump, though. And you haven't won. You didn't win. But it doesn't matter, actually. That's part of the... Sorry? Wings. That's right, yeah. So it's the same character, because I'd forgotten that, of course, he was in Cheers. I used to love that music for Cheers. All the music is so good. There's another one which has got another actor in, I'll have to try and remember it later, which has got a great bit of theme tune. And I remember thinking, that's good. It's the theme tune that gets you, isn't it? Didn't you win the moon today? Meet everything you got. Rachel says, I'm still wide awake. I'll be running a training course for 20 people this morning, alarm set for 7. And now I've hit the spike without even waking up for it. Oh dear, I blame it on the humongous snow moon. What are your thoughts? I didn't see it, actually, because, to be honest with you, the car's got a roof on it. And so I couldn't... And I don't tend to stick my head out of car windows. So it's a supermoon. She says, I'm one of the Facebook spikers. Ooh. I was going to tell you who else is coming in this morning for an interview, but unfortunately it sort of makes my throat fill up with a bit of sick, I'm afraid, even thinking about this person coming in here and being given airtime. I mean, it's too awful for words. Too awful words. Anyway, it is nice to have your company. It is Friday. You can, if you don't have to get up for work today, I just lie in bed. Just let the programme wash over you. If you're driving, if you're, getting on a bus or getting a train ready, it's very... Somebody said, do you slurp your drinks when you go to restaurants? Yeah. And... People are so funny, aren't they? You need to worry about your own life. It's probably not as perfect as you might think it is. So Paddy McGuinness has got the Celebrity Juice gig. It could have gone to a number of people, but it went to him because he knows Keith Lemon. They're Bezzy mates. That's why, Although I watched Keith Lemon the other day doing Through the Keyhole. Still playing Keith Lemon. We're constantly being told it's just an act. It's just an act. But, of course, it isn't an act because it's him. There's no acting about it at all. It's dreadfully dull. And, mind you, talking of dull, the saddest programme I ever watched last night on the television, Celebs Go Dating. It's where a bunch of talentless has-beens, go on television to admit they can't find anybody and allow people to film it. So what did we have yesterday? Melinda Messenger. Melinda Messenger was on there talking about the last relationship. She was married for 20 years to a bloke who looked like he was in a boy band, and she was a poster girl for a Swindon double glazing company or something. And then they sort of use her on a few things, and but she can't find a boyfriend. And you think, what is this? And so you go on a television programme to tell people you can't find a boy. They had the woman out of Gogglebox, and she was one of the two black ladies on there. She was the one I think went into pantomime and failed miserably. So now she's doing this. And then she went to her dinner partner, said, do you like And he went, sorry? Do you like she kept saying. And I thought, is she a bit thick? She's an old woman. She couldn't use the word, do you like sex? Because that's what it was coming down to. Do you like Who calls it Nobody. Sandra Martin. Is she the bigger one out of the two, the older one? Yes, had a little bit of an incident, should we just call it, with sort of pantomime. That's all I can tell you. She didn't manage to do the season. But there again, somebody else didn't manage to do the season either. Lee Ryan didn't manage to do the season either. He just sort of toddled off out of it. Dreadful, honestly. Why do we bother with these people? And then they go, oh, we want more celebrity programmes on the television. We don't really. I promise you, we really don't. We didn't have them years ago. I'm looking at the Monkees on the television with Davy Jones. Never met him. He featured in Coronation Street, didn't he? Mike Nesmith, whose auntie, I think, invented liquid paper. Is that Tipex? Or is a rival to Tipex? So he didn't need the money, but he went in to make country albums. Mickey Dolenz was he was with Metal Mickey, I think, and also was Circus Boy from years ago. That's dating me. Never managed to get him. We nearly got him in for an interview, and then it didn't happen because there's only two of them left now. Now that Peter Tork has gone at the age of 77, he had tongue cancer, which I think my cousin Martin had, and they ended up having to take his tongue out. You can imagine. It just sounds horrendous. Excuse me. And he's gone and left us. Only 77. Only 77. And I was sort of thinking, do you know, it's nothing in this day and age. They had a lady on the television yesterday. It was in, what do they call it? 24 Hours in A&E. Have you ever seen it? It's where they bring people in from accidents and everything else. And a lot of them get through the other side because of the sterling work that the NHS staff do. This particular lady came in and with her husband. And she was ever so nice, but she was obviously very seriously ill, and she didn't enjoy procedures or stuff like that. So to cut a long story short, she did die. She went home, and her husband was sitting with her, and I should imagine they were probably both in their late 70s, early 80s, something like that. I thought it was really moving, because he said, you know, I went in there and I gave her some Weetabix in the morning, he said, and she didn't want the last Weetabix. He said, and she opened her eyes and looked at me. He said, then she closed her eyes and went. And he went to tell their son. And then at the end of the programme, it turned out that the husband died as well, just a short while afterwards. Terrible, really. Because he said, I'm so lonely. He said, I'm so lonely. Somebody says, you're sounding a little congested this morning. Am I? What do you want? You need your ears syringing, Tracy. You really need them. So that'd be best for you. Go and get them done professionally. Sounding a bit congested. Stupid thing to say, honestly. I mean, I know you get stupid people, but there you go. Richard in Leicester, long-time listener, first-time texter. I'm driving across North Africa. Good Lord. What, at this precise moment? You're driving across North Africa. I was feeling ever so lonely tonight, so it's quite nice to hear a reassuring voice. Holly says, has the time come for you to start using one of those shopping bags on wheels for all your bits and bobs? Scottish boy would love to pull that one along. If I'd put all the stuff in the newsroom, you could bring the shopping trolley in. That'd be all right? He's what? Where about the... Well, you know, you could lift it on the... Because you're young. You're young and fit. That's what Charlie said to me the other day. And, actually... I had to sort of get them to meet, and so it was very exciting, very exciting. Steve, it's a shame that these wet liberal busybodies defending this traitor forget the feelings of the families whose loved ones were needlessly murdered in the terror attacks in the UK by the so-called compatriots of this trash. This company's become a disgrace. Yes, I know. And that's why, and they go, oh, I can't understand why people don't let me back in. You know what I mean? Kind of, and I thought, well, then you're stupid as well, but of course she's not stupid. John says, didn't say she was just a housewife. Now it's emerged she worked in an ISIS hospital. She lies every day. She tells lies. She's a 90... They keep going, oh, she was only a child when she was probably radicalised at 10. No, she wasn't. She actively sought them out. She's a grade A student. Don't give us a load of old codswallop. It's rubbish. She should never be allowed back. But we have rules. You can't not allow her back in. She can't be stateless. You know, I mean, she could have murdered and pushed buttons on numerous bombs, which she's probably not telling us about. But even so, we can't stop her coming back in. It's really dreadful. Mel in Leeds says, Keith Lemon makes me feel ashamed to be from Leeds. He's just not funny. He's just not funny. He's funny if you probably had half a bottle of vodka. But apart from that, he's just not funny. 84850, looking forward, says Shell, to hear you're in conversation with Kelsey Grammer. Me too. He's done so much. 20 years he did on Frasier. 20 years on Frasier. But his first love is theatre. That's what he started off doing. Been married 4 times. So, lot to talk about. Winnie and I, says little Julie, went to Syon Park Garden Centre and we had a creme scone and coffee after some retail therapy. Gorgeous spring bedding plants there. So Shea Feltham is looking very colourful. Yeah, it's quite nice there, isn't it? I've been there loads of times. Loads and loads of times. Ben says it was celebrity first dates, not celebrities go dating. I'm so embarrassed I know that. I'm embarrassed you know that too. Very embarrassed. Mike Nesmith's mother invented liquid paper. Yeah, we know that one. We know. Ian says, I agree with you about Tracy having her ears syringed. You sound as clear as a bell. I know. Some people just write stupid things. Perhaps she's on medication. I don't know. Difficult to tell at this time of the morning. You do get people who are getting up to be injected by matrons, so, I mean, it could be that kind of thing. Where did the vile teenager at the age of 15 get the money for a flight? Who booked the ticket, says Lee? She did. She nicked jewellery. There were 3 of them. Well, there's 2 of them now. And so that's it. You know, she nicked her sister's passport, and the parents didn't do anything. I just can't... And somebody wants to know, who are the people who sit in with her? ISIS members? I don't know. Seriously, because they're fully burqa'd up, I've got no idea who it is. But she seems to look after the baby. Then we saw a picture of the baby the other day, which might or might not be hers. And now she's coming up with the story that the baby's not very well, so she needs to come here. They have medical facilities, dear. They've just let you give birth. Although, to be honest with you, you know, maybe not the best thing we'd ever heard. The only thing Peterborough is good for is cycling. Cycling. It's so flat, not a hill in sight. I don't know why I thought Peterborough sounded quite nice. Is it not? Oh. It's in Cambridgeshire. Oh, we know what Cambridgeshire is like. Cambridgeshire, I used to have a producer who lived in Cambridgeshire. The crime rate was astronomical. Cambridge is nice, but this is North Cambridgeshire, and that's not very good at all, is it? People always ask you, the newsreader, Josh, he said to me, so what are you doing for the weekend? And I said, I'm doing nothing this weekend. Next week, I've got a busy week with lots of things to do, which is quite nice. I don't have any problem with that at all. I've had to start putting post-it notes on things. I feel like Sarah Ferguson. Post-it notes on, don't forget to do this, don't forget to do that. Because that's the one thing I always say to people, if they want me to do something, say, yeah, I'll do it. Can you phone me the day before? That would make it easier. I went to see Peter Tork in Wigan, says Jimmy. I had the pleasure of meeting him. He was great. He asked me if I wanted him to sign my walking cane. I was always proud to say I had a walking stick signed by a monkey. I loved them. I thought they were just so good. I loved the songs, actually. And when you hear, because at the rugby, down at the Barmy Arms, when they have the rugby, people sing, cheer up, sleep. When you hear 1,000 people singing that, it's so infectious. So infectious. Steve, good morning from Amsterdam. The Netherlands says a big no. Bangladesh says no way. UK says take the highway. And Martin says, is it right Jeremy Corbyn wants her to stay in this country? Yeah. Put it this way, if you need any more proof that the man is totally out of kilter with the entire country, that would be it. That would be it. She is a liar, though. She changes it. So, because they go, we're going to revoke your citizenship, which they say might or might not go through, we have no idea. She can't be stateless, although as far as I'm concerned, she can stay in that refugee camp for the rest of her life, as far as I'm concerned. I really couldn't care less. Seriously, she's a member of a terrorist organisation. She kills people. The organisation she is a member of, that she supports, kill people. They throw gay people off the top of buildings. They behead people. People are beheaded for... There was a 17-year-old beheaded a short while ago. What was his crime? What was his crime, do you reckon? He heard a radio. He heard a radio in his father's shop. For that, he was publicly executed. That's how sick these perverts are. And she's part of that same group of people. And she's going, oh, I just want to come home and just look after my baby. Well, why don't you bloody well stay where you are and look after your baby? We don't want you. We don't want Corbyn either. Mind you, I don't think we want Theresa May. Who is left, actually? Who's running? Oh, what did Corbyn have? Oh, God. First time he said anything. So let's see what he had to say, shall we?
She obviously has, in my view, a right to return to Britain. On that return, she must obviously face a lot of questions about everything she's done. And at that point, any action may or may not be taken.
And that's it. She may or may not face some questions about what she's done, and based on that, we may or may not take some action. How wet do you have to be, Mr. Corbyn? How drippy do you have to be? I tell you what, let's let them all out of prison. Let's let them all, because seriously, you're wasting your time. I mean, it isn't actually clear that she's broken any laws, but she has been a member and a supporter of a murdering group of paedophiles. It's as simple as that. You know, what happens to her when she gets back here? I suppose her parents will be delighted. Why don't her parents go and live somewhere else and then she can go and live with them? Much easier, isn't it? Kelsey Grammer's amazing, and I love Celia Imrie, and I'm sad about Peter Tork. I was sad about Peter Tork, but he had been ill for about 10 years. I was sad about Davy Jones, mainly because he was the cute one in the group, wasn't he? He was a cute one. Although, actually, when you listen to all the songs, the majority are sung by Mickey Dolenz. Very clever man. John in Bromley says, I totally agree with you. She's a liar, a bad penny. And yes, no benefits policy, but unfortunately people like Darren, who was on before you, would wrap her in cotton wool. I don't think so. You obviously listen to a different person. He wouldn't wrap her in cotton wool and give her a penthouse, John. He wants her tried here. He doesn't want to give her a penthouse. Oh, I promise you not. Unless you were listening to the wrong programme. Steve, Truckadell. Shout out for little Julie, Bradley, Daphne and Paul, responsible for running the friendliest Facebook group I've ever known. Yes, it's the Steve Allen Spikers group. Good Lord, they do a great job keeping out the undesirables. Oh, there's always undesirables. Always undesirables. 750 members and growing fast. And then somebody here, would you please refrain from slipping your drinks into the microphone? Disgust it. Well, go listen to something else. Go listen to something else. Go listen to something else. We don't want snowflakes like you around. You're a bit lonely. I know, I can understand that. Probably haven't got anything else. Lovely, thank you. It's very nice, actually. It's very nice cup of tea this morning, because I made it myself, which is good. Jonathan says, I live in Cambridgeshire, and previously I lived in Twickenham. I used to be the landlord of the Albany pub. I don't think it's there anymore, the Albany. I think it's gone. The Albany, I think it's turned into a supermarket. He said, I can tell you, Twickenham is far more violent than Cambridgeshire. Not according to recent figures. Not according to recent figures. Cambridgeshire's got dreadful crime figures. Dreadful. Is it still going? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. It's round by the station. It's round by this. It's quite a big place, isn't it? Yeah, quite a big place. I've never been in it. I've never been in it. I met the landlord ages and ages ago. I know the landlord from the Cabbage Patch, and of course the Barmy Arms, and a few other places. But Twickenham is definitely not more. Mind you, it might have been when you were running the Albany. It was a bit of a dump, wasn't it, really? Then it all got sort of tarted up, and people quite like tarted up. Can you believe that hidden away for decades, the £100 million masterpiece collection? It's by a secret collector. He's got a number of pictures. One of them could be worth... It's Monet. It's the lilies on a pond, of which there were many, of course. But it's quite a big picture. They reckon it's worth 40 million, which means it'll go for more. Because nobody's seen these pictures in decades. Seriously, I mean, it's an amazing feat. And also, there is an exhibition coming to London that you're going to go and see. You're going to want to see it. How it's ended up at the Saatchi Gallery and not one of the major museums, I've got no idea. But it is the best collection of artefacts from Tutankhamun's tomb that have travelled the world. And so they go round and people sort of book them in for a while. So this one's coming into town. And, as I say, there will be queues a mile long. You're going to want to go and see this stuff. They've even got the boxes that held his internal organs, and amazing, absolutely amazing. So I shall be putting my name down for that one. Meghan has zoomed home on a £33 million private jet owned by George Clooney. She's learnt how to play the game now, which is, let's just go on holiday. Also, British Olympic chiefs, believe it or not, are backing moves to make what a sport at the Olympic Games. I mean, seriously, you couldn't make this up. Breakdancing. Breakdancing, an Olympic sport. Have you ever heard of anything so ridiculous in your entire life? And a woman slipped on ice outside an office. She now wants £150,000 compensation because there is that danger. I never thought about that. I was always told that if you clear the snow from the front of your house, if you're on a main road and you clear the snow and somebody slips on it, they can sue you. Because what you should have done is left it. You can do it on your own path, but don't do it on the main pavement. Really, it's too risky with the sort of lawyers that we've got around at the moment. Still to come, the list of churches that don't have to open on Sundays. Seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? Mind you, have you discovered now that there are vicars? There was one vicar on the television the other day. He looks after 16 churches. Because they don't... I thought each church had a vicar. No, apparently not. Apparently not. Jonathan's come back and says, I did run the Albany when it was a dump. 2000, 2002. I remember it. Never went in it. That's why. Sarah says, nothing wrong with a bit of tea slurping. I joined the Spiker Facebook group only this week, and they are indeed a lovely bunch. I know you have to pass an exam, I think, to get in there. Make sure you're the right sort of person. And Monica says, in Weekend Spirit, I stopped arguing with you today. I never argue with anybody because I'm always right. There is no arguing. I just put my case and that's it. It's always right. Never, ever wrong. It's true, I know. I mean, I'm a fool to myself, I should imagine. Shabbat Shalom. Monica, with coffee to slurp in your company. We like a bit of coffee, don't we? Actually, the funny thing is, I had 2 cups of coffee at home this morning. I bounced out of bed at about 11:30. And I thought, oh, all right, what day is it? It's Friday. Whoa, it's Friday. Friday's a good day. Peterborough, says Holly, is surrounded by many beautiful historic market towns and old villages. As Peterborough's reputation falls, these become highly desirable and more expensive to keep the riffraff out. Mary Queen of Scots was beheaded in the village of Fotheringay. Was she? Was Mary Queen of Scots... Oh, was she executed? I don't know. I can't remember when Mary Queen of Scots was executed. On the instructions of her sister, wasn't it? And every year in February, and on the anniversary of her death, people leave flowers tied up with tartan ribbons on the castle mound. She was executed there. Beheaded, I'm assuming. They didn't seem to have anything else. They didn't know what hanging was. It was either... I mean, I can't think of anything else. They either burnt you at the stake. It was a beheading. You imagine your sister or, one of your family members decides that you're going to be beheaded. Dreadful. First night back to work, says Kevin. After being on holiday, after learning Mr. Talk. Died again. I thought of my days listening to my sister screaming at the telly when the monkeys were on. They were fantastic and better than the Partridge Family. You see, I like the I think I love you. What am I so afraid of? Afraid that I'm not sure of. A love there is no cure for. I thought every week was good. I mean, I thought they were a bit naff at miming, but it was good. David Cassidy was the big hero of that programme, wasn't he? He was the big hero. He was the good-looking boy. Unfortunately, he had a dreadful skin complaint. He was very badly affected with sort of dreadful skin, so they had to cover him in makeup. So he looked perfect on the television. The hair was beautiful. Everything about him was beautiful. And then he started having his own hits. And then all of a sudden, he takes off and he becomes I mean, the crowds in London when he came here to do concerts, it was that screaming mentality. People absolutely adored David Cassidy. So I was, delighted when he came in to be interviewed. He did the show Time, which Cliff Richard did and a few other people, and Laurence Olivier, who appeared as a hologram. And then he came in to be talked to. And I remember thinking, it's David Cassidy. By that time he was getting on a little bit. And then when he died, I was quite sad, actually. Every time somebody dies, they go, did you interview them? Yep, many of them, yes. Dallas says, since she entered Syria illegally on a stolen passport and then supported the enemy side in a civil war, wouldn't the simplest thing be to hand her over to the Syrian authorities and let them deal with it? Well, I mean, technically, that's what she's doing at the moment. But she's doing it on an illegal passport. She's doing it on her sister's passport, which is interesting. 84850, Steve at LBC. Again, with reference to the terror teen, I believe making a mistake when you're 15 is getting caught smoking in the park whilst drinking cider, not flying off to Syria to join ISIS. Yes, I mean, she's naive in the extreme, but she's not really. All she wants to do is get back here so she can start claiming the benefits. That's all she wants. She wants somebody to look after her child and then just to carry on her life, whatever sort of life it was. Because when she left, she wasn't pregnant. And she hadn't been with terror fighters. But as I say, she starts singing like a canary in this country, that she's going to be a target. There'll be somebody over here who goes, "What? She's telling lies about us," because that's what she'll be doing. She'll be telling lies. She'll become a target. She'll be a target. I can see headlines now. Really. The square where the Albany used to be the location of the entrance to Twickenham train station, where it was rebuilt on the other side of the bridge. If you want to see it now. They're putting up something like 120 flats on the Twickenham station site. There's new shops there and everything. It hasn't opened yet, but it will do. Another one here. It was such fun Saturday morning. David Cassidy and the Monkeys and Happy Days at 6. It was a gentler time, wasn't it? Well, I always thought it was a gentler time. People sort of say, oh, it wasn't really. It's only because you remember it like that. And I've said, no, I remember it as what I thought it was, which was we never worried about things like that. My God, when I was growing up, we didn't think about terrorism. We didn't think about thick people like Shamima going over there to sort of join, and become a sort of a jihadist kind of person, working in their hospital. And you think, she just told us she was a housewife. So again, compulsive liar. But there again, she's had 4 years to learn all of this, hasn't she? So I think it's her sister. Is it her sister's husband is not in favour of her coming back either. The sister thinks she should come back and be interrogated. Well, all she's got to do is say, no comment. No, that's all she can say, no comment. I mean, to be honest with you, if we lock her up, it'll be a waste of time and space. What's the point of locking her up for 10 years, which means she's out in 5 or 6, and then all of a sudden she goes back to where she was before? You can't educate somebody like that. She's too far gone. Way too far gone. One of your presenters, Majid Nawaz, changed, and he was much older when he engaged in extremism, so why not Shamima? Well, because because she's lied all the way through. She seems to change her story on a daily basis. All she's doing is she wants to get here. She'll lie through her teeth. She'll sell her mother down the river if she thinks she can get back to this country, which actually, the way it's going at the moment, she possibly might be able to. But so the police will have something else to worry about. They'll have to watch her all the time. All the time. Majid, is Majid not here this weekend? He's still recovering, but lots of people have sent him cards and messages and things like that. So Aisha Hazarika is going to be here covering for Majid on both the days. Oh, well, there you go. He needs a bit of time off. Philip from Bournemouth says Kelsey did a guest appearance in an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation in its 5th season called Cause and Effect. His character was Captain Morgan Bateson. His starship was caught in a temporal casualty loop. I'm almost embarrassed that you know that. As opposed to he was in Star Trek. We don't need the finer points, It's like saying, and he went to the toilet 3 times in the first episode, They've got decorated paper. I shan't ask him about that. I don't think that'll feature. We've only got 20 minutes with him, so we have to get as much in as possible. 200 students voted against a university's new Jewish society. I can't believe it either in this day and age. Loads of university societies have a Jewish group, and it's where people can meet and talk about things and just have a debating society. But 200, admittedly, there are thousands and thousands who didn't vote, but 200 people voted against the new Jewish society. One of them was a lecturer. In this day and age, in the year 2019. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There was a far-right moron in the courts the other day, found guilty. He was doing one of those rallies, and he saw this woman. She's a TV news reporter, and so he shouted out to her, and you'll pardon my French, slag. And she's like, what? Anyway, they take him to court. He gets fined. He says, this buffoon, that apparently in the East End, slag is commonly used. Yeah, it might be in your world, mate, not in most people's. Also, the snake that turned up in somebody's bathroom in Essex, and before they could grab it, it disappeared into the toilet. Into the cistern. They had to get it out again. It was only about 4 foot long, I think. It frightened the life out of me. Can you imagine? You're in the bathroom, you go, what the hell? Oh, my God, it's a snake. Because you don't know if they're going to try and attack you. Also, there's a British model told too big to open Milan Fashion Week. Her waist is 24 inches. 24 inches. Oh, look. Ollie's just turned up in his coat and a suitcase. Is he flogging all that Del Boy cheap tat again? Get your toys here. I wouldn't mind, but I mean, it's only a couple of days. He's got a suitcase there with enough clothes to practically run a bring and buy sale or an Oxfam shop or something like that. I'd love to open the suitcase and see what's in it. But that would be naughty. Steve, you should get that Dave O'Brien bloke to play you at Street Fighter 2 on the Super Nintendo. Do I sound like somebody who has ever in a million years, in their entire life, ever done a computer game? Nope. No, the only one I ever did years ago was Pac-Man. And I used to get disturbed doing it. Go away! Horrible. And then all of a sudden there were 2 Pac-Men. No. I did Tetris. That was about as boring as watching paint dry, I have to tell you. But the only one I did like was Pac-Man. Now, fight it. I've never played FIFA. A football game? Of course I haven't. I've never even been to a football game. I've never even kicked a football around. I don't do things like that. I'm light-ent. I don't want to. I don't want to play video games. I'm light-ent. I do theatre and showbiz and glitter and, campery and stuff like that. Football, honestly. Can't do things like that. It's like, I've never been to rugby. I live in Twickenham. Mind you, the rugby ground is in Whitton, so it doesn't really count. And we've got the Stoop. I've never been there either. I've never been to any of these sort of... Why would I? They don't come round my place. Why should I go to theirs? So there's no chance of doing Street Fighter 2 or any of these other things. Car races. I did it once, I think, on a seaside amusement in Southend years ago, and I was sort of sitting there driving, and I got so bored, I let the thing crash deliberately. I was so bored with it. Also, legging it, the killer lorry thieves who've been found guilty. They smashed into this woman, and one of them was, somebody caught him on his mobile phone, running away. 8 years prison. That was good, wasn't it? Also, what was it? Oh, prescription fees are going up 20 pence to £9. Seems a lot of money, doesn't it, really? I'm lucky I don't pay for my prescription. And the model, in inverted commas, who's sold her virginity through some sort of agency for £2 million, it always strikes me as a load of old hokum. I'm sorry, this is a form of prostitution. Why on earth would you want to do that? You're selling sex with you for £2 million. She thinks that she can go to New York, buy a flat, and live with her mother and her dogs and be a top model. Well, after you've done that, I don't think so, dear. I don't think so. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but, selling your virginity to a total stranger. And you think that's normal? Blimey, I'm obviously in a different world. Plus the warning over the teeth whitening kits. Because lots of people buy them. You buy them in markets, you buy them just about anywhere. Because people want to look like Rylan or anybody else who's got those ridiculously white teeth. And they've said you should be very careful. They can damage enamel. Damage the enamel, and once you've damaged the enamel, you've kind of lost it. Ian says, I'm now a member of the Spikers Facebook group. Passed the exam, flying colours. What was that about the snake and his sister? Was there a family? No, but it ended up curled up in the cistern at the... Can you imagine? Woo! Well, I couldn't do anything like that. No, thank you. No, thank you very much indeed. It's not my sort of thing. And Matt is over in Welsh Wales. We love Matt, actually. We love Matt a lot. But he's just... Let me just find it very quickly. I just sort of got it a minute ago, and then it disappeared. Wait a minute. He says, I tried to join the Facebook group, but I needed to answer a question that I don't know the answer to. What's the brand of shirt you wear? Jackie says, I saw a toothpaste the other day that could also be used as a mouthwash. How does that work? I don't know. Are you sure? I don't know. I've really got no idea. I thought they were supposed to be... So you've got to be careful. Some mouthwashes have got alcohol in. There is a chance that you could end up being breathalyzed and being found guilty. So just be careful. And Ben says that we're a wee bit drunk. That means completely off their... but after a long discussion, you've made our perfect modern dinner party guest list, along with Jimmy Carr, Alan Carr, Alan Davis, Sean Locke and John Richardson. There you go. There's a highlight of my year. I can do a dinner. People are always saying that to me, who would you like to have at your dinner party? I go, nobody. Nobody. I'd be far too miserable about it. Well, because if you have people round, if you've got more than 6 or 7 people, somebody's going to be a blooming vegetarian, aren't they? By the way, Matt, the answer is Tommy Bahamas. Okay? Did you get that? Tommy Bahamas. It's the only thing I'm... I wonder if that comes out of a radio. Do you think that people can hear that when that sort of comes out? Does it boost it inside the radio? They got little sort of nodules or something that sort of take it all up. I met Kelly Brook yesterday, and she was wearing a little tight pair of shorts, and I was upstairs. So I went to see her and my friend JK, because they're sort of currently getting up at the crack of dawn, which is always very good. And then I saw my friend Will from one of our other radio stations. I was having a sort of... Because when I come in to do interviews, I've got loads of people around the building that I go and see, and today, of course, is Mr. M's birthday. He's celebrating... I don't know how old he is, actually. How old do we think he is? Is he 50? I'm going to get it completely wrong. I'm going to go... No, he's younger than 50. Is he 45? He's exactly 45. Yeah! I don't know how I knew that. That was just a guess, actually. 40. So very similar to my age. Very similar. Just that he sort of lost a load of weight and I haven't. So here is the golden opportunity for you to see Tutankhamun's treasures. It's the largest collection, 150 original artefacts will be heading, including a golden canopic coffinette which held the king's internal organs, because what they did with the embalm, they took everything out, as you can imagine. And there's also a wooden shrine, a statue of King Tut, and the Pharaoh's wishing cup, which was carved from a single piece of translucent alabaster and sat in the doorway of his tomb, engraved with a wish for eternal life. There's also a colossal statue that's never been to London before, and 60 other items that have never been outside Egypt. Oh my goodness. It's running from Saturday, November the 2nd at the Saatchi Gallery in Chelsea. There's 55 items from Tutankhamun's tomb as well. Well, I mean, you'll be queuing for that because we're still crackers, aren't we, for a bit of King Tut? We like that sort of thing. The worldwide tour is being produced by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities. Afterwards, the artefacts return to Cairo to be permanently housed at the new Grand Egyptian Museum. If it wasn't for that in Egypt, nobody would bother going there. People only go there to go to the Cairo Museum to go and see the King Tut stuff. You won't see the famous mask. It's in a precarious state of preservation, so you won't be seeing that. But, I mean, to see all these other items, 150, I mean, it's going to be like, whoa. And at the Saatchi Gallery, I wonder why that? I mean, I've never been to the Saatchi Gallery, so I don't know how big it is, and whether or not it's sort of ideal for that. Matt says that's the one. Thank you. Yes, we have quite a few. Actually, do you know, I even thought about flying out to Vegas the other day. But my friend Neil says that he went out there to get some Tommy Bahama shirts and do other bits and pieces. He said it was cheaper to buy them from here to over there and have them shipped over. So, because I use DHL, and they're not cheap. But the one thing you will discover about them, because they're Hawaiian shirts, they've got all different styles and ranges, is that the colours stay true, which is very rare. Very rare. Kestus in northern Norway says, I also forgot the brand of your beloved shirt, but you haven't mentioned for a while because it's winter. You don't... I nearly put one on this morning for Kelsey Grammer. I thought, should I put one on? I thought, no, it's winter. It's stupid. Don't be so silly, Stephen. Don't be so silly. Elaine says, I'm very glad my body's been programmed to spike this morning as I woke from a nightmare of escaping from a mad psychopath. All this talk of beheading is just as bad. I'm another Facebook group graduate and proud of it. Looking forward to the Kelsey Grammer interview this weekend. Yeah, we are too. We are too. It's nice to have him in London, isn't it? But I don't know how long he's here for. We shall find out. Is this right, Steve, that law in the UK still stands that you kill a Welsh person but only using a bow and arrow in Chester after midnight? I think you'll find it's a bit of a myth, that one. I think so. That's like the... what was the other one that we had in London, which turned out to be true? You can drive sheep over one of the bridges, I think, for some... If you're given the... If you're a freeman of the City of London, you can sort of... And also, if you're a black taxi, apparently you have to have a bale of hay or something in the front. It sounds very messy, doesn't it? And pregnant women and what? Pregnant women can urinate in policemen's hats? Are you serious? Well, what policeman's going to take his helmet off and let you wee in it? Oh, that's outrageous. That is outrageous. Mind you, there is a whole raft of old laws that have never been repealed. And so you'll find some... I've never heard the one about the policeman's helmet and weeing. Have you ever heard of that one? No, me neither. Me neither. Going to be a record heat. And Donald Trump has said that women who fled to Syria, not allowed back in America. Over here, you know, of course, yeah, come back in, give you a house and all the rest of it. It's just that people thrive on benefits, don't they? Steve, says little Julie, head admin, said you're keeping the admin team very busy on your Spiker group this morning with a request to join. Yeah, you have to pass all their tests and everything else. They're not letting anybody in. It's a very exclusive thing. Oh, by the way, if you tell everybody... And I only mentioned this morning because I want to appeal to you. God knows I want to appeal to you. But it's my podcast. The more people that access it, the happier they are. Okay. I know it doesn't work for everybody because some programs do podcasts. I think I'm about the second most downloaded, I think. Apparently Dave O'Brien has actually one that's a little bit busier. But I think that's only the Is that Musical Hour? I think that's, that one's very, very, very popular. The Cairo Museum is amazing. I know I've got strange enough, how funny you should mention that. I've got a lovely coffee table book called The Cairo Museum, and it's got all of that stuff in there. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But I've never been. Even though we lived in Egypt many, many years ago. Great show as always. Your dedicated Oslo Spikers, Michelle and Roger, listening to your super show from Basel in Switzerland. It is pronounced Basel, isn't it? I thought so. Here it's very warm, 15 degrees and stunning. Anything new on the favourite Von Beckham family? No, still attempting to sing, but they've tried everything. They're so marvellous, aren't they? I mean, they really are. We hold them in such high esteem in this country. In fact, I barely make a move without consulting my oracle, who is Vicky, just to find out, what the day brings. Should I go out in dark glasses or shall I not go out in dark glasses? Breakdancing tipped to be an Olympic sport for Paris 24. Please, God, no. Please, God, no. I mean, that does seem a little bit ridiculous. And who are these people here? That's Maya Jama. Who's she? Is she? Is she? Just a disc jockey. What's she wearing? Sort of this... Oh, she's Stormzy's girlfriend. Well, she's got to be somebody's, I suppose, hasn't she, really? But a little picture of Liam Payne and Nick Grimshaw. Slightly disturbing. You never know what some of these people are doing at the Brit Awards. But as I say, the good news is that if you were a Z-list celebrity, so anybody who's been on a reality show of any type, you were banned from the red carpet, because otherwise the Brit Awards is in danger of descending into just absolute carnage. It was bad enough that Gemma Collins was there. What for? She's nothing to do with music. Absolutely nothing to do with it. And of course, she wasn't allowed to the parties afterwards. A couple of them threw a bit of a strop. I believe that Talia Storm had a little bit of a mare of a session when she was hoiked off the red carpet. You're nobody. But it's dressed on like... Well, she's Scottish, isn't she? Is she Scottish? Yeah. But we don't know what she does, so we don't really care. And so that was that. So they kicked them all off, which was great. Then a few of them went on to a few other parties, but not to the big parties. Man of La Mancha, the musical, is the one that Kelsey Grammer is in to do with Nicholas Lyndhurst, Danielle Denise and Cassidy Jansen. And it features To Dream, the Impossible Dream. It's lovely, actually. 6 weeks only from the 26th of April. So, in fact, it's absolutely crucial that this interview goes out this weekend. And if you want to see Kelsey Grammer on stage, and you do want to see Kelsey Grammer on stage... you'll need to book for this. It's at the London Coliseum. Literally 5 minutes from here. You could walk it in less than 5 minutes. Seriously. Steve, going back to the Facebook group, what's your favourite restaurant? Says Andy. I can't help you anymore. I shall get into trouble. Everybody knows what my favourite restaurant is. I have different restaurants, but there is one particular restaurant which would be classed as my favourite restaurant. Glenn says you can still drive geese through the City of London. Yeah, but why would you want to? What is the point? Unless they're going to be eaten. Shows how soft and pathetic this country has become that people want to allow this terrorist associating girl to return. Heaven forbid this happens, but what if in 15 to 20 years she or her supposed son commits a terrorist act and kills a load of people? Exactly, because presumably she'll be telling him exactly what her beliefs are. That's what parents do. You end up being the sort of people that... So, in other words, you go, well, I didn't know anything about it. I mean, she needs monitoring. But why should we waste time and money? Why don't we just leave her where she is? She's in a refugee camp. Best place for her. As far as I'm concerned, that's the best place for her to be. Dallas says, read The Sad Death of Peter Tork. Love the Monkees music and TV show back in the 60s. All available on DVD. Talking of DVDs, the news is coming out. That doesn't mean anything, actually. It doesn't mean anything. It was a ridiculous link. Other radio presenters be going, that was the stupidest link I've ever heard. Talking of DVDs, here comes the news. What's that got to do with it? Is Josh on DVD? He's coming up to 4 minutes past 5. I'm Steve Allen. This is my early breakfast on LBC, Monday to Friday, between 4 and 7. And if you think this is a peculiar hour of the morning, I promise you it's not. Most of everybody gets up and listens at this time of the morning. And we're also here on Saturday morning between 5 and 7. The best of Steve Allen between 5 and 6, between 6 and 7, in conversation. And 2 super people from theatre this week for your entertainment. And then I'm back on Sunday morning as well, between 5 and 7, for the best look at the Sunday papers, and then back again on Sunday. That's what makes it sound like I'm a bit overused. And I'm here on Sunday evening as well. The only person I think is doing 7 days a week. I don't think there's any other presenter. Is anybody else doing 7 days a week? No, nobody. Why am I doing it? Money. And it's as simple as that. And a great love of it as well, which is great. If you ask people what is on King Tut's mask, most people will say a snake at the top. They nearly all forget the bird. I can't remember, actually. If somebody said what's on the top of his... I wouldn't know what was on the top of the mask anyway. It wouldn't... but he was only young, wasn't he? I think he was about 18 when he died, so he was very young. Very, very young. But this is, to see all these things, it's marvellous. Matt the trucker says it just shows... Oh, we've done this one here. Heaven forbid... Don't forget, he says, it's Mr. M's birthday today. I couldn't possibly forget. I brought him a Satsuma. I'm not wasting money, seriously. He wouldn't eat anything. I bought him chocolates the other week. And you don't think the GC thought it was the Chip Awards rather than the Brit Awards? All that hard work during her Trotters on Ice show. The funny thing is, she went off afterwards for a curry. It's not going to help with the weight loss, is it? Can't eat... Oh, Lord above, honestly. Talking of curry. I couldn't remember the name of the curry dish you were having. I remember the Peshwari naan and the mushroom rice. What was the lamb dish I'd never heard of? Lan patia. I've never even heard of it. Is that something indicative of Kent or something? Is it sort of... Is it... No. Oh, you have to ask. Oh, right. So you go, excuse me, could I have lamb patia? Because it's not on the menu. So in other words, it's... Yes, it sounds disgusting, actually. No, we're not asking people to text in with their favourite curry. Yes, we don't want to go down that route. That's what he's eating, but I've never heard of it, lamb patia. So, in other words, if I actually go into an Indian restaurant and I go, do you have the other menu? And they go, yes, sir, we do. What were you looking for? And I go, I was looking for lamb patia. And they'll go, well, we only serve that to Josh when he comes in. That's one of his favourite dishes. What is it? Rogan Josh. Yes, very, very funny. The further away he lives, the happier we all become, isn't it, really? Kent is about as far as we can push him. Where are you in Kent? I can't remember where you are in Kent. It's Maidstone. God, that's a dump, isn't it? That really is. That really is. I've been to Maidstone. I have been to Maidstone. But I've never heard of that dish. Isn't that funny? Does it come with sort of cream and... No, I can't eat lamb. That's the only reason I asked it, because I'm a... Oh, right. And does it come with like a sauce to it? Is it chunks of lamb boiled over endless hours and then brought out and lovingly presented? Yeah, and then another on the plate. And then you have mushroom rice with that? Mushroom rice. Do you not have pilau rice for the pretty colours? Oh, it's a bit boring. Oh, right. Okay, a bit boring. Sorry, what? Sag pudding. And then I said to him, wait for this one, producer. I said, so what would he be having for pudding? He said, I don't think they do puddings. I said, kulfi. Kulfi in India. Have you heard of kulfi? It's Indian ice cream. And he'd never heard of it. Never heard of it at all. So that's, you should have that. Do you have any giant crisps? Poppadoms, do you have those? They're the best bit. And do you have them with the mango chutney and the reti and everything like that? Yeah, well, you're certainly piling it on. No doubt in that department. Have a lovely day. Off he goes with dreams of that food. Actually, I could lose myself in a curry at the moment. I absolutely could. I could really... I don't know why, isn't it funny? We talk about food at this time in the morning. It's so annoying. Somebody will start a conversation about food, saying so, and then I sort of pick up on it. And before I know where I am, I'm doing myself a great disservice. I'm going out for lunch today with my friend Paul. And I just fancy a curry, so I think we might have to go to Feltham, little Julie. I think we might have to. I can't think of any other reason, because they do a particularly nice beef curry in this place. The place itself doesn't look like anything at all, but all I can tell you is lots of Chinese people eat there, and as far as I'm concerned, that's the benchmark. That's the benchmark. Steve, like you, I so love Pip Schofield's little dog in the car buying advert. I want it. It's so cute. It's like, it's almost not real, is it? Almost not real, but so lovely. We arrived back from Vegas yesterday. First time in 20 years. You know what it was doing? Snowing. They had snow in Vegas. Somebody sent me pictures over. My friend Ian's over there. I'm surprised he hasn't sent me pictures of snow and rushed out singing, Happy Holiday and stuff like that. So there you go. All the snow pictures. Thank you, Sue and Phil in Slough. And see if you can get back on subject on cats. No, we did cats yesterday. And that, you know. And Steve says, I've got 3 cats and I'm leaving my estate to them. Another mark him down as mad. Completely mad. Yeah, you know what they're going to do? They're going to go out there and spend it on cheap Z-list cats. There'll be Z-list cat celebrities and stuff like that. One point that cannot be ignored is Shmima was foolish enough to allow her face to be photographed, as a future change of identity would be nigh on impossible. Yes. Yes. And I've noticed the moment she walks out of the interview, she puts the full face burqa back on again. But I'm surprised if she's saying, oh, yes, I'm definitely going to come back here and I'll tell you anything you want to know about ISIS. I'll tell you all their plans and everything else. She's a target. She's a target. Even if she admits, says Mark, that she was a murderer and committed the crimes herself, she'll never get to... Well, she didn't. That's the trouble. Well, in fact... Well, I say she didn't. We don't know. She's only just come up with the hospital thing. I mean, she's got the ultimate ace card. You can't send a woman with a baby to prison. You can. You absolutely can. Oh, yes, there are facilities in prisons for women with babies. So, you can. Yes, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that she will be dragging her weary carcass back here. But I just don't like the idea. As far as I'm concerned, she joined one of the most murderous terror groups in the entire world. I don't think there's anybody as bad as ISIS. And she, you know, pledge my support to them. Well, you know, as far as the words fail me, I'm afraid. Steve, I also expected to see Thomas Meyer's citizenship revoked, seeing as he's actually committing an act of terrorism. Do you know, it's a can of worms, this one. You know, if you think every time you turn on the radio you are bored with Brexit, you're going to be bored with this woman, because it's going to run and run and run and run until eventually she comes back here and she will be treated like a celebrity. If she flew back in on a plane over this weekend, there would be hundreds of photographers at the airport. Seriously. They'd be taking her picture. She could have an agent who would sort of field somebody will go to her and say, listen, I can field all the calls for interviews and stuff like that. She could be on This Morning, Loose Women, she'd be on everything. Seriously. She'll probably have her own clothing range out by the end of the year. That's how ridiculous it is. And yet she supports things like that. Although we've had Nazi monsters in this country who've been feted by the press and put on television chat shows. So it's nothing new, is it? It's just that this one's particularly vile and disgusting, because I can't think of any other way to describe her. I mean, she's not even of this... She doesn't even deserve the right to live, as far as I'm concerned here, if she supports stuff like that. Not very nice at all. Here's another picture of Rita Ora, wearing another ludicrous outfit. I don't know what she's doing, but I'm sure it's lovely. And also, quiche and guacamole ads set for a ban on TfL. Foods could break the mayor's new rules aimed at tackling childhood obesity. Is quiche particularly... I mean, I don't eat quiche because it is supposed to be quite fattening because of the pastry. It's quite nice, though. An egg and bacon quiche sounds absolutely delicious as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't it sound good? I think it sounds really nice. Very, very nice. But, and guacamole. I thought guacamole was okay. So, Paul Cooper's on the stand today at Cheney's in Weston. He's missing his right-hand boy. Yes, we know all about that today. I wonder what the fruit of the day is, as they say. I wonder what the fruit of the day is. What will that be today? Yesterday, I mean, I'm still doing nardicots. Seriously, I'm still doing nardicots, and everybody's loving them. In fact, when the Scottish boy had to bring the bags in today because I bought some yesterday, they are particularly good. Particularly good, and everybody loves them. Do you know what it is? It's having an orange first thing in the morning that kind of sort of sets you up, which is very good. Right. Is guacamole quite high in fat? Oh, right. Is that green stuff, guacamole? I don't... Fine in moderation. Oh, right. I had avocado the other day. I found peeled and frozen avocados in Iceland, and I thought, they're all right, aren't they? That's the main bit of guacamole. Oh, right. Isn't it the good fat? I thought it was the good fat. I don't have it very often, but quiche I used to love. But what I used to do is I used to eat the middle bit and leave the pastry. Defeats the object, doesn't it? Oh, sorry, I do beg your pardon. Oh, my phone's come to life, and it says, with the word pastry, set it off. Pastry makes a pardon, my phone's come to life. Lessons with the word pastry, set it off. Pastry makes a part, my phone's come to life. Lessons with the word pastry, set it off. Pastry makes support my... And so it's obviously keen on the word pastry. Whole page on pastry. This phone gets madder by the day. I'm sure it's not mine. I'm sure I've got all sorts of ridiculous things here. Ridiculous. A lot of people retweeting the picture of myself and Kelly Brook. because she managed to look good on 3 hours sleep, and I just looked like a sack of potatoes, I'm afraid. Not very good at all, was it? I'll tell you what we'll do, because it's Friday, and because it's lovely that the children are still off school. Although, how scary is this? I was waiting for the car this morning to pick me up, and a bus pulls in, single-decker, and I'm looking at it, and this is 1 o'clock in the morning. 8 kids get off the bus with hoodies on, with all their faces completely hidden. Seriously, one of them got off the bus and he zipped it up so you couldn't see his face at all. 8 of them at that time of the morning. There's nobody on the streets of Twickenham. And I was looking around thinking, where's the police? Where's the police? They're going to do something. They got off the bus from wherever it was, single-decker, so it must have come from Hounslow or something like that. And 8 of them, but all hooded up completely. You could not see their faces at all apart from their eyes. So if there was any damage done in Twickenham last night, police better go back to the buses. Why do I have to do the job for them? Seriously, honestly. Charlie says, how do we know it's actually her own child? We don't. We don't know anything. We don't know that she had 2 other children who died. We don't know that. You've only got her restaurant, but if she tells lies for a living, we don't know. I don't know whether you can get hold of her records. Do you think they keep records in the refugee camp? Is it her child? There's an ISIS application form. Good Lord. Oh, well. You live and learn, don't you? Did you go to Whitby the other day? No. I don't think so, no. I'd remember. What do we do at this time of the morning? We get you to work quickly. And you're all going, we don't want to go to work quickly. We want to keep listening to the programme. But you have to have a check. On the roads and rail, the LBC Travels with Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning. Very foggy in some parts this morning, so do take extra care. In Warwickshire, 1 lane's had to be closed on the M6 northbound just after junction 2 at Coventry, and that's because a car's broken down. In Essex, there are problems on the A12 northbound just after junction 29 at the Crown interchange. Only 1 lane is open, and that's also following an accident. And in Ilford, 1 lane's closed on the Winston Way eastbound after a car was on fire.
LBC.
Take roulette for a spin at Coral Casino. The last 3 numbers have been odd. The last 4 have come in red. But wait, you saw a black cat this morning. Some people say that could be good luck. Maybe it was some kind of mystical sign. Or do you just own a black cat? The wheel's spinning. Make your call. We've hundreds of great games and live tables waiting for you when you download our app or go online. The smart money's on Coral Casino. When the fun stops, stop.
Is she checking me out? Surely not. Here we go. She's coming over. Play it cool, Josh. Play it cool.
Excuse me. You dropped your card?
Oh. Some mornings just call for a sausage and egg McMuffin. Breakfast served until 10:30 a.m.
It's Super Weekend at Lidl with up to 50% off selected products. Get a bottle of Nero d'Avola red wine, only $3.49. A Chef Select slow-cooked barbecue rib rack, just $1.99. And a 10-pack of heavy-duty refuse sacks, only 99p. Lidl. Big on quality, little on price. Subject to availability, selected stores, excludes NI.
Broking is the way to secure the finance you need. And Finance for Business are the brokers you can rely on. Search Finance for Business for details.
In the trade, sign up to Wix Trade Pro and get 10% off every time you shop with no minimum spend. Download the app to register. Always cheaper with Wix Trade Pro. Terms apply.
You know that feeling you're getting about the United-Liverpool game? That's me. I'm your hunch. I'm pumped because this one's going to shake up the season. 2 of the big boys, head-to-head. And as if that's not exciting enough, Betway are offering Bet 5, get 10 on it. So listen up. There are a lot of things we need to talk about. Heed your hunch with Betway. Get a £10 free bet when you bet £5 on any Bet Your Way market on United Liverpool. Single bets at odds of 2 to 1 or over. 18 plus. T's and C's apply. Bet the responsible way.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, 19 minutes past 5. Steve, you can have a flan without the pastry. It's called a frittata. Frittata, yes. Is it? Oh, right. It kind of defeats the object, doesn't it, just eating the middle bit. But I do quite like it. It's just egg and bacon, or whatever you have. Thank you, Jan. Anne in Hayes, Nurse Anne, says avocado good for thinnies, not for fatties. It's quite calorific. So I'm all right then. And Sandy from Peterborough, your corrective spelling, unfortunately, has given you a real over one on this one. We've got a fabulous Indian restaurant here in Peterborough called Well, it's the Gurkha Lounge, because we have one in Twickenham, actually. But unfortunately, your predictive spelling has come up as Burka Lounge. I don't really think anything's going to be called the Burka Lounge, but they've been twice in 3 weeks, went there for Valentine's dinner. Hubby's off to Mongolia today for about a week, bought all the extreme weather clothing as the weather, it goes down to about minus 25. Oh, it gets freezing in Mongolia. Really freezing. I've seen lots of programmes on Mongolia. I don't want to go there. Loads of people, they sort of up and decamp somewhere else, and they make this big tent out of these rods and everything else, and it's just enormous. It's like a kibbutz. Sounds fantastic. Dallas says, I watched a show on National Geographic this week where they're moving all of the King Tut artefacts to a new museum. They are. Clearing out the storeroom, they found a large wooden case that belonged to Howard Carter. Opening it up, they found the long-lost mast to one of the sailing ships he was buried with. Was he buried with a sailing ship? He's buried in... Carter's buried in Chiswick Cemetery, I think. I don't think they buried him with a mast. I don't think so. I mean, how deep is this grave? They're only supposed to be about 6 feet deep. But ships were thought to carry the dead all over the world. Well, exactly. If you go on a cruise and you die on it, they sort of... Putney Vale, that's right. I knew it's very small, yeah. I knew it was sort of round about the Chiswick Way, and Putney Vale and Chiswick, very close. So that's where he's buried. But not buried with a mast of a sailing ship. I don't think so. I don't think they went there on a ship anyway. I think they flew there. Didn't they fly to Egypt? Can't remember. I remember the whole story about King Tut and about how the money had run out, and on the last day they discovered, because a lot of tombs, a lot of pyramids and the tombs of the famous people were in fact ransacked by grave robbers. We had the same thing in this country, but over there, of course, lots of people were buried, especially pharaohs, with everything to take them into the afterlife. So there would be a chariot, there would be probably animals that had been killed to put in there, there would be servants, there'd be all sorts of things. There would anything to help somebody, depending on how high up the scale you were, to get you into the afterlife. Food, all sorts of things, and the artefacts that you would need around you. So that's why it's very dangerous. So what they tried to do is cover them up as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens, grave robbing was the main source of income. But in the case of Tutankhamun, when they actually discovered, I think on the last day, that they were due to come back, and he was out there, and he found a step in the sand. And so they cleared it away and discovered it was a set of steps going down into the ground. And they got to the door. They cleared it all away. It must have been a mammoth undertaking. And the door seal was still on. It had not been broken. And that was an indicator that there might be riches inside. So they got in, sort of modern-day grave robbing, as I prefer to call it. And then the next bit they actually discovered was all right. So they knocked a little hole in the wall, and they got this sort of musty smell of old air from ages and ages ago. And they looked in, and I think he either shone a torch or lit a candle or something. And they said, "Can you see anything?" And he said, "Yes. Wondrous things." And it turned out the grave robbers had missed it. And in the first chamber were all the things like, chariot and reins and just about anything you can think of, clothing, shoes, everything. And then they went through, because what they did was, after they had buried somebody who was of the standing of a pharaoh, it was sealed up. With plaster. They plastered the walls, and they did the pictures so that hopefully nobody could find it. And they got through, and then they found the first chamber, and then they went through into another chamber. And now by this time, they're in a chamber where you can't even move. The sarcophagus just fits this chamber, so they had to get the lift off, they had to winch it up. It was solid stone. It was amazing. And then they moved away the covers, and then they were looking at what they thought was the boy king. And then they took that mask off, and I think there were 3 masks in total, and there, at the end, was that one that just shone out, and then they knew they were onto something really, really big. And then it was just getting all the stuff out again. So for this exhibition to arrive in this country in November, of stuff that half of it has not been seen in this country before, you should go. If you're interested in Egyptology and the pharaohs and everything else, this is stuff, you are seeing stuff that's not been seen out of Egypt. At least, I think, 55, 60 items. So there you go. My uncle, says Chris, sadly died at sea whilst on a cruise. On the death certificate, his place of death is a compass point. That's all. I guess it has to be, but it never occurred to me before that of what they would actually sort of write on it. Yeah, and then you sort of, I mean, you don't get burial at sea, do you? They sort of bring you back, and then you can make your own arrangements, I think. I suppose you could be buried at sea. I don't know. I mean, they must have people who can perform things like that. The sailing ships re King Tut, says Dallas, with the small models to carry the dead into the next world. It was they seem to suss it out. I still can't get over. I don't know what he died of at 18. I mean, he obviously wasn't very old at all. There must have been all sorts of illnesses and stuff like that. Sally in Worcestershire says must get some frozen avocado. Thank you for the heads up. The awful injuries people get opening them. I know. I can't do things like that. Listen, if God and the supermarkets have made something easy for me, I'm going for it. It's like in Marks and Spencer's and probably other supermarkets, they do peeled oranges, 4 in each box. And I'm thinking, that's the best way. Who wants to sit there peeling oranges? Unless it's a Nardicot or it's a Satsuma. But if it's an actual proper orange, they're a pain. You've got to cut them in half, you've got to peel the skin back. Oh, no thank you. No thank you. Nobody really knows what Tut died of. Because when they actually unwrapped him unceremoniously, I mean, the poor soul was embalmed. And so what they did, they then unwrapped him. Somebody said it could be sickle cell disease, but they don't know because there was only his skeleton in the bandit. Where the rest of him's gone to, I've got no idea. But I don't think I became quite funny about this some years ago, where I thought, I don't want them unwrapping. It's like if I get buried, which I won't be, but I mean, if I was, in 20 years' time, somebody to go, let's dig him up and have a look at him, see what he looks like. I don't want that. And in the case of poor Tutankhamun, there was a joke about that, the tooting, and then anyway, and it's a case of they sort of unceremoniously wrapped him, so there he was, displayed for the world to see. I don't think he should. I think they should have left him. I still think it's fantastic what they did. Watch out for avocado, says Jeannie. They're evil. Last October, I slipped on a bit that landed on the kitchen floor whilst preparing it. Fell onto the floor, cracked 2 ribs. Not bought one since. Oh, you're like me. Accident prone. Marilyn reckons that avocados are good for the thyroid. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with them. Had fish fingers again yesterday. I can't tell you how many I ate. I can't tell you how many fish fingers I ate yesterday because it's just too embarrassing. I'm embarrassed telling myself. And you wouldn't believe it anyway. Mark says, with regards to the Syrian woman, why don't you give ISIS a call? Ask for the HR department. I think it's option 6. Ask them to pull her personal file, and surely they'll list whether or not she had children. If they don't, what sort of outfit are they? Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Shoddy murdering paedophiles. But actually, they used to have a press office, didn't they? Well, people have claimed to be. They had somebody on the television the other day. I never believe it. Somebody contacts his a news organisation. Oh, I was a member of ISIS, and now I'm sort of reformed and all the rest of it. Yeah, they had a magazine. But really, dear, a bit worrying, isn't it? I don't even buy the Big Issue. I don't know why I see people say, big issue, no. Or failing that, you go, I bought one yesterday from you. There was a woman sitting by a dustbin the other day in Twickenham High Street. She looks too well-groomed to be a beggar, but she sits there, I said, don't be so stupid. I don't give money to people sitting on the ground, I'm afraid. Stand up, you're not disabled. Listening from Ibiza with my cats. Lovely hearing family afar. Mark and Anne from Hayes messaging in, says Becky, in Ibiza. Did they call it Ibiza? Ibiza. Steve, did you know that Michael McIntyre began his comedy career at the Albany pub in 2002? In the comedy club we used to have there. True story. Did you know that he started his career on LBC? Did you know that? Doing news and satire and all sorts of things. Oh yes. LBC was the grounding and the starting place for so many people. I'll sort of watch television. I'll watch the BBC News, the ITV News. I go, work for LBC, work for LBC, work for LBC. Used to have a programme on LBC. Was rubbish. Actually, I was trying to find out what everybody thought about Anna Soubry yesterday. She was doing her show on LBC. I mean, couldn't have been more fortuitous, could it? And again, she had people, same as Tom Watson did the day before, people saying, you're a disgrace, you shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that kind of thing. But did you think she came over well or not? Who today have we got? Today we've got Jess Phillips, Labour MP. So that'll be interesting. I mean, I find it fascinating because it's people who can stand up in the House of Commons and argue and shout and scream and all the rest of it. Stick them on radio and it either works or it doesn't work. It's a clever art to do. And Tom Watson, I thought, had it. That's what I thought. I thought he sounded relaxed. He almost was putting on his sort of soft, sexy voice. And how can I get you back into the party? I thought, well, screaming and with a rope round our legs, but that's about as far as it goes. How much do we chuck out every year, money-wise, of food? How much food do we chuck out every year? If I told you it was £16 billion worth of food. Many people go hungry. They can use that. So I'm as guilty as the next person. I go to the top of the fridge where I haven't been in ages and ages, and you discover all sorts of bits of food. And you go, I wonder what the sell-by date is. Oh, my God, it's January. And so out it goes. I'm sure there'll be other people who'd probably risk it, but I'm not prepared to risk it. I know that they cover themselves, but I'm just not prepared to do that. Joe Caulfield says, I think I'll stick to defrosting the fridge. That's quite nice. You know, you don't need to defrost fridges now. Fridges years ago, you need to defrost them because they got iced up because there was an ice box at the top. And it got... Why are you looking at me like that? Have you ever defrosted a fridge? Yeah. But you don't need to do that now. They're all frost-free. Is yours not frost-free? I had a spray, which I bought from somewhere, and you go... and it melts all the ice. But you'd have to sit there with a bucket in there, and it would drip down and then comes out... Oh, it was horrible. But no, 99% of fridges now are frost-free. You don't have icing up or anything like that. Even freezers don't ice up anymore. I've got a 6-bang freezer door thing. It doesn't ice up at all. There's no ice. Am I facing the right way? Yours ices up. Have you got a freezer bit in your fridge? You got a big American. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, with a water dispenser. How lovely. I'm so excited. Does it make ice as well at the same time? Yeah, I thought it would do. Such snobs I'm working with, honestly. I've just got a little fridge, honestly. Just enough for keeping 6 eggs and a piece of cheese in there. I should manage to get through it. I thought about you last night, actually, thinking about how little food you seem to buy. And so over at Cheney's, Western International, Paul Cooper was there earlier on, missing his right-hand boy, Daniel Brown. Not the same without him, because Daniel is part of a big family. In fact, he's one of 6 children. 6. He's third. I think he said he was 13 the other day, but he's one of 6 children. I said, how great that mum and dad have got a big family. Mind you, always something to look after you in your older age. Lee says, excuse me, they think Tutankhamun died of an infection caused by a leg fracture. They did originally think he'd been assassinated. Wouldn't it be lovely if you could wave a magic wand and go back to those times just to see what it'd be like? It's like being in England. What sort of period would you want to go back to? Would you want to go back to the, the Stuart reign or Victorians? I don't know what I'd like to go back to. Victorians just seems... Well, I mean, London was always snowing. But as I said earlier on, do you know that in Vegas it's snowing? Have you seen the pictures? They've got snow in Las Vegas, in the middle of the desert. How does that work? Steve, the spray that melts ice is called de-icer. No, it's not. It's a special name you spray, but apparently the producer's got a fridge that makes ice, but inside the fridge. Whereas I haven't had an ice box in the top of a fridge for ages and ages. If ever I need ice cubes, I just go and buy a bag of ice cubes, which is quite good. I quite like doing that every so often. Steve, they said after they did a CT scan on the mummy of King Tut that he died from a blow to the head. Wow. Clever, isn't it? Did you have 10 fish fingers, says Jan. No. No. When I used to eat fish finger sandwiches, oh, yummy, yum, yum. It had to be sliced white bread, thickly spread with butter, the fingers sprinkled with vinegar and salt with ketchup on the top slice. How wonderful. Do you know, that sounds like my idea of heaven. Idea of heaven. I'm not sure about the vinegar and salt, but I'm sure I could probably get used to it. But no, they were on special offer, £1.15 a pack. No, £1.15 a pack, 5 packs for a £5, which I thought seemed quite good for bird's eye fish fingers. And I ate 2 packs. I know, I feel guilty even mentioning it. But they were so delicious. And they weren't huge. They weren't absolutely enormous. They were sort of not that big, you know. I mean, about 3 or 4 bites per but they were delicious. Absolutely delicious. That was my little treat. So today, I don't know what I'm going to have. Oh, I'll be having lunch, won't I? I think it's definitely got to be curry. I don't want to eat chicken again. Paul, my friend Paul likes Nando's. I'm so bored with Nando's. It's just chicken. Can't they do something else? And they don't do puddings in my one. Remember the Fray Bentos pies, Steve, that you had to take the lid off to cook? And how difficult it was to get it off. They were supposed to be changing the tin to make it easier. But I've seen clips of people on YouTube attacking them with screwdrivers and hammers and God knows what else. Yes, I have done that. I could never get those little keys that you wound round the outside. But a Fray Bentos pie was always a bit exciting, wasn't it? Now we know better. Steve, when I was young, my dad told me to put my pocket money in the money box under the stairs. I was 15 before I found out it was the gas meter. Yeah, just pop your money in there. I was a bit naughty. I've told you the story. I was a bit naughty, actually. When I lived in a rented place many, many years ago, the fire in the sitting room and the one in the kitchen were gas, and you put 50 pence in, turn the handle, and it gave you 50 pence worth of gas. But, of course, it was put in by the landlord. So, and I lived there for quite a while, actually. But it was only when I moved out I found I had a little key that opened the padlock that kept all the money in there. So I have to be brutally honest with you and tell you that I recycled the money for the last week that I lived there. And when I left, I gave the key to the neighbours. Marilyn says, when I used to make my daughter's lunch for work, I always peeled the oranges for her. One day somebody said, do you know that they come with peel on? I know. I mean, yes, I know. Actually, I always buy a ready-made fruit salad. Mainly because I can't be fagged to start cutting up bits and pieces of kiwi fruit and strawberry and apple and melon. It's easier to go and buy it. And you get 2 for £5, and I think that's okay, actually. Steve, an avocado is a great appetite suppressant. 1 avocado and a banana for breakfast keeps me going until the evening, says Mrs. M. Really? Oh, wow. Still awake and listening avidly, says Rachel. Although getting a bit more worried about this training course, you must really try a frittata. Whisk up some eggs with a bit of grated cheese. There's no... already you've lost me. Whisk up some eggs, kind of go straight over my head. So fill the frying pan with your favourite ingredients, cook them partway through, and then add the egg and just swoosh it about until it stops sticking to the pan. And the best bit, I actually think fish fingers would be a good ingredient. Finish under the grill with a bit more grated cheese. Be careful if you have a plastic handle. I do like fish fingers. I don't have them very often, but when I do have them, I kind of go a bit mad. Sam says, is it glycerin that melts ice? I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't look at the ingredients on something like that. You go inside the fridge, and then you'd wait to hear a big clunk as a big piece of ice fell from underneath the fridge into the washing up bowl. Steve, where were the fish fingers on offer? Says Mark. Iceland. And Patrick in Guildford says, the wife and I once boarded a train after a dozen teenagers had just stepped off. Looking for vacant seats, we thought we'd found a table section nobody wanted. Much to our horror, as we were about to sit down, we realised the empty seats were strewn with condoms. Despite train staff responding to the complaint, we've been left wondering to this day how nobody noticed what must have been going on. Oh, dear me, honestly, can't do things like that. This is a family show. Super Noodles curry flavour with a box of fish fingers, says Scott in Godalming. I can't do noodles. I just think that they come over as a bit sort of plastic. You know what I mean? It's sort of, I mean, I'm sure some people like noodles. I'm going to get that bow tie pasta. I could have that. I might have pasta actually for tea tonight, but if I eat a big lunch, I won't be eating tea. Rachel says, lovely, a whole Frey Pentos pie in steak and ale is lovely. Oh. We mustn't talk about food. We really must. It's not good for any of us. Not good. Daily Star today, Cougar Flax back on the pull. This is Caroline, what she was doing there. I've got no idea at the Brit Awards. But, I suppose it's a night out for her, bless her. Also, we've done that one. Catherine Tilsley said she was drawn to the part of Sarah in the new Channel 5 series. Oh, shut up. You weren't drawn to anything at all. You were just waiting for a job to come up, and that's it. And David Guest sneaked a mobile phone into Celebrity Big Brother and then phoned Lizzie Cundy. Rivetingly dull. Apparently that features in her book. You know, more rubbish from the red carpet. Honestly, how desperately sad. Desperately sad. M&S and Sainsbury's do a crustless quiche. All right. Marilyn says you have to check the fish fingers are 100% cod or haddock. They're bird's eye. Haddock's got better flavour to it, but you can get bird's eye as well, which is just cod. But then an awful lot of apparently in fish and chip shops you've got to be careful because you might not be eating what you think you're eating because you wouldn't know if somebody said we're going to do a taste test and you'd be going right, okay, so. How do we know what river cobbler tastes like? Because that's what you were eating for some time. There's a gay man in the papers today who might be deported because he's not gay enough. I mean, seriously, you sometimes read stories and you think, perhaps I've got the wrong end of the stick here. The immigration chiefs believe that Q Fuk Sam, that's his name, is lying about his sexuality because he doesn't have a boyfriend. I know, I can't work it out either. He's a member of numerous gay associations, part of an LGBT church group, and has worked as a steward at Pride. He says if he goes back to Malaysia, he'd be facing jail, attack, or even... Is it illegal? I don't know if it's illegal. I thought we got over things like that. But he's lost 2 legal bids to stay. And so one of the chamber judges says, taking all the evidence, I do not find that the applicant is not a homosexual, as he claims. Now, I don't know whether he is or not. I mean, I don't know whether you can look at somebody and go, you look gay. I don't know. And so they have to base it, so it's been turned round. But the funny thing is, the Home Office, when they were questioned, they always say the same thing. We can't comment on individual cases. It's very odd. And 900 people have signed this petition to stop the deportation. He says, I tried to tell the Home Office I'm 67, I don't need sex. I mean, how can you sort of work out if somebody says, I'm gay, and you go, I don't think you are. I mean, is there a test? Do they ask questions, or do they... I just don't understand how it works. Somebody can make a decision based on what they think. You don't have a boyfriend, you're not gay. Right, that's how it works, is it? Obviously, there'll be a story to follow. More on Meghan. I mean, just woman arrives at airport. How is that of any interest to anybody? I mean, she shouldn't really be flying when she's that far gone, but that's just my opinion. So, how much did it cost, this baby shower trip to New York? £575,000. I hope we didn't pay for it. I wouldn't like to think that we paid for it. Also, who needs the Gallaghers when you've got Lily Allen at the Brits? I can't work out Lily Allen. I can't work out if I'm sort of a supporter or a non-supporter. I really can't make a decision. It's too early. Plus Calvin Harris cozying up to model girlfriend Arika Wolf. I noticed it. What does Calvin Harris do? Is he he's a producer, right? Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, Sam Bird swapped one Georgia for another. He left the Sony Music Bash at Aquashard. The Love Islander was attempting to escape unnoticed. Oh, nobody's interested. He's from Love Island. Of course, forget. Go home. Go home. Go home, please. Not very good. Also, I bought the new Bird's Eye extra large codfish fingers, 6 in a box. Huge. You must try them, says Jules. Well, these are 8 in a box, and they're just nice. Just nice. Alan in Fife says the fish finger sandwiches are just sublime, aren't they? Lashings of butter on the bread. I could eat endless amounts. Might have that for my tea later. I'll tell you, it was my big downfall yesterday. I didn't feel ill. I just thought, I think 16's too many. I did, really. Speaking of food, have you seen this Rate My Plate group on Facebook? Horrendous examples of people's home cooking. Cretins. I saw somebody cooking the other day on... No, it wasn't. He wasn't cooking at all. It was one of these programmes, Posh and Rich or something, and then they go into a council house and stay there for a week, and then they film it. It's supposed to be like a social experiment. It was just a pile of rubbish. He quite clearly couldn't do anything, and was terribly sort of, we have cakes and all the rest of it. And it was one of the girls' birthday party. He was going to make a cake. I was so bored with it, I switched off after 2 minutes. My daughter likes her fish fingers chopped up with tartar sauce, often in pita bread. Well, pita bread's ever so fattening. About 36 grams of fat in a piece of pita bread. Just telling you. And also, I picked up Bird's Eye fish fingers thinking they were cod, and they were pollock. I didn't notice. They were terrible, says Annie. Oh, I'll only ever go for sort of certain fish. Actually, I might have to go back and get some more today, I've decided. I'm 50 today, says James. Avid listener for the last 4 years. 50 today. Mr. M is 45, just round the corner. But and they did the programme out of the studio yesterday. Elland Road. Leeds, is he a fan of Leeds United? Oh, right. Well, of course he is. I mean, that's why he went there, I should imagine. The wife has spotted that Tom Jones has announced an appearance at the Chelsea Royal Hospital in June. In a weak moment, I agreed to purchase a pair of front row tickets, but only on condition she took him some clean starched underpants to lob at him, says Chris. Yes, they don't encourage lobbing pants anymore. Towels and, I believe, cigars are the required gift. I just get incontinence pads when I do things like that. When putting some things in the oven or grill with plastic handles, cover handle with foil, says Marilyn. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Would that not heat up? I had a hot water bottle last night. I didn't need it. I went through the actions of filling a hot water bottle up. I don't know. And Sandy says, now that my hubby's gone to Mongolia, my sister Val's coming to visit for the week. She's the one who got me listening to you. She's been listening for many, many years. And I'm like you, I can eat loads of fish fingers. The theory is if you squash them together, they can't be any bigger than a piece of fish from the chippy. Actually, you might be right. A piece of fish from the chippy could probably be a box of fish fingers. If you take away the batter around the outside, the piece of fish in the middle is not particularly large, is it? Sent fish fillet fingers, a pollock. You wash your mouth out with carbolic. No, I think these were haddock. They were very nice, whatever they were. Very nice. Glorious moment this week, Steve, says Alan. I turned off the gas boiler in February. That plus the free 2 council tax months make me very happy. Yes, I mean, I'm sort of... People sort of say to me, what are you doing for the weekend? And actually, for this weekend, nothing at all. It's going to be a really lazy, wander about, do nothing. You know, it's just... You've got to do it every so often. Otherwise, you wear yourself out. So there you go. A lot of fish fingers, Steve, contain omega-3, which is excellent for joints. And it feeds through the brain. Not my brain. Not my brain. I soak my fish fingers with Worcester sauce with chips, peas and a cucumber salad. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Did you read the story the other day of some woman? She was... Where was she? Where was she? I'm trying to think now. She was turfed... She went to see something in a theatre and she coughed twice. And they removed her to a side room because they didn't want her coughing and... What the dickens was that? Where did I read that one? Woman coughs removed from church? Theatre? That's right, the Vienna Opera. She went to the Vienna Opera House, and they're very... The Vienna Opera House is a bit like Phantom of the Opera. She was one of our Olympic gold medalists. She'd also been on a reality show, I think. Yeah, nobody knows who she is. But anyway, so she goes there. She coughs twice. Well, the Viennese are very funny about the Opera House. You know, they'll have somebody at the end of the row go, come out. And they'll take you out. They sat her in a room so she could watch it on the television. They won't have somebody coughing. It's very annoying. It's very annoying, and especially at the Vienna Opera House, which I think Phantom of the Opera was based on. Because in Phantom of the Opera, he goes underneath and he's on a lake. And there is, underneath the Vienna Opera House, a lake. And they have a very strange system of doing their operas over there, but it's all very lovely. But they won't have somebody coughing. It only takes somebody to go, she's coughing. It's gonna if you're watching something and you're watching a ballet or an opera, mainly operas, and somebody starts coughing, it's very infuriating. Very infuriating. So they take them out. Steve, was it 7 fish fingers, says Adrian? No, 8. From one box. And 8 from the other box as well. Steve, getting ready to go to Endcliffe Park in Sheffield for the 75th anniversary flypast by planes from the RAF, including a Spitfire, Hurricane and Lancaster bomber. It's the Tornadoes that they've axed, isn't it? They've had their fly paths. It's all to commemorate the moment when B-17 American bomber called Mi Amigo crashed in the park 75 years ago today, although coming down it was piloted into woodland to avoid a group of boys playing football in a field that would have been safer to land in. All 10 crew perished. Tony Folds was one of those boys, and he's kept the Mi Amigo and its crew alive in people's thoughts and campaigned for the fly past, which also includes USA fighters flying the missing man. Lovely. I love things like that. I love it. I have to say I grew up on RAF camps, so the sound of jets and everything else doesn't faze me in the slightest. Sorry? If you're in Sheffield, very exciting. Very exciting. Steve, pita bread, just 1.2 grams of fat per 100 grams. Maybe you're thinking of naan bread. No, I was thinking of pita bread. I'll tell you for why, because I used to buy pita bread and then cut the top off, like they do in the kebab shops, stick it in the toaster and then fill it with grated cheese and a little bit of cucumber, a little bit of tomato. And I remember looking at the side of the fat content, and it seemed quite a lot. It was about 36, whatever it was, which seems a lot. Whether it was for all of them, I don't know, but there was certainly a lot. Steve, the Iceland Bird's Eye fish fingers on special offer made of 100% wild-caught fish, not cod. They're made and imported from Germany, says John. Not my one. Haddock. Get your fans to home bake you some fish fingers. Oh, no, Anne. No, nobody makes fish fingers, do they? Good Lord. I've never heard of that before. My mother used to make her own burgers. She had a little machine, and you put it in and you push the handle down on it, or the plunger down, and it sort of... and then she got wax paper which went on the top and bottom of them, and so she could then freeze them. I mean, she never bought anything. Well, she probably bought things, but, I mean, she made food. Like a lot of you listening. You make food, you cook. You don't, whereas me, I'll go out and buy a packet of burgers. I couldn't be fagged to sit there and start making it. I was watching somebody on the telly the other day doing one of these, come dine with me things. And I think, oh, it looks so complicated. And then there's a few snobby people. Did you make the ice cream? And this bloke who was so clever, he went, yes. And I made my own bread. And all the rest of it. And you could see her sort of... he ended up winning because he was so good. So good. Morrison's own label, haddock fish fingers, are best with chopped fresh tomatoes, says Pablo. Yeah, I like a bit of cucumber as well. My favourite roll would be ham. I'm not interested in lettuce. Most boring thing under the sun. But a bit of cucumber sliced up and a bit of tomato sliced up and some nice ham. That would suit me. I could still eat a curry. But we haven't got there yet. Also, what do we got? Half of tattooed Brits regret getting their inkings done. Luckily, I work with people. Nobody I work with has got a tattoo. I don't know. I'm not sure if... has O'Brien got a tattoo? I don't think he has, actually. I'm not sure. I don't think he's got a tattoo. My in-conversation producer. Oh, Beth. Oh, really? Oh, I shall ask her today. I haven't got anything. And not that I wouldn't want to. Imagine going home. What would you have and where would you put it? And what's the point of having it? But isn't it funny how that many people said that they regretted having it done? I feel sorry for all the people who've got them going over their faces and things like that and up their necks. I mean, David Beckham looks bad enough as it is. In a few years' time, when he's old and gnarled and has to get the hair transplant done again or whatever it is, because we don't know what it is to this day, it just looks a bit strange. And he's got tattoos all over the place. You think, it just looks trash. Mind you, Brooklyn's gone the same way. Like father, Be thankful that Celebrity Big Brother has finished, because I guarantee, Steve, Shamima Begum would have been in the next series. Listen, if she comes back, as I said a short while ago, there will be hundreds of photographers at the airport to take pictures of her. There'll be somebody will write to her, an agent, and will say, listen, I can get you on This Morning, I can get you on Loose Women, I can put you on with Ruth and Eamon, who had to suffer the other day. Was it Eamon? Yes, it was Eamon and Ruth had to suffer with Bros, where Eamon just looks so out of touch. I mean, really, not a clue what's going on. Steve, have you tried Waitrose own brand fish fingers? I saw Greg Wallace's show on how they're made. Pure haddock, the best. Yes, I mean, I've seen loads of things being made. I quite like those sort of things. They sort of chop it, don't they? And then it goes into the coating department, and then it goes into the deep freeze. And that's where it stays until you buy it and you start cooking it. Freddie Flintoff is having a ball on Top Gear. He's loving every minute of it, which is great. I've got to get another coat. I've decided I'm wearing the wrong coat. I told you a friend of mine, she said it's the worst coat I've ever seen. She didn't like my coat. I felt quite hurt by that, actually. I thought it was quite nice, actually. Covers a sort of, an ever-expanding tummy, and it means you can keep loads of things in all the pockets. I said, I've got thick shoes, and you're not wearing when you go out with me. Well, go out by yourself, then. I think I'm not giving up the coat. Thank you very much indeed. Fresh beef burgers are good if put in the oven on top of diced onion. Do you know, onion, we discovered yesterday, is really, really good for you. Try not to overcook it, because you take away all the goodness. But no, onion's very good for you. I can't cut one up. I have to go and buy it ready cut. Makes me lazy, doesn't it? Anyway, nice to be company this morning. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Hidden away for ages, the £100 million masterpiece collection. Paddy likes his juicy new job because he's going to be the replacement for Fern, which is okay. Kate was till 7 this morning, and surprise, Jeremy Corbyn says the jihadi bride should come home and be supported. Seriously, that's why the man is totally out of touch with just about everybody, I think. Another one here, go to Burger King and get the fish burger. It's 3 fish fingers in a bun. Ooh. 3 fish fingers in a bun. They'd have to be deep fried, wouldn't they? I've never heard of that one before. But anyway. And you must go and see the musical Come From Away at the Phoenix Theatre. Great success about planes diverted to Newfoundland during the 9/11 terrorist attack. Very uplifting, says Beverly. Yes, I quite like the Phoenix Theatre, actually. Quite like it. Then Alexander says, do they still sell cheddar and tomato sandwiches at Tesco? I don't know. I've never been in a Tesco. Well, I've been in it, but I've never thought about buying sandwiches. They do them in Marks and Spencer's. They do cheddar and tomato, and they do cheddar and celery, I think it is. But it's the same sort of things. And Sue says, have I woken up to Cooking with Steve? Loving, if only. Steve, a friend of mine accidentally ate a daffodil bulb, thinking it was an onion, was rushed into intensive care. Doctors say he's improving and should be out in the spring. It's dreadful, isn't it? It's like the two union leaders walking through the park, and one says to the other, I see the daffodils are out, and somebody said, does that affect us? OK? I'll tell you, you don't get any more political than on this programme. Political, comedy and satire. Everything a joke from start to finish. Perhaps we should run a thing at the beginning saying, you know, this programme is based on comedy. Sort of. Steve says, I hope they were codfish fingers and not bleached dark fish called whitefish ones. I've got no idea. Seriously, I'm not getting into a debate on what was in my fish fingers. I shall find out later on today. I shall go back in and get some more. Also, this poor British model with a 24.5-inch waist has been told she's too big to open the Milan fashion show, which seems a bit depressing, doesn't it? So they've obviously all got to be wafer. Why? Because the majority of people buying the clothes are not wafer thin. You know, Marks and Spencer's only go up to XXXL, whereas in fact the traditional, you know, most people now are XL in the men's department. Hovis have setting up a recycling scheme for bread bags. Perhaps, why don't we just buy bread frozen? Would that not make it easier? Would that make it easier, I think? Now May faces a no-deal revolt, and she tells them they're wrong. The three quitters, which was Sarah Wollaston, Anna Soubry and Heidi Allen. She says, you're not the three amigos. I don't know why people come in on that. The churches that don't have to open on a Sunday. Vicars of rural churches are no longer required to open their doors to worshippers. I remember we used to have a religious programme on LBC. And, in fact, we had quite a number of diverse programmes. We had an Asian programme, a programme from a black point of view. I did a programme for the blind called Sight Unseen. We had religious affairs. We had all sorts of things, actually. And then gradually, people sort of take them away now because we're so multi-faith. You can't just deal with one thing. Interesting. The family of Shamima Begum say they've written to the Home Secretary asking for help getting a newborn son back to the UK. Well, you're prepared to take the child from her mother. What an interesting family they turn out to be. I've never heard of it. But the letter from her sister says, we have a duty to her. Hope you understand our position, blah, 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 blah. Well, we don't. She chose to dump her family. She chose to dump her family and go to for 4 years, not just a weekend break. She chose to dump them. She's got no interest in her family, unless it's to save her own neck by coming back. Also, this most evil of crimes. This is the sad story in the paper today. The judge's damning words as a boy of 16 is found guilty of rape and murder of a little 6-year-old on the Scottish Isle of Bute. And somebody said that the dark side of an idyll where the mum thought her little girl would be safe. You wouldn't imagine. I mean, the Isle of Bute has changed little in decades. And for this to happen must be absolutely tragic for the family. Also, the one Dickens story he didn't want you to read. He was very cruel to his wives. Well, I mean, I don't know why we should be surprised at this, because, in fact, Miriam Margolyes does a very, very good West End show, and it was called Dickens Women, where she talked about how vile he was. Oh, he was really terrible, really terrible. Have you been to the Body Works exhibition, Steve? No, I'm not interested in that. There was this other man who did it. It used to be called something else there, and then they've turned it into Body Works. Is it real? Ripley's Believe It or Not thing. And then when I went past it a few weeks ago or months ago, it said it was now the Body Works. And is this the person who plasticizes people's bodies? Is that what it is? Are they real people then in there, but sort of dead? Well, obviously they're dead because they've been plasticized. Is that what it is? It does look. It's not my sort of thing, actually. That's like saying, would you like a trip round your local mortuary? You know, would you like to watch somebody being, you know, sort of done, as it were? I don't go for that one at all, I'm afraid. I know I sound like trailer trash, Steve, but I do like the cheap Coley fish fingers with the bright orange breadcrumbs. I have no comment. Stephen Maidstone says 2 lions walking through Oxford Street on Bank Holiday Monday. One says to the other, I thought it'd be busier than this. That's a good one, isn't it? But hidden away for decades by a collector. He's got a Van Gogh, or Van Gogh, worth 12 million estimates, going to go for more. Cézanne's Peaches and Pears estimate 20 million. These are estimates, they always go beyond them. Renoir's Forest Scene, 10.5 million. And they've got 23 Impressionist and Post-Impressionist masterpieces. And then they've got Monet's big impression, Lily Pond. And this one, they estimate at £40 million. It's amazing, actually. Dating between 1916 and 1919. It belonged to the artist's son, Michael. Being sold as an individual lot. All these other bits and pieces. I mean, I think that they will go for well in excess. Well in excess. So they've gone on display in London yesterday. See, I just don't get I know it seems really awful. I know who Monet is, I know who Renoir is, I know Cézanne, I know Van Gogh. I know all these people. I just look at the picture and think, God, they look rubbish. Seriously, I do. I mean, I can't help it. I'm looking at sort of Monet's Lily Pond. I could do that. Wouldn't have the same effect, would it? Steve Allen's Lily Pond. Yeah, whatever. You're just copying, aren't you? Monet. And when you look at Van Gogh's portrait of a woman with a red ribbon in her hair, it's rubbish. Rubbish. Cézanne's Peaches and Pears. It's a white dish, not even very well drawn, with sort of three things that are purporting to look like peaches on there. And as for Renoir's forest scene, 10.5 million? God, I tell you, I could have been an artist, but I never would be, because I can't draw for a toffee. I can't even draw a tree. I'm absolute rubbish at things like that. Can't help it. Never mind. Doesn't matter, does it? Also, the tributes in the papers today to Peter Tork of the Monkees, who has died at the age of 77. He sang and played keyboards. He had a rare cancer that affected his tongue. And the hits, of course, Daydream Believer, I'm a Believer, Last Train to Clarksville. And Mickey Dolenz and Michael Nesmith paid tribute to him, said there are no words right now, heartbroken over the loss of my monkey brother. Because they did. They were found through an advert, and they went along and auditioned, and I've seen the audition tapes. The one thing they didn't know, and I've got a super thing sent in to me by my friend Ray, and I've lost it, which doesn't help. And it was a documentary on the Monkees on when they started doing the music side of it, they thought that they were going to have some input. They didn't. The songs were already written. I think most of them were recorded. Mike Nesmith took his guitar along and they said, well, you won't need that. Because it was already done. They didn't have any say in it. Great shame, isn't it? Great shame. But they were still performing up until, a few years ago as a threesome with Peter Tork, Davy Jones, and then Davy died. Far too young, I think. He was only about 66, I think. Although Peter Tork was the oldest member of the band when the show first aired. He was 24. Ran for 2 seasons. They didn't get anything out of the merchandise. They got nothing at all. Because it was an assembled group. They were put together. And things were different in those days. Things were very, very different in those days. But they left a legacy, and he liked him. But I can't find my interview in the archive, so it must have been... How far back do we go in the archive? 7 years? 7... Really? Oh, right. Yeah. Well, anyway, some of them didn't go into the archive, and I suspect that was one of them that didn't go into the archive. But it was a lovely chat we had. I just kept thinking, it's Peter Tork. It's Peter Tork, he's from the Monkees. I'd have said the same for all of them. Also, Chris Packham, he's been complaining about... wait for this one. He lives in the New Forest. What have the New Forest got a lot of? No, not trees. Well, they do have, because it's called a forest. What else do they have in the New Forest? Ponies. What's he complaining about? Ponies. He's complaining about the ponies in the New Forest. You do sometimes wonder whether we should zip his mouth up with Velcro. He does talk the biggest pile of rubbish. And, the people who own it, and you can have your horses running wild. Every year they round them up and then they separate some and they do little bits and pieces. He say it's being ruined. He lives in a little thatched cottage with a miniature black poodle called Scratchy. I'm a bit bored with Chris Packham, actually. They've been there for donkey's years. Donkey's years. But also, I mean, everybody who lives round there, including Lord Tainham's eldest son and heir, David Roper Curzon, and also acclaimed sculptor who's called Roper Curzon, whose family have lived there for 5 generations. And understandably, and judging by the reaction of some, being lectured by an outsider can become irritating to say the least. He's an outsider, he doesn't live here. He just has a little house there, which is all a little bit, sort of, bit naff. The ponies have special status. That's the whole idea. They run free. They're wild ponies. That perhaps the urbane Roper Curzon can arrange a peace conference. I met Chris Packham briefly in connection with a dog festival, a new festival for dogs and dog lovers here. Packham is currently in more distant pastures, Gambia. There you go. And a great story in the paper today based on The Fisherman's Friends, which is a new film out, which we talked about. And it's got loads of people. They've rubbed shoulders with Beyoncé, shared a label with Elton John, and now their story's a major movie. Not bad for a bunch of burly Cornish fishermen, but fame is carried at painful cost. I mean, when somebody went in there and said, I can actually get you into the charts, but yeah, right, whatever. Check them out. Fisherman's Friends on YouTube. You'll hear a couple of things. And they're well worth watching. They really are. Very inspiring. After the news and travel, I'll let you know who'll be in conversation with me this weekend. 2 actors. One whose surname you'll have heard a lot on the programme very recently, and who spent quite a lot of time pretending to be me. Sorry to destroy the myths, says Stephen Formby. Fish fingers, they don't have fingers. Well, they must have something, mustn't they? There was a lovely thing on YouTube the other day, and it was a whale shark, which they're huge. But this one had got wire wrapped round its body, which was eating into its flesh. It must have been so painful. And the diver cut it off, and the whale shark just stood there, sort of floated there, while he cut it off and took it away from it. Obviously knew that they were helping. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Which is quite nice. My first guest on In Conversation this week is an actor, best known for his role in the crime drama Hustle. You'll know him for his leading roles in the spy thriller series Spooks, and the crime drama Paranoid, whilst on stage recently performed in Glengarry Glen Ross at the Playhouse Theatre. And on top of that, only spoke to his brother Philip a couple of weeks ago. It's Robert Glenister. He came in to talk about the show Alice Always at the London Bridge Theatre, in which he plays one of the leading characters, Lawrence. And he came in to talk about the premise of the play.
It's a very subtle psychological thriller, which basically has Joanne's character, Francis, who works as a sort of mini in the arts department of a national newspaper,
right.
Sunday newspaper, and she wants to be somebody. She's surrounded by people who are loud, rather arrogant, think they are important, or they are self-important, and she thinks, I want to be part of this. She witnesses a car accident while spending Christmas with her parents in Suffolk, and the victim of this accident is a woman called Alice Kite, who subsequently dies, and she's the wife of this very famous novelist called Lawrence Kite.
Ta-da!
Moi. And because she's the last person to see or to talk to Alice when she was alive, the family asked to meet her. So she goes to meet the family, and she very gradually infiltrates herself with into the family, befriends the children, certainly the daughter, eventually befriends Lawrence, the father, and it's her becoming a butterfly, I suppose, but in a rather Machiavellian way. And at the end of the show, she does become someone. She becomes somebody that she never perhaps anticipated she could be, and certainly her colleagues never thought she was capable of.
The actor Robert Glenister, who'll be in conversation with me this weekend. Now, as well as Robert, I'll be sitting down later this morning with a multi-award-winning American actor, best known for sitting in a radio studio and talking into a microphone. What a ridiculous job. Who'd ever get that? He was only pretending to do it, though, in his 2 decades playing Dr. Fraser Crane in the sitcom Cheers and Frasier. He's also the voice of The Simpsons nemesis Sideshow Bob. On stage, he's played Macbeth. He starred as Captain Hook in Finding Neverland. He's also popped up in Toy Story. He's been the voice of so many different characters in cartoons. And he also got a Tony Award. In fact, he has a raft of awards for his revival of the musical The Colour Purple. It's Kelsey Grammer. Later on this morning, he'll be coming in to chat to me about the West End musical Man of La Mancha and the new legal drama Proven Innocent. You'll hear me talking to actors Robert Glenister and Kelsey Grammer tomorrow morning from 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and repeated on Sunday evening from 9. Or, if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app on the Global Player app. So it's a good weekend. It's the boys this weekend. Did Monet write 42nd Street, Steve? I'm in the Monet, I'm in the Monet. I mean, seriously, I don't know. Seriously, you wonder why comedy's dying. Not on this show, it's not. Remorse is the biggest atonement. It's a maxim, says Anish. As long as Shamima Begin didn't have remorse for what she did, she can't be asked to let back into the country that she betrayed. She still defends the wild acts of ISIS, including the Manchester Arena bomb attack that killed innocent people. Yes, she's a bit stupid. She thinks, it's like being at home. I'll just sort of say, oh, okay, I've changed my mind. You can now, I'll say anything you want. And I'm thinking, I don't trust you 1 inch. Not one. I don't think anybody in the country does. Very few people. Very few people. I've just heard 24-inch waist and fat. That model needs a plumber, not a dietitian, says Mark. 24.5-inch waist, and they deem that's too fat. I mean, I know that in my heart of hearts, I see myself as being about 24.5-inch waist, but I know when I come to buy the trousers. I remember, actually, I used to share a flat in London with three girls who were dancers. And one of them, I could fit into her jeans. They were a wee bit tight, but if I lay on the floor, I could be in these jeans. Couldn't breathe, but it was worth putting them on. My wife just told me Peter Tork died. At first I didn't believe her. Then I saw her face. Oh, for goodness sake. I mean, honestly, it's getting worse and worse. God, dear, jokes about dead people now incorporating their song titles. Then I saw her face. Can't believe it. Deanna says, the New Forest ponies have lived there very happily since, I believe, the reign of Henry VIII. A little bit longer than Chris Packham. He does like the sound of his own voice, Steve, as he's meant to have suffered from a kind of autism. Yes, he does. He's either got a girlfriend or a wife, but she lives on the Isle of Wight, I think. But put it this way, they don't live together. It's obviously a sort of an arrangement. So, in fact, he hardly ever sees her, because he has to go over on the ferry, and obviously he can't do that with a busy schedule. But, I mean, I don't know why he's complaining about the New Forest ponies. As Deanna pointed out, they have been there for ages and ages and ages. But I think she might work in a zoo or something. I think. Well, anyway, what do I know? Alan says, love the Monkees, brought up in Forest Gate, watching the show in the late 60s on Saturday night. That was after Grandstand with the wonderful Frank Boff, and before Doctor Who, then Dixon of Dock Green with lovely Jack Warner. I'm a believer, says Alan. Yeah, you have to. People miss him. He's nice. But, you know, a good innings, which never sounds particularly brilliant, does it? Steve, to match your fish finger portion in a McDonald's Happy Meal, you'd need 8 boxes. Just saying. Packham's partner, Charlotte Corney, is the director of the Isle of Wight Zoo. I'd have thought, being a man who is so into, his animals, he wouldn't be in favour of zoos at all. Also, Kevin the Milkman says, sad to hear the loss of Peter Tork. I loved the film Head, and they went on to write a load of their own songs after the show, and the contract finished. And with my bassist's hat on, don't forget his main place in the group was on low-end duties. Us bass players always overlooked, as always. It was the smile, though. When you look at a picture when he was 24, when he first joined the Monkees, and he had that smile, like that kind of stuff. It was a cheeky grin. I thought they were all cheeky. I loved the programmes. I never understood them. I just thought they were mad. But mad is good. I think mad is very good. So the pits of the country is Peterborough. There's other places. I can tell you that I should do it in reverse order. It was like reverse order. In reverse order. At number 10, Blackburn. That's Blackburn, Lancashire. It's the biggest aspidistra in the world. Number 9 is Oldham. You get them out, I'll Oldham. Oh, the old ones are the best. Number 8, Castleford. See, I thought that sounds quite nice, Castleford. Has it got a castle in it? I'm only guessing, because I've never been up there. Number 7, Blackpool. Don't need to tell me about Blackpool. Thank you very much indeed. 6 is Rotherham. Have you noticed? They're all up north, all these bits. It's grim up north, they used to say. And by God, it is. It's very grim. Very grim. Number 5 is Hull. 4 is Doncaster. 3 is Rochdale. 2 is Huddersfield. And number 1 is Peterborough. Peterborough is the only one not in the north. Isn't that funny? It really must be bad. Yeah, well, it's the same sort of thing. Doesn't matter, whether they're in the north. Yeah, because you're in Scotland, you're in Aberdeen, with one taxi driver and a gay bar. I mean, for goodness sake, honestly. Is Aberdeen, is there a nickname for Aberdeen? They call it Chicago's the Windy City. Is there a nickname for Aberdeen? The Silver City. Oh, dear. Why is it called the Silver City? Because it's grey. Oh, granite. I love granite. It's very hard. They use it for gravestones, don't they? A lot of granite is used for gravestones. I must go there, actually. I know we've looked... I'm going to. Need to tell your parents a few home truths to start with, so I'm definitely going up there. I so will, and I'll find your house. I bet you. I could go up there. I bet within a few hours I could find out exactly where your parents are. I could knock on the door. It's today you're going up there, is it? They're not... Oh, they are going to be there, because they weren't going to be there, but the dog's ill. So, how long are you staying for? Just 2 nights. That'll be enough, won't it, really? It's funny, because when you come away from home and then you go back, you go, oh, I'm really looking forward to it, and you get back there and you suddenly think, they haven't changed. It's exactly the same as it was when I left, and that's why I left. I remember going back to my mother's place, thinking, oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing her and all the rest. And I got back there, within an hour and a half, I'm sitting there going, what did I do when I was at home? What did I do? I don't know. There's no answer to it, is there? That's why parents say, oh, you've changed. Peter in Kent says, with Chris Packham's air of superiority, you'd think he worked for the very superior BBC. I know. ABBA obviously had an insight into the future value of old masters with their hit Monet, 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 It's a Rich Man's World. I'm sorry, are we now getting all the art jokes on the programme? What a shame that Brian Tuel isn't alive. We can do the jokes on him. Have you ever heard of Monet, Monet, Monet? I don't believe I have heard of Monet, Monet, Monet. No. Steve, of course fish have fingers, otherwise they wouldn't be able to use the internet, and without the net we wouldn't catch them, would we? Corbyn has slammed the Home Secretary's move to remove Shamima Begum's citizenship, while she herself says she's willing to change. Can we really be safe if she does come back to Britain? I think it was only recently, in the past couple of days, she says she's willing to change. Up until then, she had no remorse whatsoever. And also an LBC exclusive. The EU being slammed by none other than Jeremy Corbyn. Plus, after a 16-year-old boy was found guilty of raping and murdering a 6-year-old girl on the Isle of Bute last year, Nick will be asking, is it possible for some people to be born evil? That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. Really, I mean, the most tragic story you could ever read. Seriously. More of your texts and emails. Vincent Van Gogh in the pub. Hey, Vincent, do you want another drink? No, thank you. I've got one ear. Oh, Lord, what are you doing? Scouring the internet. And Zippy says you should go to Aberdeen with Scottish Boy, then you could introduce him and his parents. They weren't going to be there today when he got back. He was going to have a couple of quiet days up there. And now, because one of the dog's sick, they don't trust him with a sick dog. Otherwise, they might come back with a sort of a dog that doesn't exist anymore. Steve, wishing Peter Talk happy new spiritual journeys. Lovely music, bless him. Hey, hey, with the Monets. Stop it now. Seriously, I'll have the room cleared. I can do it. Steve, forget the monkeys, says Steve in South London. I always loved the banana splits. They were the ones who went na 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 na. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4. I hated them. So let's get this straight, says Ryan. There are terrible murders in London every night due to lack of police, due to cuts. But they're thinking of bringing back a terrorist supporter at best and a terrorist at worst, who will need round-the-clock security due to her high profile and constant police surveillance and monitoring. I can't believe this country sometimes. Well, we can't either, because, as everybody said, we don't have the resources. So why would you want to bring her back here? She decided she wanted to go to Syria. I made a mistake. Now, her parents have written to Sajid Javid saying that that she was marginalised and radicalised at an early age. Oh, so they knew. They knew about it before she disappeared out of the country on a nicked passport. I mean, there's questions got to be asked here. You know, I don't think this is like a trip to like I've nipped over to Scotland or I've popped over to Northern Ireland or something like that. It's far more dangerous. Far more dangerous. She harbours. She's mixed with people who think there's nothing wrong with murdering people for no reason whatsoever. Mohammed says, my wife gets some tomato puree, adds a bit of salt and chilli powder and coats the fish fingers, then fries them. Not, oh my Lord, what you add to fish fingers. Good grief. I'm not sure. I can cope with, I can cope with sort of tomato puree, although it does, if it gets too hot, it splatters everywhere and it's very messy. But it's appealing, but not as appealing as I want a curry today, I've decided. I went to see The Dumb Waiter at the Pinter Theatre yesterday with my mum. Surprised at how good the production was, says Nicholas. Why? Why? What are your thoughts on Eddie Mayer's Steve soundbite? I laughed out loud yesterday. Which one did they use yesterday? Do we know? I debated for half an hour whether to buy a watermelon. Was that it? That was yesterday's, the watermelon. And that's what they put as the Steve Allen. So I've got to have a word with him at some point over the next few weeks. I know he listens to everything, doesn't he? He's obviously something that strikes him as funny, that he goes, that's the bit. Bless his heart. Steve, when you leave the studios, most of the curbstones in your area are of granite. and were chiselled into shape by prisoners in Dartmoor. You can still see the chisel marks made. The rock is slightly radioactive and is mainly found in Cornwall and Scotland, says Glenn in Hornchurch. There you go, Scotland, you've got something, because that's what they say, isn't it? Those sort of granite, and Aberdeen is full of granite, isn't it? Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? I'm surprised you ever wanted to leave it. It sounds so idyllic. It sounds like, a real fairy tale place. And I just wanted to say hi. I use 3 DAB radios around the house, says Ian, listening to your show, so I help with the listening figures. Does he? No, you don't. No, you don't. I wish you did. Mind you, we're very pleased at the moment. Every scene, I always say to my boss, figures all right? He goes, yeah. And you always think, oh, that's good. Stuart says, regarding the banana splits, they're returning in the form of a horror film. It was announced yesterday. It's not a joke. In the form of a horror film. Have you ever seen, what are the ones in Australia? The Wiggles. Have you seen the Wiggles? They have different people who play the Wiggles as the members sort of drop off or retire or something like that. They're actually very good. I like that. And Kathy says, have you tried lemon sole goujons? Look just like fish fingers and really delicious. I have had lemon sole goujons. I was never sure why they were lemon sole. They never tasted of lemon to me. VL in Doncaster says, I agree Doncaster isn't a great place to live, but we're never worse than Hull. That place is where happy thoughts go to die. And Flo says, where do you buy already diced onions? Just about every supermarket, I think. I get them in Waitrose. They either do the red onions sliced, or they do the normal white onions, the Spanish onions. But yeah, you can get them. Do we know if everybody's asking this question. I don't know the answer to whether or not the baby is definitely hers, or do we need Jeremy Kyle to check it out, says Graham. Actually, I'm telling you now, fact. If she comes back to this country, or perhaps it's a case of when, but they could string this out for a few years, by which time you might have forgotten about who she is and care precious little, but she'll be on every show on the television. Everybody. She'll be on LBC, she'll be on the BBC, she'll be on Sky. Everybody will want a piece of the action. And somebody will say, why don't you write a book about your experiences? And so she'll write a book, and then she'll do the rounds. I know how it works. It doesn't matter how notorious she is. They'll go, oh, she was only a simple girl. She wasn't. She was a devious little madam, thank you very much indeed, and evil at the same time. So, just my opinion, of course. The Mirror, Meghan gets a lift in Imal's £33 million plane. I mean, she wouldn't have done if she hadn't married Harry. If she hadn't married Harry, they'd be saying, get the bus, love. So she goes. It costs about £600,000 for this baby shower. Ban on school run to save kids from toxic fumes. I agree. Make kids get the buses. Make kids get the buses. It's just not, don't stick them in the car. You don't need to get the cars out and sit there pumping, bellowing fumes out all over the place. Also, let the captain play with his team. Yes, Paddy McGuinness is replacing Fern Cotton as the Celebrity Juice skipper. And so Keith Lemon, not his real name, it's the character, he tells you. It's a pile of old pants, it really is. But apparently Fern wants to try and up her game. A little bit late by now, isn't it, really? I mean, you've done so much trash. But also, Paddy is doing Top Gear, and that's it. Ferda said she'd miss everybody but needed a change. In other words, she's not going to miss everybody. She's moving on to something else. You stick with the cheap tat. I don't know what their audience figures are like, but I shouldn't really think that it's huge. And for God's sake, is there nothing more important than this lying snake extremist? No, there isn't. Front page of every single paper, still after 2 weeks. Declan says, if that's true that fish really do have fingers, I'm never going to eat another chicken nugget. And talking about the arts, did you know that the Mona Lisa in Italian is La... We're doing a crossword, says Jack. La Gioconda, in French, La Gioconde. Oh, right. You were doing a French crossword? How bizarre. I've never heard of such a thing. Happy jovial. What, Mona Lisa? La Gioconde. Does that mean happy jovial? Well, it's because she looks so miserable, that's why. Perhaps that's the joke. What have we got here? Man jailed for roadside lob of pet rabbits. He literally pulled into the side of the road, took a hutch from the car, and then threw the pair into the undergrowth. I mean, I can't help feeling they're house rabbits. They don't, they live in a cage or whatever. But anyway, this man was found, mainly because his number plate was caught on CCTV. He's been given a 10-year ban on having animals. He's also got 6 weeks for breaching a suspended jail sentence. The rabbits they found and they've rehomed them. Like, you imagine if you're a rabbit, you're not used to being out there, and you go, hello, we are rabbits, and the other rabbits are going, you don't belong round here, mate. You don't belong around here. Winnie says Eddie Mayer's voice is a soothing brr. I could listen to him forever. I know. See, I don't have that luck of having one of those sort of voices like treacle. You know, it doesn't work for me at all. People look at me and laugh. It's bad enough when I put a baseball cap on. The abuse I get round here is absolutely phenomenal. Seriously. Oh, I mean, even from James O'Brien, I get abuse on wearing that hat. Honestly, it's terrible, it really is. Thank God he's not here this week. I've worn it every day. We've been given pills for our cat by the vet. Need I say more, says John. I've been given... I don't understand that. Rub their chins. Oh, that's my favourite thing, isn't it? Giving a cat a pill. You'll find it on the internet. Just type in giving cat a pill. It's so like a poem kind of thing. Rub the chin, or fairly that you've got to hold the cat down, you put the tablet in its mouth, and then you close the mouth, open the mouth, it's still there. It's this poem went on for perhaps it wasn't a poem, I don't know, but it's a very funny story. You know, okay, first of all, then put tablet in mouth, close cat's mouth, cat spits tablet out. Try to catch cat throws itself up the top of the curtains. You know, and so it goes on. It's just gets funnier and funnier and funnier. It's like the Father Christmas, the 12 days of Christmas. You know, on the first day of Christmas, how lovely. A pair of turtle doves, how beautiful. By the time it gets to the pipers piping and the drummers drumming, she's ready to commit murder, this poor woman. She hates it, doesn't like it at all. 14 minutes. Neil says, hope you're wearing the Baker Boy flat cap I gave you for Christmas. It's baseball cap at the moment. Steve, why not send the ISIS girl to Hounslow? A true hell on earth, says Simon. Oh, I don't know, parts of Hounslow. I used to live down that neck of the woods, not actually in Hounslow. I was sort of in Isleworth, which is nice. And please stop calling nardocots nardicots. I'll call them whatever I want. If it annoys you, I'll call them nardicots. There you go. You'll have to just put up with it. We had some beautiful black rabbits in a field near our pub next to their brown furry friends. They disappeared after 2 or 3 years. They looked very happy and were well fed. I like rabbits. I like watching rabbits. My brother's had rabbits before. Being serious for a moment, I think all this press media blown-up hype over this terrorist girl is doing more to kindle racial, religious disharmony, says Steve. No, it's not. That's the thing. It's not. Because, in fact, all the people have said that what she's reading is certainly not the teachings of Islam. She's reading her own little version of it because she's a bit thick. And that's it. Anne wants to know if there are 30,000 plus ISIS fighters and families in these camps. Oh, yes, she won't be the only one in that camp. There'll be a lot of sympathisers there. How come she's been singled out? I don't know. But now the parents say they knew she'd been, radicalised or whatever term you want to use for it when she was younger. They knew all about it. That's even more disturbing, isn't it? So now they've written saying we want her back again. And the government are now caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, which is where you'd rather she was, I think. Steve, Miss Joel in Fulham says I shall be watching the fly past this morning in Sheffield in honour of the 10 US airmen who all died when the plane crashed 75 years ago. Yes, it's being covered by lots and lots of people. Front page, Mirror. Meghan gets lift in a Miles £33 million plane. And ban on school run to save the kids from toxic fumes. The Express monkey star Peter Tork dies at the age of 77. Something to cheer you all up. The warmest February day for 178 years is on the way. So you will enjoy it. Also, do you really think she deserves our support? She worked in a jihadi hospital, out of touch Corbyn. I mean, who he thinks is in touch with, I've got no idea, but he seems to like these sort of people. Insists she has the right to return to Britain. You really are sort of digging your own grave, aren't you? Bella says, I've been watching a wonderful clip of you and Five's Company with Alvin Stardust. I loved it. Thank you. The Daily Mail. Schoolgirls, self-harm is surging. And is it any wonder, say the Daily Mail, normal girls are struggling when this top model has been told she's too big with a 24.5-inch waist to open a fashion show? The pressure is phenomenal. The Daily Star, Cougars Flax back on the pull. It's funny, isn't it? That's all they talk about with her. They don't talk about whether she can present or whether she can't present. They just talk about her being a cougar. Kate's brother in Nazis storm. This is images printed on the boxes from James Middleton's company. Even after it was pointed out to bosses, it could be a hate crime. They've got swastikas and anti-Semitic symbols on them. Doesn't seem right, does it, at all? The front page of The Sun. Jezzy and James get jiggy He said no, not at all. And the slender man fiend who killed this little girl Alicia at 6 years old, on the Isle of Bute, you know, a place which hasn't changed in donkey's years. You'd think if you're going to be safe anywhere, that would be the place you'd be the safest. The Times, Javid advisor warns ban on ISIS bride could aid extremists. And the Pope arriving at the start of a 4-day meeting in the Vatican of cardinals and other clergy aimed at stamping out paedophilia. Well, he's making an effort. That's all you could say. He's making an effort. They've tried it before. They've failed miserably. They managed to get rid of a load of people, but it's still going on. Plus The Guardian, Mark Ronson on divorced drunken Lady Gaga. Decline in biodiversity threatens food crisis. And the family of ISIS bride are exploring options to bring her son to Britain. Well, she said that you're not doing that. So the family are arguing now, which is brilliant. It just gets from bad to worse, doesn't it, really? Also, the golden opportunity to see King Tut for the last time. This is an exhibition which takes place in November this year in the Saatchi Gallery. You know, shorts should be worn, although actually, come sort of nice weather, shorts really take on autumn. People just hack down a pair of jeans and you think, oh no, maybe. It's all right if you've actually got a bit of colour to yourself. But if you're pale and spindly and white like I am, it's a ghastly look. Can't do it at all. So I suppose if I was ever going to be depressed about something, it would be that. But I don't get fed up, actually. I think, generally speaking, I mean, you know, life's nice. I'm working 6 days a week. God knows, I put my heart into it. And, you know, I've got some satsumas with me. I've got a nice cup of tea. Well, I will have when the AP turns up. And everything's good. Everything's good. And we head into sort of summer, sort of, spring, so, you know, a bit of spring at the moment. And my daffodils have popped up. Everything's quite nice, actually. There's a few things I change. You know, if you were going to sort of wave a magic wand, you'd probably try and be a little bit lighter. You'd probably try have a little bit more hair. James Nesbitt's just on to his 5th hair transplant. 5th hair transplant. And they look good, I have to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't waste the money. I've got the money for it, but I wouldn't waste it. I save it. Save it for a rainy day. You never know. Might pour one of these days. Also, she's still in the Syrian refugee camp. Yes, that one. And then, did you hear the person who phoned up? An LBC listener phoned up one of our MPs this week who'd been sitting in for James O'Brien and defended Shamima Begin and says, I mean, she would go, oh, I'm so sorry. I thought, I can't imagine what she's going to be telling us. I didn't realise it was going to be this, because I thought you've quite clearly got the wrong end of the stick. She's been having, you know, carnal lust with a murdering paedophile. I mean, goodness sake, honestly, I don't know where you think that. But she was saying, I'm appalled that the people in this country can be so hateful and loathing against a young girl. She's a devious little madam, thank you very much indeed. She cheated her parents, she stole her sister's passport, she thieved to get the fare, and she actively sought out ISIS on the internet. Where do you work out that people are so loathing against her? She's somebody who supports ISIS. Well, you know, if you're of the same person, I'd be glad to get rid of you at the same time. Dreadful. But it rumbles on, doesn't it? And now you've got another one, Jihadi Jack. He wants to come back to see his mummy and have a pasty. I don't think so, dear. I don't think so. We can keep him out. We can certainly keep her out and let us stay out, as far as I'm concerned. R. Kelly in court, bail set at $1 million. His lawyer's been saying, because he can afford a lawyer, but he can't afford the bail. He said he hasn't got $1 million. I thought, really? I thought all these people had loads and loads of money, but obviously not. New crackdown on inflatable safety, having had a couple of major disasters with sort of inflatables that sort of blow away. You know, if you haven't got it tethered down, if it's something quite large and there's a wind out there, it needs tying down so it doesn't sort of blow away, does it? I'd love a cup of tea, actually, if you were thinking of sort of, you know, before you settle your bum into that seat over there. I thought maybe we could sort of have a cup of tea. Set me up for the programme, you know, if I'm feeling in a good mood. Wait a minute, is he wearing shorts? Oh, thank God for that. How wise, no shorts. How very wise.
You're in my bag.
I thought they might be. I did check, actually. I did check with Zora.
Bag?
I said, no, I didn't check your bag, obviously. I mean, that'll be later when you go and make the tea. I did check with Zora. I said, is he wearing shorts? She went, no, I think, thank the Lord for that. No, I'm sorry, this time of the morning you don't wear shorts, do you? Especially when you're sort of, you know, if you don't have the figure for shorts, please don't wear shorts. Even today, don't wear shorts. A Z-list minor celebrity set to reveal all in a book. How dull and boring, especially when you hear who it is. Also, Coogan's secret dates with Melanie Sykes. Woo, Melanie Sykes gets around a bit, doesn't she? Because it was only a short while ago Matt Goss was round there entertaining her, because Matt apparently is looking for a girlfriend. he says. And he's looking, but it's got to be the right one. He's leaving a bit late, isn't he? I mean, he's over 50, for goodness sake. Piers Morgan talks about Meghan. Not only Meghan, actually. He talks about Ant McPartlin as well, and said he sort of made it up with them, which is okay, isn't it? 1 in 4 adults are scared of the dark and leave the light on. That's me. That's me. Welcome to my world. I'm one of these people. I have the bedroom lights on all the time. I sleep with the light on. I do not sleep with the light off. I'm frightened. It goes back to when I was a child and you could see the shadow of a tree against the window, and then it would knock at the window. Ooh, no, we don't do anything like that. So we leave the lights on in the bedroom, and in fact, as much lighting as we can get in there. I don't want to know. It frightens me. Definitely does. I don't do the dark. If ever we've had power cuts before, oh, Lord, dreadful. So Barbara Windsor says her dying wishes to find a cure for Alzheimer's. I think she realises that it's a lovely thing to say, but it's just not achievable. This week, I'm delighted to say that Scott, her husband, is going to be coming in to thank you. What?
Is that strong enough?
Sorry, I can't believe you brought your shorts in. Did you come in with your shorts on?
I didn't actually bring them in.
Oh, did you not bring them in?
I should have.
Oh. Who was it who said it? Was it you that said you didn't think I possessed a pair of shorts?
Yeah.
Of course I possess a pair of shorts. I'm an adult. I'm over 35. I don't wear them. Certainly not out on the streets. I think that would be very dangerous, and also, I mean, put it aside, I'm a bit of a sex symbol at the moment. I don't want people to sort of look at me with lust in their eyes, ladies and gentlemen. So we take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk, and we shall wander through till 7 o'clock this morning, and Andrew Castle will be here. We'll tell you what he's going to be doing on his programme. And then you've got, where's the tweet gone about finding happiness, says Gary. I don't know what happiness is. I mean, you know, is happiness having enough money in the bank? Is happiness having a car? Is happiness putting shorts on and trying to justify to people that you still look ridiculous in them, but you'll wear them anyway? You do look ridiculous in them. Look at the size of your legs, for goodness sake. They're not for... Seriously, your legs might be toned. It's your thighs that have gone west. I mean, seriously. It's like getting 2 trees together and wrapping a piece of material round it. It is. And you know it is. I don't know when you put your shorts on, do you look in the mirror and go, "Ooh, hot"? Well, you can't. You must be lying to yourself. The ladies do. The ladies. Oh, you've got great legs. No. Well, don't tell them you work on the Steve Allen Show, because you don't. That's the difference. You're here, but you don't work on the Steve Allen Show. Going around using my name like that. It's dreadful. Also, what else? Somebody says, do you know if there's any pharmacies open in London? There is one in Earl's Court, I seem to remember. I think you have to sort of check. Just go, type on Google, 24-hour pharmacies, London, and you'll find that there are quite a few, actually. How have you run out of tablets? That's a bit silly, isn't it? Running out of metformin? I mean, to be honest with you, if you have actually run out of metformin, you can actually survive this morning, because you only take... I mean, I actually take one... What do I take? 1, 2, 3 metformin a day. So you can easily survive until tomorrow. Easily. Steve, what's the betting this ISIS woman is trying to be even more crafty and thinks she's going to come over and claim all the benefits? I should imagine that's what she thinks. I said, imagine that. But now you've got the other one. You've got the bloke who also wants to see... I mean, what are we seeing? Is this a load of people who are going, let's see if we can hoodwink them and come back to this country? Because 90% of people in this country don't want her back at all, really. Happiness, Steve, is a cigar called Hamlet. I think the next line you're missing is the mild cigar from Benson and Hedges. And then a woman's voice used to come and go, Benson and Hedges, as if it was something sexual, you know. Do you think there was somebody called Mr. Benson and Mr. Hedges? We'll find out. There you go. There is your mission, should you choose to accept it. Do you know what I watched the other day, and I said how blooming good they were? Mission Impossible, not the Tom Cruise ones. I'm going for the original ones. The original ones. Much, much better. Much better. And then I also watched Golden Girls. That was very good. Like that. I'm surprised you like that. That's a bit of a surprise there. Although, really, not a surprise. Sort of a surprise, but yet not a surprise, which is quite nice. So this week's been lovely. And I must apologise. Because on Saturday morning on LBC, we had a bit of a breakdown on the computer. So consequently, a little bit of my in conversation vanished with Which one was it? Which one took out? I think because all of a sudden Sheila Fogarty came on. I didn't know she was the emergency tape. I thought I was the emergency tape. Now I'm upset. Oh, does she? Oh, it could have been that, actually. It could have been that. But, yes, and it was Kelsey Grammer that we lost a bit of, talking about Cheers. So you'll have to check this evening to get Kelsey Grammer. It's a super interview. Two really good interviews this week. Benson and Hedges was founded in 1873 by two people called Mr. Benson and Mr. Hedges. And I didn't realise that, actually. Richard Benson and William Hedges. And it was a brand of cigarette supplied to the royal family. And it did have a warrant seal on it at one point. Isn't that good? I think it's quite nice. I didn't like Benson and Hedges cigarettes. That was the gold box. I used to cough. I could smoke every other cigarette. Rothmans were my second choice. My main choice of cigarette was Dunhill International. Not Dunhill King Size, only because you get the extra about a quarter of an inch. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what you're thinking, but an extra quarter of an inch, makes such a difference. It's so dark. Honestly, don't shake your head. It does. It really makes a lot of difference. Filtered. And you could sort of, I didn't realise until I smoked Silk Cut. I couldn't kind of appreciate how you couldn't suck on it as normal, as you could do normally. And it turns out it's got lots of holes in it. Around the actual band of the filter. That's why you can suck as hard as you like. And I could, really quite... and it wouldn't make any difference because the air was round there. So that's why I did Dunhill International. And if I was feeling flash, Consulate. Or Sam Moritz if I had a cold. Or I liked a menthol cigarette. I did like... Sam Moritz were lovely because they looked a bit flat. People would go, oh, Sam Moritz. And I go, I've got a cold. No, never cigarette holders. I smoked a pipe once. I tried smoking a pipe. That was a ridiculous scenario. I just looked ridiculous. Seriously, because my dad smoked a pipe, and I thought, I'll try smoking a pipe. And to be honest with you, I just looked absolutely stupid. People say, what are you doing? I'm smoking. I know. You're constantly putting your finger in it, as you know, and constantly lighting it. The thing goes out in about 5 seconds. You have a little draw in it, like that, and it's gone out again. Oh, it used to drive me mad. My dad used to smoke a pipe, and he used to smoke, I think it was called Three Nuns tobacco. It came in a tin, beautifully done. Oh, the smell of tobacco. I don't know why. They always used to say you mustn't smoke, Have you got a lamp next to your bed, says Cindy. You mind your own business. I'm not telling you things like that. What a thing to ask. Have you got a lamp next to your bed? Over the bed. I've got two, actually. Because I've got two wardrobes, and what am I telling you this for? In the bedroom, there's two lamps. I've got a big canopy over the bed. It's very regal, very sort of Hampton Court, and very, very much sort of King Henry VIII. And I've got the canopy over the bed green with big tassels on, which a friend of mine made, and it's quite big. And very big. And the tassel, a good 8 inches of tassel. That's a lot of tassel. Beautiful. It hangs draped, and then I put nice little lights either side of it. If I want to read in bed, but I don't often climb into bed and think, I must get a book out. Last thing I'm thinking of, isn't it? When you climb into bed, I'm just thinking sleep. But I never think turn the light off. Never think turn the light. I've got a light. It's been on for the last 25 years. The bulbs seem to last forever. It's one of these sort of funny shaped bulbs. And it's I think it's 11 watts, but it gives 60 watts or something like that. It's very good. No, it's not a magic light bulb, no. Well, it could be, I suppose. But no, it's lovely. Lovely. I like a warm, soothing coloured light. When they started bringing out coloured light bulbs, I remember thinking, how lovely. And so I used to get sort of warm apricot. That was lovely. And then they do different things. The only colour I look rubbish under is blue. I don't look good under blue. I look as though somebody's just extracted me from a freezer. But... sorry? The what? The need for... Well, I sometimes... I like a bit of colour in the bedroom. I like a little bit of something that's sort of... it has to look nice. And blue just doesn't look nice. Because my walls are green. I know, it sounds awful, doesn't it? But it's... Oh, don't be like that. Sponged green. So it's rag... Oh, dear me, honestly, we don't do that, obviously. Do we just do plain colours? Have you bought one of those machines from the television? 36 quid, and just fill it up with paint, and you could do that, stick a broom on it, and you could do your ceiling at the same time. You could change the colour of your room. Yeah. Because I shouldn't imagine there's much in your bedroom, is there, really? Yeah, I bet. Books, you got a lot of books. Wow. So, books on how to wear shorts, how not to wear shorts. Wearing your first pair of shorts. Shorts for Christmas. Shorts for Easter. Shorts for the festive season. Shorts to be worn in Switzerland. Shorts to be worn in the comfort of your own bedroom. A zip or buttons at the front. How is your fly? Do you have the elasticated sides on the actual shorts? Because your weight goes up and down like a yo-yo. I think you'll find it does. And here are photographs of what people look like, fat people, in a pair of shorts. And that's it. And you look at it and you go, Alison, it looks like that. It does, doesn't it? No good saying that, honestly. It's no good, because all this rubbish about the other week, people telling me, he was telling me specifically, oh, I'm going to be losing so much weight before we get to summer. Nothing. Absolutely nothing this week. So obviously we've decided not to start, which is a shame. It's a week off, yeah. You had a week off last week, didn't you? Treat week, yeah. Treat week is past the kebab shop, turn round, and large kebab, and what are those chips, portion of chips as well. Thank you very much indeed. 2 portions of chips. No, you're joking. No, you're not. Three nuns, and from the Imperial Tobacco Company of Great Britain and Ireland, based in Glasgow for some reason. My dad loved it. The tin, you could smell the tin, and it had paper that concertinaed over. It was really lovely, really lovely. And 84850, I put a month's ban on Andrew Castle because he refused to answer my text. Well, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't know. It comes from another studio, the last 10 minutes of Kelsey Grammer, which is when we were talking about Cheers and how it worked. And so you'll have to listen again this evening. You'll have to listen again this evening, because he talks about Cheers. I don't want to spoil too much of it, but apparently the filming used to go on into the early hours of the morning because they were all messing around so much. They were terrible. And Cindy says Phil Vickery made fish fingers on Friday on This Morning. I know. Don't think I wasn't excited. I used to cut the tip with a pair of scissors, the silk cut, then I could drag on them, says Susanna. Oh, right. See, I didn't. I tried them a couple of times. I just didn't like them. I thought sweep was the emergency tape, says Jim. No. Oh, dear. Having a mare of a day today, aren't we? Have you not had a good week? No. You're very tired? Yes, not at all surprised. Oh, we need a break, don't we? I've suddenly realised. Go, let's have one, for goodness sake. It's Sunday morning. It's early breakfast. It's Steve Allen. Very cheerful. As per you, I don't really sort of have a non-cheerful day. If I do, you'll know about it. But I've had, what have I had today? I've had a Satsuma. I know, fooled myself. Do you want a Satsuma? I've got some Satsumas. Yeah, they're nice. £1 each. No, I'm not really mean about it, but frankly, you live in a nice house. Obviously got your own front door and stuff like that. And, it's not sort of all boarded up like most people's houses. And you probably got your own bedroom with your own switch by the door. You got a switch so you could turn the light on and off? Do you have a television in your bedroom? Oh, right. Your parents sort of banned that. Did they not let you? If you're going to watch television, you've got to come down and sit with the rest of us. They really hate you, don't they? Honestly. Never known anything like it. My other producer's gone up to Scotland, Thomas, to go and see his parents, but the idea was that he was going up there and his parents were leaving 3 hours before he arrived, but luckily the dog's fallen sick. So he's staying, and he'll be able to see his parents, which would be great, because normally it's just mugshots. And so he's able to actually see them, which is good news. Be happy. Nothing more infuriating, is there? Steve, Woodbine started in 1888 by WD&HO Wills. I used to smoke them, but went on to San Moritz, then number 6. I used to smoke number 6. And if you didn't have any money, number 10, which were 1 and 10pence a packet of 10. And they were so small, you literally lit it, and it was finished. It was so tiny, it would do whoosh, like that, gone. But if you were an addict for cigarettes, which I was, my parents used to smoke Embassy. Well, they didn't smoke Embassy. They had them in a cigarette box in the sitting room, and I used to pinch a couple of them. Steve, do you remember Sobrani cocktail cigarettes? Pastel-coloured? I did. I did buy them. I didn't like them as much, actually. I didn't like them as much, but I did smoke them. They're cocktail cigarettes because they looked a bit flash. But then I used to think smoking San Moritz was a bit flash because you used to get Consulate. Slogan was cool as a mountain stream, because if you had a cold, you didn't want to smoke a proper cigarette because it ruined the back of your throat. The fact it was killing you, of course, was neither there or here. And so I did smoke San Moritz. It was just ridiculous. It was still tobacco, but it had that sort of minty bit in it, like smoking it through a peppermint or something like that. But Sobrani cocktail cigarettes, I did. I didn't think I was flashed. Do you remember those little thin ones called Moore? They were about 8 inches. Something. And they were very thin, and they did them in a red pack, which was normal cigarettes, and a green pack, which were menthol. And they were sort of very, hello, darling. Sort of very like that, you know. But no, definitely for me it was those Dunhill International, because I had friends of mine who worked on the airline, and they used to buy them and then they'd bring them back and sell them, and I'd pay a little bit extra, not as much as I would if you were buying that. Now they're just seriously, I don't know how people afford to smoke. Steve, it's not the short wearing that's the problem. It's the fact that people do not know what to pair them with. Oh, I know. Do you wear them with those little funny half socks, which aren't really proper socks, they're just sort of girly socks, and then you wear those with your trainers? Or do you wear them with sort of sandals or something like that, which actually is just absolutely awful? Penelope Keith, Steve, the woman you mentioned who said, "Oh, Benson and Hedges." I used to love that. I used to sit there thinking that was one of the best voiceovers ever, and so easy. And I was about to congratulate you on your Sheila impression yesterday. I was going to say it was even better than your Widdicombe. No, I won't. Poor old Anne Widdicombe, honestly. Somebody called her old on the television. It might have been an old clip on YouTube. They went, "Of course, people of your age," and she went, like she was surprised she was that age. I mean, goodness sake. Kelsey Grammer's brilliant story and how he got the job as Frasier on Cheers. The only man who got he got an award for playing the same part on 3 shows. Because in Frasier, he was Frasier. In Cheers, he was Frasier. And then he was in something else called, oh, God, what was it called? Seagull Flight? It was something to do with a bird. And he got the award, and he played, it was the same character. But he went for the job as Frasier on Frasier, and he read, and nobody laughed. And he thought he hadn't got it, so he left. And he went off. And anyway, I'll let him tell the story. 9 o'clock this evening on LBC. Well worth it. Steve, reading between the lines, this business of sleeping with the light on, is it anything to do because you're scared of the dark? Yes, I am scared of the dark. I used to sleep, my parents used to close my bedroom door at night time. I used to wake up and open it again. I didn't want the door closed because I felt like I was in a box. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it's such a big deal. I don't think it's such a big deal. Shorts are very comfortable in warm climates. Yeah, but if you don't look right wearing them, it's a simple. I want to make a big deal about it, Henry. I mean, look, come on. You know, they're just not right for you. I don't want to be, no. Yeah, but you're not in my bedroom, so it doesn't make any difference to me whether you're scared. I couldn't care less whether you're scared of the dark. Mine is individual. Do you keep your light on at night then? Useless, honestly. Absolutely useless. Steve, wasn't there a cigarette brand called Black Cats? Yes. Wasn't there a cigarette brand called Death? Do you remember Death? Death cigarettes. And still people bought them. Steve, my happiest times are those spent with good-humoured and kind-hearted people. Oh, well, I've only got one out of those. I'm fairly good-humoured, but I'm not particularly kind-hearted. I am, really. And says here, luckily I have a great pair of legs. I wear leggings and boots. Well, Brian, I think that's great, and thank you for sharing that with us. Steve, seriously, the Oscars will be an absolute car crash because there's no host, says James. No, there isn't. This is the first year, I think, ever they've got no host for the Oscars. For 30 years, no host. I mean, to be honest with you, I want to know what's in the goodie bags. The goodie bags are generally worth, this year I think they're worth about $80,000. Each goodie bag. People fight to put stuff in there. They've got everything. Got everything. Steve, shorts are very comfortable in a warm climate. No, they're not. I'm sorry, they are for people. No, they're not. I've got a couple of pairs of shorts, but I wouldn't go outside wearing them. If you've got sort of white, pale, insipid-looking legs, you know, yes, you have. And then you don't go out, you have so, and then you don't go out wearing them because it's embarrassing for people. You walk down the road and people go, why is that man walking on 2 milk bottles? And it's a case of, you shouldn't go out there. I mean, I tap people on the shoulder. I go, excuse me, please go back in and dress properly. It's so necessary. It's like people who get a pair of jeans, then they cut them down, and you think, oh, dear, it's so chav. It's so dreadful. And then they wear them with a pair of trainers with those little girly white socks in there, which aren't even proper socks. I tell you, they hit on a wheeze, didn't they? They hit on a wheeze on that one. God, blimey. Let's make them buy little half socks. So we put them on and you go... I mean, there's one of our newsreaders, Josh, he wears those little white socks with a pair of trainers. I mean, seriously. I've never seen a size 6 trainers before. Hardly worth bothering, is it really? What size feet are you? Here we go. 11. Anyway, LBC News Time. It's amazing, actually, when we were talking fish fingers the other day, and I had to do an admittance that I'd had a craving for fish fingers. And then people started writing in saying, but what sort of fish was in them? And I've got no idea. I just assumed they were cod or haddock. Anyway, I ate 16 fish fingers. But they weren't very big. They weren't sort of big, fat fish fingers. They weren't sort of huge bits. They were almost like sort of things you'd find at a sort of a dinner party where, would you like a canapé? Oh, we've done fish fingers. That's quite nice, actually. Steve, when I was a teenager, I would occasionally buy myself a packet of Sobrani Black Russian. They tasted vile, but I thought they were excellent. We're all heading for a box, Steve. We just have to accept it. I know. Oh, I don't worry about things like that. See, that doesn't get me depressed. Was this the happiness thing was to do with the very old lady, wasn't it, who said that she'd never been happy in her life? There you go. Miserable, last a long time. How cool is that? I'm going to live forever. I'm going to live forever. As long as I can pretend to people that I'm slightly miserable. I get slightly miserable about... I get slightly miserable about... Nothing. Well, I tell you, the other day, I went out to get some milk. And I wanted some Graham's milk, which is that gold top from Jersey cows. And they didn't have any in Waitrose. That annoyed me. So I didn't get upset by it. I just sort of got annoyed. So I then had to have Dutchy full-fat milk. Because, and then I drank, waiting for the bus, a whole litre. I mean, seriously, I think there's something the matter with me. I'm losing the will to live, I think. Steve, so you're in a 4-poster bed, Edwardian smoking cap with a huge tassel, Havana cigar with rotating... What's the rotating bit, actually? With the rotating rainbow lights, singing, I don't want to set the world on fire. No, you wouldn't find me in a 4-poster bed. I like the canopy over the bed. I went and bought, and I'll tell you what it was, actually. I went and bought this thing years ago, 25 years ago, and it's a hoop. Like a hoop, and you just put it onto the wall. And what I did was I took it to a friend of mine. I said, I'm going to screw this to the wall, and so it's a hoop, like sort of semicircle. And then she made this bit of material, went out and bought it. It's green, and she sort of hemmed it, and then we slid it onto the rail, fixed it onto the wall, and then the long bits hanging down are tied back. So it's a bit like sort of a pair of curtains over the back of the bed. Very classy, very classy, and then we decided to fringe it. So we went out. The fringe cost more than the curtaining. The fringing is so expensive, but it's absolutely beautiful. So I used about 40 feet of fringing, which goes all the way. I didn't make it; she made it all the way around the top and then down the sides. Perhaps I should take a picture of it or something. And then I thought maybe not. Do I like a valance? I can't have one on my bed. I can't have one. You can only have a valance because I've got sort of an end to the bed. And so you can't do a valance. Do you have a valance on your bed? How exciting. Because generally a valance, it's a bottom sheet with a bit of frill round the... Oh dear, you've obviously not got one of those either, have you? What do you have on your bed, Sweet Pea? What have you got on there? Is it... 4 pillows? Oh, right, double bed. Yeah, I've got double bed. So, yes, unlikely, but, so you've got 4 pillows. Oh, right, you've got a blanket on top of the duvet. You see, do you have central heating in the house? Yeah. Oh, you can have the windows open and the heating on. That's a sign of rich. That's a sign of rich. But no, I have 2 pillows, but one of them is sort of one of those memory-type pillows, which is quite nice, actually. But 4 is bad. That means that you're sleeping on an incline. You've got 2 behind you. That's bad. That's a small wonder you're walking the way you're walking. Yeah, it's memory foam. And you've got a duvet as well. What sort of duvet is it? Nothing. No, I wouldn't imagine so, no. No, it's not duvet. And so you don't have a duvet cover on it? Oh, you have a duvet cover. And then a blanket over the top. Doesn't that kind of defeat the object? I don't have a blanket over the top. My duvet, if I pull it over me, I'm warm as toast. Seriously, you need to get... don't need to tell us you're weird. You need to get a Siberian goose. They're very nice. They're very expensive. Probably a bit out of your price range, but they're very nice. Very nice. And then I've got loads... Nick Ferrari's got one as well, yes. Of course, we're obviously in good company, I think. Good company. My father always enjoyed telling people, says Eric, that he smoked 3 nuns. None yesterday, none today, and none tomorrow. I just love this. Isn't it funny how you remember... Please don't write it with your favourite smells. I'm not interested. But it's... that's not local radio. And so it was quite... He used to let us open the tin and you smell the tobacco. I mean, that's a bit like saying you can have it, but you mustn't put it in your mouth. Steve, you reminded me there, talking of cigarettes, when I was in my early 20s in London at a business meeting with my boss. He took me to the Playboy Club for lunch. It was an amazing experience. I should imagine it would have been, Christine. I should imagine it would have been. Somebody says, watch Premature Burial with Ray Milland in your bedroom and turn the light off. Go on, I dare you. I imagine your bed canopy. I probably could, I should imagine. But tell him to ditch the pillows. I gave myself a really bad back falling asleep on 4 pillows, says Christine. Yeah, he's very iffy this morning. He's on, like that. You know, he's obviously very unhappy at the moment because he's tired, he's a little bit stressed, and well, there you go. That's what the trouble is. You mentioned Hampton Court just now. My friend also called David, and I went there yesterday. £25 to go in. Yeah, but you can stay there as long as you like. I think it's amazing value. What you should do, though, please, is join Historic Royal Palaces. If there's 2 of you, it doesn't matter if it's two men, two women, it can be just anybody, or a family ticket, 2 people, and then you can go there as often as you like for free. It'll cost you about 60 quid, something like that. You get a discount in the restaurant, 10%. You get a discount in the shop. There's a members' room, and it's well worth it because not only can you go every day to Hampton Court Palace, you can go every day to Tower of London. Seriously, it's worth it. I always say to people, join. For goodness sake, join. It's like joining the British Museum, joining the V&A, joining the Natural... Join them. Please join them. It's so much cheaper. Don't want you to waste money. Steve, you are the very first person who, like me, has to have a proper light on all night long, as I can't bear to be in a completely dark room. I know you're not old enough. What, to be sort of sleeping with the light on? I've just always done it. I don't know why. It's fun. Somebody said to me, I've only changed the light bulb about twice. Only about twice, which is, well, that makes any difference. I've got no idea. Also, I don't want to get out of bed to go for wee in the middle of the night. And what? And then sort of fall over something. Might be, something I could fall over. And I also have the light on in the bathroom all the time and the light on in the sitting room. I know. Rich or what? I mean, a fool to myself. Lights on everywhere. Sometimes I just go round and light bulbs just for the sheer heck of it. I don't care. Memories from the 1950s as a young schoolboy. 5 churchmen in the green box and a set of sock suspenders. How old do you think I am? I don't remember things like that. I've heard of sock suspenders. Have you heard of sock suspenders? Ask your father. He will have heard of them, I should imagine. Yeah. They're just sort of things that people had to hold their socks up. Now we have something called elastic. But the worst thing was the swimming costume, knitted swimming costumes. You daren't go swimming in it because your crotch was down on the sand. I mean, it was all a little bit revealing, so we didn't do that at all, actually. Although I'm sure I did have them. No, the worst thing for me was, sitting on a beach, and then you go, I'm going to put my... Nowadays, you put them on beforehand, don't you, your swimming trunks, underneath your shorts or whatever. But in those days, you had to do them, and your mother would hold a towel round you, and then she'd be chatting to my Auntie Ivy, and the towel would be slipping further down my bum. I'd be going, Mum! And she'd go, oh, sorry. And she'd lift the towel up again. Too late by that time. You displayed the crown jewels to just about anybody who wanted to see them. Which on the beaches we spent time on wasn't that many. I bought a memory pillow, but I forgot what I've done with it, says Stewie. Thank you. Mark says, I have a king-size bed. Doesn't stop the wife snoring like a hog. No, you get the only good thing about a king-size bed is stretching out. You're stretching out on it because your feet can't touch the bottom. I'll tell you what I do like. Still, hot water bottle. Love a hot water bottle, but you have to keep your socks on because otherwise you can take the skin off your feet. It's very dangerous, yeah, because you have to put boiling hot water in it, although you're not supposed to. It's supposed to be lukewarm, but I love it. I love things like that. I really do. Firing up the grill for a fish finger sandwich is Will Guyot. I love fish fingers. I might have them again. No, I can't have them again today, no. I fancied a curry the other day. I wanted a beef curry, but they don't seem to do beef curries. Which I really fancy. Steve says, Capstan Full Strength or 5 Park Drive. I remember Park Drive. That was for poor people. Did you not smoke cigarettes? You ever smoking cigarettes? Sorry. Yeah. Do you look at the branding or you just smoke a cigarette? Oh, right, from every smoke. You don't actually buy them. Oh, right, you just bum cigarettes off people. People always say that. Can I bum a cigarette off you? Well, it took me about a year before I could work out what the dickens they were on about. Bum a cigarette off you. Although somebody goes, oh, sorry, do you have a spare cigarette? And I used to go, No, it says 20 on the pack. There's 20 in there. If there was 21, there'd be a spare one. But if you bought them from a vending machine, there'd be 19. 19 cigarettes, which was never as exciting at all. Phil Vickery's up at mind you, it's 5:45, actually, which is good this morning. So he was doing fish fingers the other day, homemade fish fingers. Homemade, exciting. You honestly get so excited about things, don't you, really? Well, there's no justification for it at all. But, no, fish fingers. Rita Simon sent me a lovely picture. And, why did I save that one? Oh, yes, Will says firing up the grill. You can't eat them at 5:45 in the morning. Fish fingers are not right. Rice Krispies are fine. But, Rita Simon sent me a picture talking about my signature. When I do my signature, it's supposed to look like Steve Allen, but it looks like Sue Allen. Which looks a bit... I know, it just looks a bit ridiculous. So she sent me a lovely photo. And she's... she says, mine is about to become Rhea Sim. I've had to do all of these before the show in 45 minutes. Listening as ever on my drive home from Malvern tonight. Lovely Rita. Meter Maid. And Phil Vickery sent me a picture. What's he sent me a picture of? Ooh. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, that's the fish finger sandwich. Wow. Sorry, I was salivating slightly. Are we on air? We're still on air. I completely forgot. I was just looking at it thinking, God, you'd never get that in your mouth, would you? By the time you put the fish fingers in there, it's quite big. It's quite thick. Lovely. Very nice indeed. Anyway, enough talk about food. We're going to go through the papers in a moment. There's some good stories. There's some bad stories. There's some very dreary stories. And the stories make your hair curl as well, which is all good. So while Will Guyatt fires up his grill for a fish finger sandwich, we shall take a small... Watching the lovely Phil Vickery on this morning, I felt sure he'd dedicate his fish finger sandwich to you, but he didn't, says Janice. I shall have a word with the wife. And also some... Yes, I'll have a cup of tea, I think. Peter in Middlesbrough says, pipe tobacco, you can't beat a good shag. Because and I don't know why it was called shag, but you get an ounce of Ready Rub. That was always very, very popular as well. And he's in a very funny mood this morning, isn't he, the AP? I don't know why. You're not alone, Steve. Our own Nick Abbott panics every time his studio lights go out. I know. I have seen it. Actually, of course, you get Nick Abbott all this week. He's going to have a very busy week because he's in for Darren. Shag is known as rolling tobacco, got its name from the finely cut strands appearing like shag fabric, and was originally considered poor quality. Mind you, that's like buying, what do they call it now? Fake tobacco. It's the biggest market, isn't it? Fake tobacco, and that's wood shippings and all sorts of things. Really disgusting. I became a widow when my sons were young and having no money. I took them to museums all the time. They thought it was amazing, so they got a free day of education. And, yes, Christine, I mean, I don't understand why everybody doesn't want to go to museums. In London, they're amazing. Seriously amazing. Another one here, talking about, a lot of people talking about a mattress topper. I think I've got a mattress. No, I haven't. I've got the actual mattress but a mattress topper is a thin thing that goes on the top. So you've got the mattress, then you put the topper on top of it. It just gets a bit complicated. It just means the further it goes up, the further you've got to fall when you eventually try and get out of bed, which isn't so good. But, and the worst thing is, if you sleep with somebody else, if you're in that fortunate state, and you've got a duvet, the chances are you'll wake up in the early hours of the morning with no duvet because they'll have turned over and dragged it off your body. Drives me absolutely mad. It really does. Right, The Sun. Steve Coogan apparently has secret dates with Melanie Sykes. Apparently I thought he had somebody. I'm pretty certain that he had somebody a short while ago, but never mind. You never know, actually, with sort of poor old Melanie Sykes. She obviously enjoys, she's obviously a sort of fairly sort of free and easy. Sorry, Courtney Love? Steve Coogan? No, I don't think so. There was somebody... Oh, really? Oh, well, you seem to know these things. I didn't know that at all. I think it's just publicity for her. Because she's also apparently been out with Matt Goss, and there's sort of lots of pictures of her. She does a sexy calendar shoot, but I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how old she is. Difficult to tell. 90, 105, couldn't tell. But she's presented a show with Alan Carr, and that was it. She was on the trip with Rob Brydon, and then she starred in the film Philomena with Dame Judi Dench. But then there was a bit that she'd been out with Matt Goss, but there again, I never believe anything that's to do with Matt Goss. Plus, a taxpayer-funded pot of cash has been set aside to help returning jihadis, such as Jack Letts and Shamima Begum. The central fund, which could run into millions, will help cash-strapped councils pay for the housing and upkeep. We don't want her back, thank you. We certainly don't want him back. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thank you. Right, OK. I'll just move it this side. Bit of an obstacle course in here. I think it's like sort of doing it. Fiends with benefits. Yeah, we don't want her back. We don't want him back. I couldn't care less about her. Couldn't care less about him. These sort of people have, they said, I mean, mind you, 400 adults and children have already made it back from Syria, and the numbers will grow. They say that she'll end up back in this country. I've no doubt of that whatsoever. But as I say, she's going to be a target. She's going to absolutely be a target for all sorts of people. And soccer ace Nathaniel Klein flew 8 women, 2 of them aged 16 and 17, to a wild Marbella villa party as his team were losing at Liverpool. So they've got a picture of one of them. Her name's Estelle. I don't really know what you can say about Estelle that's repeatable on a programme like this, but let's just say she looks like one of those sort of people who would hang around footballers. Meghan, I want a baby girl. She's talking to a psychic. It's almost like duplications, isn't it, of her and Diana. She's going down that sort of route of playing celebrity, and they're still walking around holding hands. It's a bit naff. They are, Steve Coogan and Courtney Love. I love Steve Coogan. I really do. I think he's ever so nice. Ever such a nice person. And so he's, I don't know, is he going to go out with Courtney Love? They say he had a 2-week fling. So Melanie Sykes will jump on anybody's bandwagon. Oh, Melanie Sykes, what do you do? Oh, I'm going out with Matt Goss. So they had a picture of Matt Goss looking a bit bored with the whole thing. Plus, Kelly Brooks said she's given up trying for a baby. Oh, never give up trying, never give up. I saw her this week because she was covering on one of our sister stations for breakfast. Also, Rita the Boar Aura. Oh, God, honestly, every time you open up the paper, and there she is yet again. Lady Gaga, Glenn Close and Emma Stone pay money from to an emergency pimple clinic. An emergency pimple clinic. They were also saying, weren't they, that Lady Gaga could be going out with Bradley Cooper. That wouldn't bother me too much. Paul Hollywood, angry with his girlfriend's mum for stirring up trouble. Yeah, I can well imagine. Her name's Sabrina. You know what that was, the teenage witch. Plus, Meghan, but I must tell you this week, I was going through the back of the building to go to the toilet. I was going to the toilet at the very back of our room. You know, you go all the way through and you go through the door. And so people had walked through the room, and I remember thinking, it was on the same day that we'd recorded Kelsey Grammer. And then this little group of people, probably about 4 of them, it's a little tiny thing, slathered in makeup, and with her hair tied back. And I remember thinking, oh, I wonder who that is. Turns out to be Megan Barton Hanson. Well, I tell you, luckily she photographs well. That's all I can tell you. Oh, dear, honestly, way too much makeup. Way too much makeup. And tiny. Tiny, like tiny. Seriously, it's only because I looked at her twice and then I saw a picture. And I thought, oh, I know that is. Britain's hit the beach yesterday. Why do we hit the beach? You get a little bit of warm weather, we go, oh, we must go to the beach, mustn't we? Let's go to the beach in our shorts. Let's go to Bournemouth. Let's go to Southend. Let's go to Brighton. Why don't you stay at home? Sick to death of all these chavvy people going off to the beach and walking along there. Yeah, all right, kiss me quick. Where were you? Marseille. See, that's far more sophisticated, Marseille. It even said, that's a dump. But I mean, it's there's nothing really in Marseille, is there? Is there? It's you come back from the mountain. Oh, of course you went to the mountains, didn't you? Did you go skiing? Snowboarding. Can't imagine what that must have looked like. That was good. No, there's nothing that Marseille's famous for, is there really? Is it famous for anything at all? Just a football team. And what? Oh, right, it's by the Med. Well, there you go. You might as well go to Brighton. You get roughly the same kind of sort of effect, don't you? I did see that. Did you see that dreadful thing? A woman dangling from a tower block by her hair and the person holding it, and then they let go. And somebody was filming it. She died instantly. She was trying to hold on to the sill of the window, and a neighbour who took the photo tackled the alleged attacker with the help of the block's concierge. Good God, I wouldn't have thought it had a concierge, but here. The suspect was described of African appearance. No charges have yet been brought. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I can't think of anything worse. She was on the 11th floor, by the way. The 11th floor, which is not good at all. Bookies will be forced to pay to help the NHS treat gambling addicts. The NHS treating what for? Why would the NHS want to treat gambling addicts? And also, it's Derek the Boar Hatton again. Admitted back to the party, kicked out of the party again. Nobody could quite understand why he was there. Hypocritical lefty Hatton preferred loads of money. Oh, he couldn't keep himself off the television. I remember it so well. Will Guyatt says, I've been up most of the night. God, honestly. See, I woke up quite early last night, actually. I woke up quite early. What did I have? Crumpets. 3 crumpets. With I'm supposed to what? Of course with butter. I had butter and peanut butter. On 2 of them, and then the other one I just had butter on. Dave O'Brien has the same, does he have the same? Not in my place, he doesn't, because he'd have to pay for it. Also, because it's Oscars tomorrow night, we'll run through this morning exactly who the nominations are. And Celebrity Big Brother star Natasha Hamilton has been targeted by hackers who posted topless pictures of her. She's said to be horrified. Well, don't take them then. I can only offer advice, to somebody who goes, oh, I've got naked pictures of me online and somebody's hacked into it and now they're all over the internet. Well, don't take them in the first place. God dear. A source says Natasha spent years in the public eye but now spends most of her time with her 3 children. Yes. All with different people, aren't they, I believe, Natasha Hamilton's children. I seem to remember one was with Richie, one was with somebody else. She was in a little group called Atomic Kitten. And then there were also pictures of Nicole Scherzinger and Lewis Hamilton. They've obviously filmed themselves doing, things like that. And then, really, have you heard of anything? God, my life is so dull. So boring and dull. Have you got any nude pictures of yourself, Steve? Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Who on earth would want to see... nude pictures of Steve Allen have been leaked online. Yeah, well, they'll stay leaked online, won't they? Nobody's going to be actively seeking those out. Steve, I don't think you will find a beef curry in an Indian restaurant because cows are sacred. I can't remember whether you will find a beef curry, actually. I'm not too sure. I thought you would. Joe Swash and Stacey Solomon are having a baby, says Cindy. Oh, he's so awful. Seriously, he's just so... He turned up the other day in his vest, looking like he just wandered in from some chav event somewhere. Because, he saw he got tall like that, having baby and all the rest of it. He said, I thought she didn't like me. I thought, no, that's just the rest of us. His hair's awful. And it's not real, is it? I'm not sure if it's real. It's very odd. It can't be. But anyway, she seems to like him, so there you go. It's nothing, Has your bed canopy ever been taken down to be washed? No, it's not a canopy. No, you've missed this, Aggie. I'm sorry. Is he a full hair transplant? Oh, poor old soul. That's why he's got no money, I should imagine. But no, it isn't a bed canopy. It's, there's no dust on it. I don't have dust. Dust is banned. Great film on BBC 2 at 1:35, Black Narcissus. And I've never seen that. You're with me in Malta, Steve, where it's blowing a hoolie. The balcony furniture's been dancing noisily around all night. Oh, news! I knew there was something happening this morning. The women behind the women walking down the red carpet tonight. Teachers warn predators are stalking your kids on a new app. Chuka Amuna gives the clearest indication yet that MPs plan to create new Social Democratic Party. Harry and Meghan launch a charm offensive. Do you know every time he goes out, he gets paid? It's a gig. Wherever they go, he gets paid. Last year, £3 million he made. The Nolans are in the mood again. Unfortunately, it's singing, which is not so great, is it? R. Kelly in court, bail set at $1 million. But he doesn't have $1 million, which is not so good. Cowell's going to waltz off with $20 million. And 1 in 4 adults are scared of the dark, and 40% keep the lights on.
On your radio, on your phone, and here.
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, Theresa May is telling her party's grassroots activists she will not allow Brexit to be frustrated any further. As the Prime Minister travels to Egypt for an EU League of Arab States summit, Downing Street is playing down hope of a breakthrough during the 2-day gathering in Sharm el-Sheikh. But Deputy Chair of the People's Vote Group, Hugo Dixon, has told LBC Mrs May has already lost control of negotiations.
There's a big majority majority in Parliament against crashing out with no deal, the only logical conclusion will be to ask the people what they want. It looks very likely Parliament will insist on extra time this week.
3 people have died after the cargo jet they were on came down in Texas. The Boeing 767 was in the final stages of flight, carrying deliveries for Amazon Air Prime. Witnesses say it came down nose first, leaving a debris spread across 3/4 of a mile in Trinity Bay, just north of the Gulf of Mexico. Hundreds of people have been injured as troops clashed with protesters on the Venezuelan border. The government is refusing to allow trucks carrying aid to cross the border from Colombia. It's believed more than 60 soldiers have deserted their posts in support of the protests. Opposition leader Juan Guaido is asking the military to help restore democracy to his country. He speaks here through an interpreter.
The situation is unprecedented. The goal isn't only to attend the emergency, which is fundamental. We have been living under a murdering dictatorship, which murders by action and omission.
An investigation has begun after a fire and a suspected explosion at a house in Bristol. 3 people have been injured. It happened in Hartcliffe shortly before 8 o'clock yesterday evening. The Mayor of London has told LBC the UK's largest police force, the Metropolitan, is becoming more inclusive. Sadiq Khan's comments come 20 years after a major report into the racist murder of Stephen Lawrence in South East London was published.
More than a quarter of the new recruits to the Met Police Service, I think it's about 30%, are black, Asian, Maori ethnic. We've gone from a situation where only 3% of our officers were BAME 20 years ago to there being about 15% who are BAME. We're still not happy. Half of all the police officers in the country who are black, Asian, Maori ethnic are in London.
Veteran Hollywood musicals director Stanley Donen has died at the age of 94. The director was best known for the 1952 musical Singing in the Rain, which he co-directed with its star Gene Kelly. His other films included On the Town, 7 Brides for 7 Brothers and Funny Face. Weather forecasters say above-average temperatures across parts of the UK will continue well into this week. 17.5 degrees Celsius was recorded in London yesterday. This time last year, the country was experiencing heavy snowfall and freezing conditions. LBC weather for today, dry and mild in the sunshine later, cooler on the coasts, a high of 17 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Philip Chrysikos.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Sunday morning, Sunday the 24th of February. There's only 4 more days, and then we're into March. And I think that officially sort of means that it's the beginning of spring or something like that. Calendar, yeah. Should be quite nice, actually. Mind you, everything's gone mad in the garden. I've got things popping up where they shouldn't be popping up, but no, that's just my life. The Daily Mirror today, my fallout with Meghan, truth about the rift with Ant, and I want to quiz Weinstein, says Piers Morgan. Yep, I would think that would just about be... I would go for the same wish list. Also, the special investigation today. Teachers warn predators are stalking your kids on a new app. School kids as young as 5 are targeted. Which is amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, to be honest with you, at 5, I didn't even have a telephone. Now they seem to have telephones, which is quite something. James Nesbitt is going for a 6th hair transplant. I think all his hair transplants have looked great. I mean, the one that they've got with poor old Joe Swash is a slightly bizarre-looking thing. But there again, I mean, I think David Beckham's is quite funny. But because we don't know what that is, I have no idea what it is at all. I don't know if it's a weave, a hair transplant, spray... There's all sorts of things you can get nowadays. Why don't people just sort of just go bald gracefully? What? You will lose your hair eventually. That's what happens to men. They lose it, you know. Obviously not your colouring. What did it say on the box? What colouring did it say on there? Chestnut. Warm chestnut. You'd suit bald. Think again. The Ian Dale look. Is he bald? Is he bald? Oh, right. I just thought he actually kept his hair fairly short. So it's... Oh, he's bald now, is he? Oh, right. Obviously doing him a bit of a disservice, I think, there. Who knows? Steve, on the train back... Oh, this is Matt Stadlen. I don't think he sent that to me, has he? He was just doing another one. He was coming back on a train through the mountains. How lovely. Yeah, I think he went skiing, which is very good. Also, Jackie in Watford says, we're going to have a Lidl by the end of the year. It's going to take that long to put it up, is it? It's only a little. I mean, you could just... nowadays, shops open up. I mean, there used to be a Pret-a-Manger just by Waterloo Bridge on the left-hand side. It's now going to be a Boots the Chemist, whereas Pret-a-Manger have moved the other side, which used to be Maplin's, and that's quite big, and they just literally transferred over, and they whitewashed the windows on that side. Now it's going to be something else. We've just lost the... it's a company called Your Move, Right Move, or something like that. It's an estate agent. They've closed loads of branches. The one in Twickenham went, phew, I think they were told by email, you're out. Simple as that. Doesn't last long, does it, nowadays? Doesn't last long. Harry and Meghan still holding hands. I'm sorry, she needs to learn some protocol. We don't hold hands, I'm sorry. Plus. In the mood again, yes, the ancient old Nolans. In fact, strangely enough, the youngest one, I believe, is Colleen, but looks the oldest. You know, I'm in the mood for dancing, romancing. If only she did, she'd been... Who's the what? Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's Colleen. Yes, Colleen. And so they reunited in song. The funny thing is that the Nolans were of their time. They were very big in Japan, I believe. Colleen never did anything. She just la-la'd with them. She's way too young to have been in the Nolans, but sort of thinks she's the big I am, but not so. Piers Morgan says he's made it up with his pal Ant, which is good news. R. Kelly in court. £1 million bail, $1 million, but he hasn't got it. He hasn't got $1 million. What do these people do with their money? And here they are, the lines in the sand, ISIS fighters facing defeat. And, as I say, they're talking about Shamima Begum, who could face 12 months in legal limbo in a Syrian refugee camp. Family lawyer who's fighting her battle says she could well be there in excess of a year. Couldn't care less. She made that decision. It's the parents I don't like. I don't know why. I just don't like the parents. A rough few months for Louise Redknapp. When was it ever thus? And also Sid Owen was at the Brits. Earth was Sid Owen doing at the Brits? It's a quiet night. He played Ricky Butcher. He's quit the booze, as he always used to get drunk, and now he's back in Singleville. He says, I don't drink anymore. I kept getting drunk, so I won't be going to any of the after parties. Just be going home to bed. Seems quite nice, doesn't it? It's always better if you want to give up booze. Much, much easier. Also, from the backstage spa, lucky VIPs walked away with £500 worth of beauty products. £80,000 worth of products at the Oscars. £80,000. It's phenomenal, isn't it? You just can't imagine, but it'll be very nice. Very nice. Also, hitchhiking Brits Algarve holiday horror. There's always one dreadful story, isn't there, like that. And here's Vogue Williams. She's in talks to appear on the next series of Strictly. Can't imagine why. I mean, you can't have a conversation with her. There's nothing she can talk about. She was as dim as a plank when she appeared on the Mastermind. I mean, I've never heard of anybody so thick. But she's sister-in-law to Pippa Middleton. She's married to Spencer Matthews. Did you see his wooden appearance on the television where he's attempting to read an auto cue? He can't read. I didn't realise he was actually that dim. Yep, he really is that dim. But the two couples holidayed in St Bart's. That's Pippa Middleton and Spencer Matthews. They're related to the Duchess of Cambridge. Embarrassing, honestly. I'm sorry, who have we got here? Oh, yeah. Oh, we got a Vogue model. And we got Spencer Matthews. Spencer the sad one, I'm afraid. Poor old soul, honestly. A good education, and what's he ended up doing? Tatty little reality programmes, and then attempted to read an auto cue on GMB and couldn't manage it at all. He had to apologise to all his Twitter people. So I'm terribly sorry, I was rubbish. Which, of course, everybody knew in the first place. The Daily Star this morning, Barbara Windsor has said she's desperate to find a cure for Alzheimer's before she dies, and she suffers from this debilitating disease. She knows it's too late, but Scott Mitchell says the Selfless Star is hell-bent on helping others, and he's going to come in and have a chat to me this week for In Conversation, because we go back many, many years. Emily Atack says Celebrity Juice snub will not hold her back. It wasn't a snub, they never wanted you, dear. I don't want to be rude about it. They always wanted Paddy McGuinness, because he's best host with Keith Lemon. The one who isn't, he's just acting, isn't he, really? And they had a few other people. She said, at the moment, things are great for me. I'm working my arse off. Such a class act, isn't it, really? Such a class act, but there you go. Also, Wes's £1 million ice little earner. Actually, having seen Megan Barton, what's-her-face, I can well imagine why he's so much better off without her. Seriously, he can do so much better. You don't be dragged down by somebody like that. Really. All people talk about is, who are you going out with, dear? And she goes, footballer, number, footballer again. Oh, so boring. So boring. What else we got here? We've got families hit by knife crime are turning to EastEnders star Bonnie Langford for support because she's had storylines in the programme. And there's a new judge in town. Model and DJ Amy Carmile has joined a new series of All Together Now. I'm sorry, I don't want to appear... What in God's name is All Together? Never ever heard of it. Never heard of her. Never heard of the programme. Many hopefuls have to convince as many judges as possible to sing along with them as they battle for a prize. Apparently she's got... Amy is a fantastic addition. She's got lots of experience. She can draw... I've never even heard of her. Never even heard of her. But it starts next Saturday on BBC One. Never heard of her. Never heard of it. Let's hope it stays that way. Adam Johnson, the disgraced footballer, will swap his cell for a mansion when he's released next month. His 7-bedroom pad was built while he was behind bars. He's set to upgrade from his cell to a house with a swimming pool, a cinema and a bowling alley, said to be worth £2 million. But of course, certain parts of the country, £2 million buys you the whole county. You know, when I look at this place here, there's no way that's worth £2 million at all. And his home is kitted out with jaw-dropping entertainment facilities. He's kept fit in prison, like we care. Like we care. And they all go there. What is it with something to do with sort of naff footballers? They have to show you what their houses look like inside. And then you meet the girlfriend or the wife. Why? They're so classy. They really are. We had one the other day. What was she criticised? I can't remember her name. Somebody McLean, I think. And whatever it was just too dreary for words. It's a case of you only have to watch The Housewives of Cheshire to realise Cheshire is a place you really don't want to go to, if they're all like that. Chaz and Dave star Dave Peacock, still too grief-stricken to return to music without his pop partner. I can imagine that. We did love you, though. I mean, it has to be said, you know. Out of all the people, they can play. They can play. Jamie Oliver was cooking pasta on this morning when he said, Holly, you're going to be the tosser and Philip will be the basher. So because they were doing pasta, you know, you have to do that. Thank you for that one. And also, Doctor stops for a beer boost near the finish line. 604 marathons, she said, and I hate running. You do get people who do run, don't you, in marathons, and What? You've never run a marathon, have you? No. Well, we're not talking about me. We're not talking about me. We're talking about you. You've never done a marathon, have you? You're half my age. And then some. You've never done a marathon. And the reason for that would be you've never done a marathon. Oh, you're training for one. I know, yes. I'm also training to fly to the moon. I don't know whether or not that'll be occurring during your lifetime. Steve, there was a West Country pasty place in Kensington Tube Station. I've no idea. I do like a pasty. I was watching QVC yesterday and they had the pasty programme on. You'd have loved it. It was all full of... You can get 10 pasties for 20 quid or... Really good, and you can freeze them as well. I thought, not in your house, you won't have time to freeze them. They'll be in the oven straight away. Which cartoon character used to eat pasties? I'm sure there was a famous one who used to eat pasties. We used to have a place in Fleet Street years ago, and we were there, called Gloriettes. And it was like a place like Patisserie Valerie, and it was open. And they used to do pasties, which were filled with meat, onion, sliced potatoes. God, they were delicious. They were, you know, if you could afford it, it was about 2 or 3 quid. It was delicious. It was a long time ago. Long time. I'm now convinced the entertainment world is being taken over by Z-list celebrities, because just when I thought we'd seen the last of Ryland Clark Neal in 2018, he's back on Celebrity Apprentice. I know. Who's the other one from Good Morning Britain? Richard Arnold is apparently now an A-list celebrity. I'm obviously reading the wrong books. Yes, they put Ryland Clark... Well, of course, there's no work for him at the moment, is there? They share out the work on Good Morning Britain. They've tried lots and lots of... They've sort of put Joe Swash on there. Wait. The man who's sort of acting was about as wooden as he was. New spikers since August 18. On your way into Epping on the A104, apparently, as you go through Woodford. Best restaurant for miles. Been there about 33 years. I don't do the A104, actually. I just do the motorway. I do the M11, and then I come off at Harlow, is it? I can't remember. Anyway, and it's very, very quick from there. Joe Swash is on YouTube, Steve. Before he was famous, he was on a show called Club Reps. Dreary. I didn't know he'd done that. I thought he was just an actor. Wasn't he in EastEnders or something? I don't know. No acting jobs on the horizon, I don't think, at the moment. Steve, I hate to make a prediction, especially being a staunch royalist, but I don't give the Sussexes' marriage more than a few years. Do you not? I know we had dreary old Paul Burrell the other week going on about, oh, she's playing it wrong, you know, she's playing it like a celebrity. Of course she is. They spent 560,000 quid getting her over to America with some friends, who I didn't know who the friends were, and then they came back, I think, on George Clooney's private plane. But to be honest with you, she's playing celebrity. Of course she is. That's what she's done. Listen, she's in the royal family. Of course they play celebrity. Even the late Queen Mother and the Queen, they've all been caught on camera. You know, the Queen doing her betting, and then the Queen Mother showing the filmmaker around her garden. And he went, these? And she went, trees. And he went, trees, Your Majesty. Trees. And I remember thinking, do you know, honestly, they're so observant. They really are. Of course, the Queen Mother kept going for years. You know why? Freezing to death in that place. Freezing to death. In fact, it wasn't until she died and Charles took it over they put central heating in. Really dreadful. A Labour MP says a change of leadership will put an end to problems within the party. You think so? I don't know. There was arguing in. Didn't Corbyn go and do something the other day? Didn't the deputy leader of the party not get invited? Because he'd been on LBC. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? It is absolutely ridiculous that they're all fighting. The Labour Party are fighting. Corbyn looks like he's from another era, the dinosaur era. He doesn't know anything about modern Britain at all. He doesn't seem to. And then you've got Theresa May. I mean, nobody said a word about anything. Oh, but Theresa May said nothing on this woman in the Syrian refugee camp, but yet Corbyn has said, oh, she should come back here, proving how out of touch she is. Are you a fan of the Marx Brothers? No. No, I didn't get there. I like Harpo Marx because he never actually spoke. I mean, he did speak, obviously, but he didn't speak in it. But I never got into the Marx Brothers. I didn't do silent films. I was just not sort of interested. Steve, which was the biggest failure? Gemma Collins in Dancing on Ice or Brexit? I think both. Yes. And Leslie says Ryland Clark has a slot on a radio station on Saturday. Yeah, just one show. I don't think they're going to be doing that any time soon, are they, really? But that's it. How he's surviving, I've got no idea. Perhaps the husband can go out. Breakfast show with Andrew Castle. Up for discussion today, the 20th anniversary of the Macpherson Report, which branded the Metropolitan Police institutionally racist. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, urges 5 days of prayers for the poor as the Brexit deadline looms, and HS2 noise levels would breach World Health Organisation limits. All of that and a whole lot more at 7, the Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Castle here on LBC. I mean, it's interesting. They look at the Metropolitan Police institutionally racist. I think you could probably go through the entire country. Everybody's got a fear of something. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Annie in Soho, good morning. No, you can't. And top of the morning, Steve from Misty Clacton. Going to Romford, says Big Steve. Actually, yesterday morning, I came out. Well, I didn't come out. I've been out anyway. And I came out. I thought, I'll go for a drive down the motorway. And I got as far as Sunbury, and the fog was so bad, I thought, I'm not risking that one. Cars appearing out of nowhere, so I turned around and went back home again. Far too dangerous. Steve, remember Desperate Dan and his cow pie, a trifle larger than a pasty? The Queen Mother enjoyed gin and a smoke. No, she never smoked. She enjoyed gin and Dubonnet. She definitely wouldn't have smoked. She wouldn't have got to that. I don't think any of them have smoked before. And Ian says, always good to hear Paul Burrell's take on royal matters, just a servant. Oh, but the truth is, all the people he worked for are dead. So, you know, he can sort of come on and say, oh, Diana did this and Diana did that, and you think it's a load of old codswallop, it really is. But of course, that's the only thing he's actually got. Anish says, which Raylan are you talking about? Rylan, Clark Neal. You know, after... Which one? What? I don't know how many I know, actually. It's not a very common name, is it, really? But he was the one who was on Big Brother, and then they decided to axe it, mainly because no audience. And he then said that he was going to sort of try and resurrect it. I mean, you know, as if it was that easy, which of course it isn't. Have you watched the latest A Star Is Born? No, but I do have it on DVD. I bought it a couple of weeks ago, but I've just not had enough time to watch the thing yet. You have to sit down and specifically sort of gear yourself up for it. And James says, you know what? Neither do I. Shorts in this weather. Time of year, please. No, I don't think people should wear shorts. I think, no, I'm sorry. I know you want to wear them, and probably around your area, nobody knows who you are. So it doesn't make any difference. They just go, oh, there's that fat bloke again in a pair of shorts. I wouldn't wear shorts. I really would. I mean, you know, apart from that, I'm sort of bruised and covered in all sorts of lacerations. Nominees for the 91st Academy Awards: Best Motion Picture, Bohemian Rhapsody, The Favourite, Green Book, Roma, Star is Born, Vice, Black Panther, Black Klansman. I think it's going to go to A Star is Born. It's my prediction, which I think is... I mean, it could have gone to Green Book, but I think A Star is Born. Best Supporting Actor, Richard E. Grant for Can You Ever Forgive Me, Sam Rockwell for Vice, Sam Elliott for A Star is Born, Adam Driver for Black Klansman, and Mahershala Ali for Green Book. I would like it to go to Richard E. Grant, but I have a feeling it might not. Best Actor... I've got to read my Best Actor nominations. Christian Bale for Vice, Bradley Cooper for A Star is Born, Willem Dafoe for At Eternity's Gate, Rami Malek for Bohemian Rhapsody, and Viggo Mortensen for Green Book. Have you noticed how good I am at reading these names out? I could do this, and the winner goes to... Bradley Cooper for A Star is Born. Huge amounts of applause. Yeah, thank you very much indeed, thank you. I'd like to thank... Third Cameraman, Best Dolly Grip, Best Boy, Best Everything, Lady Gaga, blah, blah, and Uncle Tom Gobley and all. Achievement in... Oh, that's boring, isn't it? Adapted Screenplay, no. Original Screenplay, no. Achievement in Cinematography, Makeup and Hair and Styling. No, we don't care about any of these other things, do we? They're of no interest to anybody. That's why the thing runs for hours, about 4.5 hours. The people that I think should actually get the award, do you know who they? The toilet coverers. Have you seen them? Have you not seen the toilet coverers? Oh, they're great. They'll be kneeling down in the aisle. If somebody go, and they go, right, so they nip out, and this person will nip into their place, so you don't get an empty seat. And they will sit down and say, hello, toilet coverer. And they'll do it. And the person will come back, the toilet coverer goes and waits further up the line. They go, another one, a toilet over there. And they sit in the seats. You don't want empty seats at the Oscars. Good Lord above. Best live action short film, you won't have heard of any of them. Best documentary short subject, you won't have heard of any of them. Best documentary feature, you won't have heard of any of them. In fact, we're only interested... You're a toilet coverer here, are you? Oh, has he gone to the toilet? Oh, right. He's gone to the toilet. Here's a story you'll identify with. This is a 14-stone boy... 14 stone, who's had a gastric bypass, and how old is he? 13! 13! I mean, to be honest with you, looking at pictures of him as a baby, he was a large child, but I mean, 14 stone at 13, that's quite a lot, because we couldn't work out how much he weighed, could we? Didn't we? We try and... I need to bring the scales, I know, but I'm just worried that you'll break them and that will be something else, you know, that we'll have to go and repair, I suppose. The Sunday People is the people who are carrying that. Homes unfit for heroes. 36,000 families complain about squalid army houses. We really treat our heroes very, very badly. Up for it, Matt Goss, yawn, 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 says he wants to find a wife who thrills him. He's 50. He says he admits he's in the Mile High Club. Oh, Godfathers. And he's looking for a missus who shares his passion for romps in inappropriate places. You need to lighten up, mate. That's what you need to do. I mean, you're never going to find anybody. Absolutely never. He says, I'd also like to get married. I'd love it. It'd be great. I'd only want children if our relationship was flawless. You're getting a bit past it now, aren't you? You're 50, for goodness sake. You know, you're going to be 70 when the kid's 20, if indeed you haven't found anybody yet. He says, I've had sex, I mean, really, I felt quite bilious, in cinemas, a plane, bathrooms, restaurants. I've never got caught. No, it's just that people avoided the place. They're going, sorry, Matt Goff has just gone in there. OK, let's go somewhere else, shall we? That's what it is. That's why we've never got caught. But he also shut down reports he was dating Kate Ford from Corrie. She said the newspaper reached out and asked if we were dating. I was like, are we? She says, of course not. In fact, he's not dating anybody at all, poor soul. 84850, Stephen, that wasn't fog, that was a vaporizer. Oh, don't you get loads of smoke off vaporizers? You get clouds of it. Clouds and clouds of it. Doesn't do that for me at all. I'm so glad I don't smoke, but, you know, I don't want to be sanctimonious about it. Dancing on Ice, Judge Ashley Banjo and his wife, Francesca, have had their first child together. Woo! everybody's having babies. Some people having babies, some people wish they weren't having babies, some people want to have babies, but it's just babies. It's like, if you see them, it's like Gemma Collins. Oh, I'd like to get pregnant. I like to get... No. So I'm trying. You're certainly trying, that's a fact. She's disappeared now, hasn't she, thank God, till she pops up on another dreary reality show. We've seen her on so many. Queen drummer Roger Taylor couldn't give a what's it about critics who don't want Bohemian Rhapsody to win big. I do. James Nesbitt. Do you know, I think his hair transplants look brilliant. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, poor old Frank Sinatra, with all the money in the world, it just looked like he had a dead ferret on his head. And Elton John, I mean, does he take it off at night? David Beckham, what's going on there? We don't know. We're not too sure. Because he sort of disappeared for a while, then came back and they all went, what are you wearing? What you got on your head? Go on, can it lift up? Does it lift up? Go on. I would never bother with anything like that. If I'm going to lose my hair, I'm going to lose my hair. Luckily, I've got a full head of hair, and more than happy to have that. I said, well, I haven't really, but what I've done is I painted on the bathroom mirror, and so as long as I position my head exactly right, to me, it looks like I've got a full head of hair. Ridiculous. Also, supermarket petrol pricing has created a north-south divide of 2.5 pence a litre. Actually, I put petrol in the other day. It was actually cheaper than it was the week before. A miracle. An absolute miracle. Who's going home with an Oscar tonight? Me. They all want to go home with an Oscar tonight. Will it be Olivia or Glenn, Rami or Bradley? It'll be somebody, actually, but they've got the goodie bags. They've now downsized them. £70,000 each one. They've had everything in the past. They've had diamonds, flight tickets, gold pens. I mean, seriously, I think one year there was a car. They all got car. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know. And they give them the goodie bag because they go, you will turn up, won't you? Because what they don't want is empty seats. They're very funny about empty seats. And so they offer these amazing goodie bags. I mean, I've never seen one, let alone had one. So I'm definitely not going to get something like that. But I just quite fancy the idea. Imagine, I mean, they all used to do it in this country. All the shows offer a little incentive. So when Richard and Judy were doing the Richard and Judy show, they would give a goodie bag to somebody, so it would be something they would have found out what somebody wanted. The best one was the one that Paul O'Grady gave to some of his guests on the programme, and it was a robot that danced. And I saw it, and it was only about 10 inches tall, but it had so many little motors in it, and I ended up faffing around with it. I couldn't make it do anything at all. And in my goodie bag? Money. Absolutely money. Don't waste time giving me this stick mascara and that money. Just give me money. Thank you very much. I'm very materialistic, and very shallow. But no, they had this thing, and I gave it to my producer, Sam, this robot, and he had it on the desk out there in the office, and this little robot danced and did everything else. It was so clever. But that's what Paul O'Grady gave to people. And, quick hello from Los Angeles. Colder here than at home. Well, the other day, what did they have? In Las Vegas? Snow. It snowed in Las Vegas. Did you hear that? Yeah, it snowed in Las Vegas. It came down quite heavy. I mean, they're in the middle of the desert, and people go, oh, if it's in the middle of the desert, you don't get snow. And you go, they did in Vegas the other day. I got sent some pictures by some friends of mine saying, have you ever seen anything like it? Snow in Las Vegas. You're finding it now, aren't you? Yeah, go on, it's true. True as I'm riding this bike. Steve, Brooklyn Beckham should avoid wearing his Peaky Blinders hat while he still has hair. Like father, like son, says Holly. He always looks like he needs a good bath, doesn't he, Brooklyn Beckham? He always looks a bit grubby. You know. Have we bothered shaving? No, a bit of a beard here. You don't shave, do you? No. Oh, do you? Oh, you shaved today? That'll be the first time this century. It's unbelievable. You know, no, thank you. Enough information. We don't need to know things like that at all. But he does. Every time I see Brooklyn Beckham out, he's wearing this sort of Peaky Blinders or Chaz and Dave outfit. He looks ridiculous. Can't you find any pictures of snow in Vegas? I have. I want to see them again. Show me them again. I love snow. Have you seen the picture of the snow in Vegas? Yeah, it's fantastic. It's really lovely. It's an unusual thing because you don't expect to see it. But I've seen pictures of the desert which had snow all over it. I don't know what it is, actually. It's a case of it's freak weather conditions. Look, I mean, just it's seriously, it's like a picture of this is the first snow since about 1937. I mean, it's unbelievable. You just don't expect to see it. The Nevada desert covered in snow. It looks ever so pretty, doesn't it? I think it looks lovely. Freezing, blooming cold. And then they've got a nice picture of a couple. You could push them in the river, couldn't you? Well, dreary pair. Oh, should we have take a picture of your arm round each other? Boring people, honestly. Very dull. Free today. Lose up to £7 in 2 weeks for spring. Why spring? That's too late for you. It's too late. You won't manage it now. But it's basically a sort of it's Slimming World recommending safe and steady weight loss. £2 a week. So that's what you're supposed to lose. That's what the recommended thing is. £2 a week. If you lose any more than that, that's called a crash diet, and that's extremely bad. Don't bother about all these juicing things. And I've said to you, if ever you go on to somebody's Twitter feed, and I can think of quite a few off the top of my head, and they go, "Oh, I've just lost weight by taking this particular supplement," check it out with your doctor. Most of it is rubbish. Okay, it's rubbish. You don't need to take any notice of these sort of things. Naff celebrities offering you the easy way to diet. You know, if you're a fatty, then the only way to get thinny is not to eat as much of the rubbish which you're eating at the moment. I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but I think it's, I think it's necessary. People go, "Oh, can I eat this? Can I eat that?" I mean, today, luckily, the producer and I gave him some fruit. And then he had some strawberries. He was very good. He didn't touch the M&Ms. I've got M&Ms out there. M&Ms on my desk. Peanut M&Ms. Do you like M&Ms? Yeah, go and get them. Seriously. I brought them in for you anyway. What, the M&Ms? No, you can resist twice. No, because you've been very shy. I'll give you some more fruit. anything to keep you away from the peanuts and the chocolate. He'll be having to find where it is. It's on the desk directly opposite me, Henry. Directly opposite where I was sitting is where the M&Ms are. Unless Philip Chrysikos has got his hands on them, which of course is highly likely, I should imagine. Will it be Olivia's Oscar night? It's too close to call. All the talk of Tinseltown. Is it payback time for Glenn Close? The dopiest goodie bag, including bath oil and bath bombs with cannabis edibles. Yes, well, that'll go down so well, won't it, really? Also, royal couple set to meet poorest girls in Morocco. I'm sure that's thrilling for the poorest people in Morocco. And Brighton the other day, very balmy. Feb 2018, snow on the beach. Have they nearly gone? Oh, right, there's still loads in there. Oh, I told you Phil Chrysikos would see them. They're very addictive. If they're sitting there, are there any left? Oh, that's normal size. Ah, you naughty. Very impressed. Yeah. Eat them. Take them home. Listen, if it keeps them away from Phil Chrysikos, you could eat them on the journey home, couldn't you? Or share them with people on the bus or something like that. They're very addictive. It's really bad. I bought some gummy bears the other day, but this is it's a sack of gummy bears. Too dangerous for me as far as I'm concerned. There's a vegan firm's boss who got the chop for eating eggs. Wow. Got to be careful on these things now. Definitely. Corbyn tries to shift the blame onto the media. There's something about Mr. Corbyn, isn't there, that just doesn't come over as very believable or likeable at the moment. And he's had more people dropping out of the party. Also, from the Prince's biographer and stalwart supporter, some heartfelt words of advice. Harry knows the dangers of confusing royalty with showbiz. Now he has to tell the wife. Yes, she's unfortunately discovered she can just get, I want a private plane to take me here, there and everywhere. You've got to rein it in, Harry. You've got to rein it in. You can do it. You can do it. Your father's never going to say anything to you, but you should do it. And there's one here. Is the man MPs called Corbyn's brain the real reason Labour's drowning in the poison of anti-Semitism? I listened to a very upset MP. Can't stop popping them about, can you? It's dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful. Perhaps we'd be better off with jelly babies or something. You're going to take them back in. And Rich said, are all your donuts gone? No, I forgot about the donuts. You like donuts? Oh, I've got donuts. We got donuts this morning. Wait a minute. I have to find them. Oh, and I'll tell you what else I've got. Which is very nice. Look at this. Oh, hang on. There's my donuts. I've lost my donuts. There we go. Look. Got donuts.
This is not good for my weight.
Oh, look.
Oh, that's cute.
That's cute. It's a cupcake.
Very nice.
It's a cupcake. Yeah. Not for you. And just the donuts. Be careful, there's jam in the middle of them. So in other words, you bite into it the wrong place. Another jumper ruined. Have to go back to Primark to go and get something else. The shock claim that the spy murdered by the twins actually escaped to Australia. This is Ronnie Cray's gangster lover. Ronnie Cray was gay, and he liked young boys, and the people he associated with liked young boys as well. Can't even remember when they died now, actually. I think way back. It seems ages and ages ago. The craze for designer dogs is set to wipe out our Scotties. Scotties. I like Scotty dogs. Troops abandoning their post in Venezuela border battle. And here's a picture of Caroline Flack. I tell you, if ever you want to see what the word airbrushed means, this is it. This is it. Seriously airbrushed. Also Salvatore. We like Claire Balding. She said, give the Beebs bully stars a pay cut. She's not very happy at all because she's hosted 6 Olympic Games, 5 Paralympics. She thinks behind-the-scene workers should be able to give highly paid presenters and actors an Uber-style rating based on how polite they are. And she's willing, I think she should tell us, actually, who these people are. I mean, there were 12 highest earners. Gary Lineker, 1.75 million. Graham Norton, 600,000. Steve Wright, 550,000. Freelance Claire's pay packet came to £180,000. She's worth more. She's worth a lot more. Also, all school pupils to get lessons on FGM. What's FGM? Physical and emotional harm caused by FGM. Oh, right. Are these female genital mutilation? Good Lord above. I didn't think that existed in this country, but there was a case a short while ago, wasn't there, of a woman who had affected and interfered with her child. First to be convicted. Absolutely amazing. But I should imagine it goes on quite a lot. Can you survive on shakes and snacks? No, you can't. Especially now. I mean, you really shouldn't. They're all just fads. Okay, and fads are bad. And also, do you snore? You snore. Here, people who suffer from a severe sleep disorder that stops them from breathing are said to benefit from a radical new procedure that remodels the inside of your throat. Now, I told you some years ago that I'd seen something. When you snore, it's your tongue vibrating. And so what could stop it would have been, some years ago, and I can't remember where I remember it because I remember thinking, oh, that's interesting, an injection into your tongue which stiffens it up. So in other words, it doesn't vibrate. This particular operation is the inner band. So, in other words, the surgeon cuts the inner band of muscle at the bottom, because the band of muscle in the throat collapsed during sleep, hindering breathing. The inner band is pulled over the outer band, stitched into place, stopping the throat from collapsing. Breathing is restored. Now, I can't tell you any more than that. I could just tell you need to get hold of the Mail on Sunday today, and then you can read all about it. Because otherwise, I can't recommend anything or tell you anything about it. Because it's just one of those things. You need to get it investigated and go to your own GP to say. I mean, if you do suffer, I do know that people suffer quite badly when their partner snores, and it can ruin relationships. Apparently, you can imagine with the Queen and Prince Philip. That's why they have separate bedrooms. You get to a certain age, and if you're overweight, you snore. Apparently, BBC Spotlight did a piece on snoring where Hungarian folk singing classes were promoted to stop snoring. And the producer was the reporter. Sorry, I was in the reporter's bed. Should you be telling us this? What were you doing in a reporter's bed? You were going to be the snorer. You were the snorer. Did you wear your Thomas the Tank Engine pyjamas? What did you wear? And you were the snorer. Oh, you're in your clothes? Oh, right. Oh, good Lord above. Yes. Well, in fact, this sounds likely because there's all sorts of things. You put something in your nose which opens your nostrils out, something, there's all sorts of different things. Or failing that, what do they say? A tennis ball sewn into your pyjamas. So that you don't, because it's lying on your back that makes you snore. If you're sideways, apparently you don't snore. Luckily, I only sleep sideways. I can't sleep on my back. I'm hopeless. I could do either left-hand side, right-hand side, and I do change. You sleep on your front. No, that sounds very peculiar. Is that normal for where you come from? Is that sort of sleeping on it? What, with your face buried in your pillow? Why have you not suffocated? That's that. Oh, your head's tilted. What? You can just sort of lie straight down in the. You must look like a beached whale. So you lie straight down in the bed, and then your head's tilted to one side. That must look ridiculous. Really? Do you move your head sometimes the other side? Oh, right. Is How do you know it works? You're asleep. Oh, right, okay. Does your other half tell you if you snore? You do. Very embarrassing. You know, yeah, but the trouble is, if you're carrying a bit of weight, or you drink, or you smoke, these are all... alcohol's the worst. These are three things which are the factor to snoring. You're supposed to, I know it's not easy to go and lose weight or everything like that, but I mean, that's why. I love the idea that the producer... Hungarian folk singing classes. I don't know any Hungarian folk singing, and don't, please, I really don't. I don't want to hear it. Right, what have we got? We've got a lot of people talking about this problem with snoring. Huge problem with snoring. I know, absolutely. How bad it can be. Somebody says it could be a sign of heart problems. They also say if you're sort of carrying a lot of weight, then there is the chance that your heart could actually stop. A bit like the computer here this morning. It's having a bit of a day. I don't know why all of a sudden, 1 minute we were there and the next minute we weren't, and also we were waiting for the emergency to kick in, but that didn't kick in either. So we couldn't discover whether it was going to be Sheila Fogarty or me. Could be any one of a number of people. There was, of course, the story of the papers today that Chuka Umunna has given the clearest indication yet that the MP is planning to create a new Social Democratic Party. Piers says he's made it up with not only Ant McPartlin, because he was... we didn't realise, but I think Ant complained about mental health issues, but that didn't come... Piers never mentioned that at all. He really didn't. He wasn't the one stopped for drink driving. The new crackdown is on inflatables. You've seen them because kids adore them. Kids love inflatables. You go out to somewhere, and what they're saying is that there has to be some new laws that are brought in to hold these things down, because if the wind gets up and you're on an inflatable, it can literally fly. And we've had children who've lost their lives on there, so they've got to bring in a new crackdown. Simon Cowell is going to waltz off with £20 million from his dance show, even though nobody appears to be watching it. Very dreary. And Barbara Windsor says her dying wish is to find a cure for Alzheimer's, which is everybody's wish. It won't happen. It's too late for Barbara. We're going to talk this week for In Conversation to Scott, her husband, her very hard-working husband, who is really going over and above and looking out for in every which way but. So it'll ring a lot of bells with a lot of people who are suffering with friends, family, loved ones with Alzheimer's. So we'll talk about that this week. Plus, it's the Z-list minor celebrity. I can't even be bothered to tell you who they are. They're going to reveal all in a book. In fact, it's so unimportant that the papers have not even bothered with it. Most of them have ignored it completely. As I say, it's the last desperate cries of somebody going, right, I want to tell you about all the celebrities I know, which is just so dreary. So dreary. Also, Piers Morgan, he's also talking about Meghan. It's a double-page interview in the papers for today, and R. Kelly in court. And somebody says, I'm showing my pal Darren your show for the first time. What's your thoughts on the R. Kelly situation? Well, I don't know. I can't comment on something I know nothing about, apart from the fact that he's on bail of $1 million. I would think that would give you an indication of the severity of the case. Bail of $1 million. He says he doesn't have $1 million. His agent has said he doesn't have $1 million. Where this money goes to, I've got no idea. I mean, you would have thought by now. I mean, I believe he's fairly well known, not in my sphere, but I think he is actually quite well known. But he hasn't got $1 million. There is no $1 million. So what happens there, I've got no idea. But everybody at the moment is all getting ready for the Oscars, getting very, very excited for the Oscars. And the dresses will be out, the makeup artists will be out, the people who lend you all the jewellery will be out. That'll be how busy it is. But there's no host. Whether or not it works, I've got no idea.